This perverted young man, fond of showing off his body, is Deep Vo. After 2 days of secluded cultivation, this peerless genius emerged, feeling very excited, only to discover that 2,000 years had passed in the outside world, and his sect had long since ceased to exist. Damn it, I was in seclusion for 2 days, and now it's been 2,000 years. Resigned, he left the great mountain, only to discover this world was terrifying. Some expert had created a flying magical tool called an airplane. And some cultivation expert had created a sound transmission magical tool called a telephone. Deep Vo tremblet, utterly shocked. He didn't know he was Earth's last cultivator, already invincible in the mortal realm. How could a cultivator survive in modern times? It was indeed very difficult. But for Deep Vo, he had to familiarize himself with even the smallest things in this world 2,000 years later. His encounter with Nan Nan, the daughter of Mrs. Vong, was the first step in changing his life, as well as the identity he was borrowing. The beginning of everything started with 3 figures standing on the edge of a desolate cliff. 2 of them, seemingly on the same side, were bullying the young man named Deep Vo. The man mercilessly kicked Deep Vo down the steep cliff. It seemed like his life was over. But another person with the exact same face as Deep Vo suddenly opened his eyes. A pillar of light burst through the sky, causing alarms everywhere. From the Taoist temple, the ceiling tower, the dark castle area, and even the Western Cultivation Institute, there was some commotion in response. Deep Vo suddenly burst out from within the rocky outcrop. He laughed loudly, having completed his breakthrough into the Foundation establishment stage. After a loud shout, he returned to the mountain, prostrating himself at his master's feet. His master glanced at him and carefully gave him some advice, reminding him that it was now 2,000 years later. With his suspicious nature, Voni decided to go and investigate. He happened to see the Deep Vo of 2,000 years later being kicked off the cliff by the man. Deep Vo effortlessly stopped their attempt to silence the witness, but unintentionally knocked the 2 men out. Surprised by the weakness of the people 2,000 years later, he went to the young Deep Vo's side to examine him. He picked up the phone that had fallen beside the young man and was startled by the voice of a girl named Kwang Tu-Nu. After marveling at the phone, which he called a strange magical tool, Deep Vo slowly began to form his own plan. Finally, he possessed Deep Vo's body, replacing the young man to live out the rest of his life. At the same time, in the city at Haichao University, Kwang Tu-Nu's frustrated voice rang out. The young girl didn't understand why she had to marry Deep Vo, so she could only ask herself. Long Tien Tien, who was drinking milk tea, didn't know how to respond either and could only offer a few words of comfort. Deep Vo, now with his new body, was flying on his sword, listening for information. Suddenly, a plane rushed towards him, forcing him to quickly dodge. While still surprised, Deep Vo crashed into the glass window of a high-rise building and fell to the ground. While lying bored on the ground, he was suddenly startled by the shape of a large tiger. But looking again, he saw it was a little girl's stuffed animal tiger. Nan Nan befriended Deep Vo with just a bag of chips, thinking he was hungry and couldn't afford food. While talking with her, Deep Vo also quietly observed the clothing of those around him. Just then, Nan Nan's mother arrived to pick her up. The guards beside her, thinking Deep Vo was a kidnapper, immediately rushed to attack him, but were defeated in the blink of an eye. Mrs. Vong, on behalf of the guards, gave him some money as compensation. Before saying goodbye to the little girl, he even gave her a medicinal pill. Mrs. Vong and Lao Hak were discussing matters when Nan Nan suddenly fainted, before completely losing consciousness. The little girl remembered the instructions and the pill Deep Vo had given her. At Master Teet's residence, the genius divine Dr. Teet, Lao, was deep in thought, pulling a book from the shelf. Suddenly, he sensed something unexpected, causing his eyes to widen. Mrs. Vong rushed in from outside, holding Nan Nan in her arms, looking distraught. Divine Dr. Teet, I beg you, please save my daughter. Teet, Lao, gently placed the girl on the bed and comforted her. Mrs. Vong, there's no need to panic. Healing and saving lives is my duty. Now, let me examine the young Mrs. condition first. He reached out and slowly took Nan Nan's pulse. Finally, Teet, Lao could only let out a long sigh. I'm sorry, I'm powerless. Madam, please prepare for the funeral. Tears immediately streamed down Mrs. Vong's face. She hastily knelt on the ground, to Lao Hak's astonishment. Divine Dr. Teet, Divine Dr. Teet, I beg you, you must save Nan Nan. Mrs. Vong's eyes were filled with tears, her grief impossible to conceal. As long as Nan Nan can be cured, even if you ask me to meet the king of hell, I'm willing. Just then, Teet Lao softly spoke. Madam, all I can do now is ease the young Mrs. Pain. He held Mrs. Vong's arm and slowly explained, but for Nan Nan to recover, I'm afraid only the legendary Ghost Valley medicine from 2,000 years ago, the 9 Transformations life-returning pill, can cure her. It's a pity that this remedy has long been lost. As he spoke, a faint golden fragrance slowly spread from Nan Nan's hand. Now, although I have half a page of the remaining formula, I cannot concoct it. At that point, he quickly noticed the fragrance silently spreading in the air. This scent, the pill, suddenly fell from the girl's hand. Teet Lao picked up the pill, unable to contain his curiosity. What is this? He brought it to his nose and sniffed, his eyes immediately lighting up. This scent and shape are exactly the same as the description of the remedy. Don't tell me. Mrs. Vong, standing beside him, quickly explained, why is this silly pill still here? Earlier, I saw a down-and-out young man and gave him some money. Recalling the scene, she couldn't help but frown. That young man gave this pill to Nan Nan, saying it could cure her illness. Teet Lao abruptly turned to Mrs. Vong and declared loudly, Madam, this pill could be the 9 Transformations life-returning pill. She covered her mouth with her hand, silently sobbing. You mean Nan Nan can be saved? A radiant smile appeared on Teet Lao's aged face. His joy grew even greater as he thought of the future benefits, of how he could brag later. Who could possibly outbrag me? He thought as he fed Nan the pill, secretly scheming. The person Mrs. Vong mentioned who gave the medicine is definitely not some poor, disheartened young man. He's probably some extraordinary immortal experiencing mortal life. I must definitely build a relationship with him. Finally, Teet Lao turned and gave Mrs. Vong a few instructions. Nan Nan will fully recover after resting for a while. She sincerely expressed her gratitude for his help. Thank you, Divine Dr. Teet. But just as he sat down, he said in a very gentle tone, Madam, no need to thank me. It's all thanks to the young gentleman who gifted this pill. Teet Lao stood up, cupping his hands with an overjoyed expression. Madam, could you introduce me to him? If I could receive instruction from this young gentleman, I would die without regrets. Mrs. Vong hesitated in her reply. Well, actually, I'm not acquainted with the young gentleman. This caused Mrs. Vong to fall into deep thought. That young gentleman must have noticed Nan Nan's poor health, which is why he gave her the medicine. Yet I almost threw it away. Not only would I have been ungrateful for his kindness, but I almost harmed Nan Nan. Lao Hak then raised his hand to stroke his chin and slowly spoke. Madam, we met that young gentleman at Haichao University. He's around 20 years old. It's the start of the school year now. Do you think he might be? Upon hearing this, she quickly turned her head and ordered him, yes. Quickly go to Haichao University and inquire about the young gentleman. He saved Nan Nan, which means he saved my life. The Vong family must repay this kindness. Teet Lao stood in the corner of the room, silently observing Mrs. Vong's conversation, thinking to himself, it seems he really is a big shot experiencing life, descending to the mortal realm as a student. I must help conceal his whereabouts, in case the big shot is pleased. Meanwhile, Mrs. Vong began to have her own thoughts. The young gentleman can casually produce such a superb pill. He's definitely no ordinary person. The Vong family must befriend him. The scene shifts to Deep Vo, who is currently strolling down a crowded street when his phone suddenly rings. He puts the bag of fried chicken in his hand on the ground, curious. After ringing last time, this 1,000-mile sound transmission device hasn't made a sound. Deep Vo chewed on a chicken leg while staring at his phone screen. It's ringing again. I wonder why. A woman's voice came from the other end. Avo, the person your aunt sent to pick you up missed you. The village chief said you've returned to Haichao. The familiar voice caused his chewing to stop for a few seconds. This voice. The woman, unaware of his reaction, continued, Aunt Chow is also in Haichao now. Are you free? Let's have lunch. Deep Vo's eyes quickly welled up with tears, filled with a sense of longing. It was as if he was remembering his own childhood, when he had cried like this. Back then, his master's wife had come to comfort him with a candied hawthorn stick. Finally snapping out of his reverie, Deep Vo calmly replied, Don't worry, Auntie, I'll definitely be there on time for lunch. However, he couldn't help but wonder, why does this aunt's voice sound so much like master's wife? He gripped his phone tightly, lost in thought for a long time. time. First, he encountered a young man with the same name being chased, and now an aunt named Chow whose voice is identical to Master's wife. Was this all just a coincidence, or was there something more mystical at play? Walking down the street, Deep Vo remembered the inscription on the stone tablet left by the gatekeeper of Tan Van's sect before his master ascended. It mentioned some items left for him at the sect's property, Wan Bao Pavilion. Perhaps those items held the answers he sought. He decided on his next course of action, but first he needed to find Aunt Chow. Meanwhile, at Van Vu Manor, the voices of two young women drifted through the air. It's just Aunt Chow asking Deep Vo over. What are you so upset about? What if your brother Vo turns out to be super handsome? Wouldn't that be a win? Kwang Chu Nu, perched on a small camel statue, calmly replied, handsome isn't edible. I'm not that shallow. Lin Tian, at a loss for words, simply played along. Yes, only someone like Senior Trin isn't considered shallow, right? Teasingly provoked by her best friend, Chu Nu grabbed Tian and shook her playfully. Senior Trin is the student council president of Haichao University, top of the honor roll every year. How can you compare him to that kid? She continued her teasing. Oh, right. Senior Trin is the most handsome. Suddenly, a voice called out, excuse me, is Aunt Chow home? Chu Nu's eyes lit up. Such a pleasant voice. A handsome guy. Deep Vo, standing outside the gate, curiously peered through the bars. Is this the Van Vu Manor Aunt Chow mentioned? Tan, hiding behind a large bush, observed him stealthily. He is quite handsome, but his clothes are so rustic. I still prefer Senior Trin. Panic set in. Oh no. The bodyguards went to pick up Aunt Chow. We're the only ones here. What if that country bumpkin tries something? She glanced at Chu Nu and whispered, Chu Nu, should we call Master Lion? Du Nu hestita. That's not a good idea. Master Lion is too aggressive. What if he hurts him? Tian urged her. Chu Nu, just let Master Lion scare him away. We need to be safe. Chu Nu reluctantly agreed. All right. Suddenly, a lion leaped out from behind Kwang Chu Nu. Master Lion is here. Like a beast unleashed, the lion charged towards the gate. It headed straight for Deep Vo, showing no signs of stopping. Seeing its sharp claws about to reach him, Tian became worried. Chu Nu, Master Lion can definitely scare him away, right? In contrast to Tian's worry, Kwang Chu Nu was brimming with confidence. Master Lion was the champion of last year's National Tibetan Mastiff competition. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the air. Both girls paled, facing an unforeseen situation. Deep Vo squatted on the ground, a bright smile on his face as he stroked Master Lion's head. I thought there was some powerful mountain god or demon here, but it turns out it's just a guard dog, right? I'm a guest. Suddenly, a soft voice called out, is that a Vo? He turned around to look in the direction of the voice. The bright and pure image of Mrs. Vong appeared before his eyes, surprising Deep Vo, Mrs. Vong. Hearing Deep Vo address her this way, G.I. Chow looked puzzled. Mrs. Vong, what kind of way of addressing me is that? She covered her smile with her hand. Just call me G.I. Chow like you did when you were little. He nodded obediently. Yes, G.I. Chow. Deep Vo felt a surge of emotion. Not only was her voice the same, but her appearance was also identical to Mrs. Vong's. Chu Nu rushed over and hugged G.I. Chow, startling her. Oh my, this girl. Why are you so hasty? Then, making a face at Deep Vo, she told Mom. He came in without permission and scared Master Lion. He's so annoying. As soon as she finished speaking, G.I. Chow rapped her on the head. Ouch. G.I. Chow's voice turned serious. You silly girl. How can you be so disrespectful? When you were little, you used to run after him, calling him a Vo. Now you don't recognize him. She asked in surprise, a Vo. He's Deep Vo. G.I. Chow pushed Chunu's back with her hand. When you were little, you used to play house and cry, saying you would marry a Vo when you grew up. Have you forgotten all about it? She walked through the gate, turning her head to remind Chunu, I have things to do. Take a Vo inside for a tour. But while Deep Vo was awkwardly greeting her, Chunu, hello, and I'll trouble you then, she had already walked straight inside. Chunu's warning voice rang out, stay away from me. If it weren't for my mother's request, I wouldn't bother with you. He reached out and caught a falling leaf, sinking into silence. Watching her walk away angrily, Deep Vo thought to himself, G.I. Chow's every look and smile is exactly like Mrs. Vong's. Seeing her makes me miss Mrs. Vong, who is closer to me than family. He smiled at Chunu, making a decision in his heart. If that's the case, I'll just treat her as a relative from 2,000 years later. Deep Vo then followed her inside. Suddenly, streaks of red energy rushed towards him. Deepvo easily detected them. This feeling, could it be? The image of the blood bone formation appeared before his eyes. Its current state is approximately 18 years old. It's absorbing the life force of Mrs. Vong's family, ultimately leading to their complete annihilation. It's truly quite malicious. After observing for a while, Deepvo sighed inwardly. But the person who set up this formation knows nothing. If it were those from 2,000 years ago, it wouldn't even be worth a glance. Chunu suddenly stopped and asked, "Hey, Deepvo, compared to your hometown, isn't this not even worth a look?" He replied calmly, "That's right. It's not worth a look." Annoyed, she retorted, "Not worth a look. Let me tell you, this place used to be the biggest abandoned building in Haichao." Chunu recalled the past. 18 years ago, my grandfather found a feng shui master, Master Dike. He changed the earth's veins in this place. As a result, not long after, Haichao's economy started to develop, and this place became the most affluent residential area. The wind blew, causing leaves to fall incessantly. Deepvo casually caught a worm-eaten leaf and asked curiously, "Master Dike, was he very skilled?" She expressed her opinion. "Although I don't believe in feng shui, Master Dike is very famous in the domestic world of metaphysics." Mentioning him, Chunu's eyes lit up with admiration. "Not long ago, my grandfather suddenly fell seriously ill, and it was Master Dike who saved him. Deepvo frovnet doka hatfuli. 18 years ago, altering the Earth's energy flow, coupled with treating Elder Kwong, that it's rather strange. Even if Master Dike isn't the mastermind, he's definitely involved. I need to keep an eye on him." The car approached the villa, the surrounding landscape of trees drawing closer. Chunu, seemingly losing interest in Deepvo, fell silent. "Just keep watching." While Chunu was explaining, "This is the manners corridor," a guard approached them. "Miss Chunu, Mr. Deep." She corrected him irritably. "Call him Deepvo." The guard bowed politely. "Miss Chunu, Mr. Deepvo, lunch is ready. Madam is waiting for you." Deepvo offered a genuinely warm smile. "Perhaps with time, things will improve. After all, Mrs. Vong is so gentle. I must treat them well." The sun bathed the luxurious villa in its light. After lunch, Chunu flopped onto her plush bed with a sigh. "I'm exhausted." She sat up abruptly, fuming. "That country bumpkin is so sly." At the table, he kept trying to flatter my mother. He definitely has some ulterior motive he's not telling anyone, and yet my mother still let him stay at the manor. Tien, do you think my mother, Lin Tien, playing innocently with a stuffed lion, reassured her, "Don't worry, Chunu. You can just stay at school and not come home. If you're afraid G.I. Chow will look for you, you can join Professor Vong's project team. Hasn't he been inviting you constantly?" Chunu's eyes widened as if a light bulb had gone off. "That's right. I'll call Professor Vong later and join his project team after the semester starts. I won't come home for 6 months. Then I'll give the manor staff a month off just to leave that country bumpkin stranded." Tien chuckled. "That's harsh. A month's worth of manor fees is hundreds of thousands of yuan. How could a country bumpkin like him afford that?" Chunu shrugged, as if it were obvious. "If he's willing to haul goods and collect garbage at the school, he might be able to scrape together enough to avoid starving." Lin Tien commented, "Chunu, that's a pretty ruthless move. Du nu lauet modet li. Just average haha." Meanwhile, downstairs in the courtyard, Deepvo was chatting cheerfully with G.I. Chow. "G.I. Chow, this is a traditional medicine from my family. It's a health tonic, good for Elder Kwong's health." He knew he had to phrase it this way. Given his current situation, saying it would instantly cure him would probably scare Mrs. Vong. He had to take things slowly, step by step. G.I. Chow looked surprised. "A health tonic? How thoughtful of you." "Thank you." A warm feeling spread through her. This child of Vo was still as honest and kind as ever. Deepvo then thoughtfully opened the car door for her. They waved goodbye, and he breathed a sigh of relief. "Now, with G.I. Chow's help, I have a legitimate reason to be here. I'll rest for a day, and tomorrow I'll enroll in that sect disguised as Haichao University." As the car pulled away from the gate, Deepvo turned to leave. Suddenly, he reacted, looking in a particular direction. "Oh, I sense the killing intent of martial artists." Earlier, within the forest near the villa, a group of people moved swiftly. "Boss, up ahead is Vanvu Manor. That brat is inside. This time, we'll definitely take care of him. Revenge is a small matter. Blame it on the robbery, then we're doomed." The leader asserted confidently, "With me here, you guys just wait to go back and collect your reward." They quickly stopped, all of them observing from a vantage point high in the trees. That was when Deepvo sensed the killing intent. They all rushed down to the ground, heading straight for him. The leader, Haida, gripped his weapon tightly. He hurled it towards Deep Vo, who jumped to the side to dodge. The group seized the opportunity to ambush him from above. The leader, wielding two blades, advanced and yelled, "Dan, you think you can escape with the bodies of my men?" The shout echoed through the mountains. Zhang, the leader, threatened Deep Vo. "You dare steal the bodies of my men in Hai Chao. You're tired of living." Deep Vo simply observed silently, offering no reply. He continued to taunt, "A weakling like you, not even that old. I'll give you two choices. One, kneel down and kill yourself." While the leader spoke, Deep Vo's body blurred and vanished, leaving the others stunned. One exclaimed, "Where is he?" Another stammered, "Boss, something's not right. He's completely gone." The enraged leader loosened his tie. "He can kill two of my most capable men. He's got some skills. Interesting." He ordered his subordinates, "Spread out and search. He must be nearby." His men immediately dispersed. "Yes, boss." A voice whispered, "I love playing peekaboo." Holding a compass, the leader thought to himself, but disappearing in the blink of an eye is unusual. If I could learn that technique, my power and status would reach new heights. Looks like I'll have to use my special treasure. Even if you run to the ends of the earth, I'll find you. He looked at the compass. The needle pointed towards him. Why is it pointing at me? Could it be? Suddenly, Deep Vo stood behind him, a brick in one hand and a peony blossom held out in front of the leader's face. Could it be what? The leader followed the flower's stem with his eyes, his face paling. "Behind me." The leader received the brick full in the face, collapsing to the ground in a daze. He struggled to open his eyes, his vision swimming before they closed again. His eyes fluttered open, then widened abruptly. Deep Vo was patting his head. Sitting on the leader, Deep Vo demanded, "Tell me, where did you assassins come from, and why are you after me?" The leader looked up and saw his men tied up. "Why you guys got caught too?" One replied, "Boss, we didn't even get a chance to fight." The leader's face darkened as he thought. This kid's strength is definitely above a martial arts grandmaster, but that lord is just as terrifying. Instead of, he suddenly sprayed blood everywhere. "Protecting the secret forever," he screamed. Simultaneously, two of his men also coughed up blood, followed by the remaining two. Deep Vo watched them die, taking poison to return to the earth. Were these guys well-trained suicide soldiers? Who have I offended to attract suicide soldiers all the way here? He sighed. "Looks like I'll have to cultivate properly." The mastermind behind this isn't simple. Deep Vo extended his hand, summoning the live fire technique. Disposing of the bodies, he walked away. "Forget it. I should head to Hai Chao University first. If I can become a disciple of the sect, I might be able to learn more about this era." At headquarters, Elong, monitoring the situation, asked, "Has Hey Da's side sent any communication yet? Quickly investigate their current location." A subordinate replied, "Understood." Elong reported, "Team leader, the life signs of the 5 members of Hey Da's squad have disappeared." The man in the shadows asked in a deep voice, "They're all dead." The bespectacled man replied, "According to the information sent back by the drone, the location where Hey Da's life signs disappeared shows signs of a struggle, but no other clues were found at the scene." The man called team leader was now enraged. He unleashed a power that sent everyone around him flying as he roared, "Useless bunch." Even the computer screens buckled and broke under his power. His force ripped through the roof of the building. Send someone with abilities to plead with him. 3 gangsters were dispatched. In the real world, in the city center, Bei Shun hurriedly jumped off the bus. Bending over, he gasped for breath, remembering seeing a news report on the bus. 20 military training exercises are taking place across 30 locations. He thought to himself, "I thought that with my current foundation establishment cultivation, I would have some self-preservation skills in the real world." Unexpectedly, the current weapons of ordinary people are so terrifying. It seems I still have to be humble in the future to scrape by, otherwise who knows what kind of trouble will come knocking. Beishin walked down the street, continuing his thoughts. "If I were to provoke those metal lumps and iron axes, I'm afraid I wouldn't survive." Suddenly, a man passing by gasped, his face pale with fear. Bei-shun turned to see what was happening. The man collapsed onto the sidewalk, clutching his chest. Bei-shun ran to help him, but was stopped by a woman in a green dress. "Young man, come here, don't get involved." A plump woman also spoke up. "That's right, be careful. this old man might be faking it. He looked at the two women, confused. In these turbulent times, are people's hearts so cold and fickle? He felt helpless. Master once said, "Travel the world, and when you encounter injustice." Bei-shun placed a pill in the man's mouth. When necessary, offer a little help. He helped the man lean against the wall on the sidewalk. "Meeting me is your good fortune." Bei-shun turned to leave as the woman in the green dress looked on in astonishment. "Be a good person." After taking the pill, the man seemed to be recovering. Suddenly, a frantic voice called out, "Master! Master, are you all right?" Startling him awake. He was Professor Wong. His butler, sitting beside him, sobbed, "Master, your illness." He felt his body and said, "Just now, I clearly had a relapse, but why am I fine now?" Professor Wong recalled Bei-shun giving him a pill. "Just now, while I was delirious, a young man gave me a pill. After waking up, I feel as healthy as if I wasn't sick at all." The butler helped Professor Wong to his feet. He said, "Although our benefactor didn't reveal his name, we must repay him. Immediately send people out. Find this benefactor at all costs." The butler replied, "Understood." One morning at Haichao University, flowers bloomed across the campus. Xiao Nu, sitting in class, said to Tian Tian, "Such a beautiful campus. We can finally avoid that country bumpkin now, right?" She sprawled on a pile of books. "Exactly. At school, I'm not afraid of my mother forcing me to marry that country bumpkin." Tian Tian turned to Xiao Nu and said, "Xiao Nu, I heard we're getting a new transfer student today. Hopefully he's a hottie." Xiao Nu laughed and replied, "You're always thinking about good-looking guys." Just then, the teacher walked into the classroom with Bei-shun. The teacher addressed the class. "Everyone, settle down. I'd like to introduce our new student." The female students began whispering amongst themselves. "He's so handsome," one said. Another remarked, "He's got a great physique, but he looks kind of familiar." Someone else wondered, "Why does he look like that country bumpkin?" Xiao Nu leaned towards Tian Tian and said, "No way. It's just someone who looks like him. That country bumpkin could never transfer here." Tian Tian covered her mouth and whispered, "Yeah, that country bumpkin doesn't even know which way is up, let alone find his way here." The teacher's voice rang out, "Class, why don't you introduce yourself?" Bei-shun said clearly, "Hello everyone. My name is Yi Bei-shun." He thought to himself, in a new place, it's better to use my real name. The class burst into laughter. Tian Tian, watching Bei-shun, said, "Nice, short, and sweet." Xiao Nu looked at her and murmured, "I like the strong, silent type." Tian Tian replied, "You should stick to your upperclassmen. Leave him to me, okay." The teacher, observing the class, said, "That was a concise introduction. Let me see where you can sit." Xiao Nu stared intently at Bei-shun, thinking to herself, it's definitely not him. Even though they both have the surname Yi, his name sounds so much better, Bei-shun. Suddenly, Tian Tian raised her hand and stood up. "Teacher, over here, over here. There's an empty seat here." The teacher thought to herself, I should probably ask the hidden young Mrs. Opinion. She immediately asked Xiao Nu, "Kwang Xiao Nu, what do you think?" Xiao Nu smiled brightly and replied, "Teacher, I'd be happy to sit with ye." The teacher turned to Bei-shun and said, "All right then." Before she could finish, he walked towards his chosen seat, leaving the teacher to sigh in exasperation. Tian Tian waved, "Hey, handsome, over here." But Bei-shun coldly walked past her, ignoring her. He went straight to Wu Ding, who was sitting in the back, and asked, "Hello, do you mind if I sit next to you?" Flustered, she replied, "Oh, of course not. Please sit down." He replied, "Thank you." The long-haired guy, watching Bei-shun being admired by the girls, said, "Ninth young master, it seems like Kwang Xiao Nu is treating this kid differently. Are you really going to let this slide?" The blonde-haired guy added, "Yeah, I'm pretty annoyed." "What do you think, ninth young master?" Lu Jiu leaned back and said, "After school, you two go and give him a warning." The bell rang, signaling the end of class. Students poured out of the classroom. A hand slammed against the wall. It was the blonde-haired guy, blocking Bei-shun's path. He asked threateningly, "New student, Yi Bei-shun, right?" The long-haired guy added, "Ever heard of the ninth young master of Haichao University?" Lu Jiu, seemingly losing his composure, pushed the blonde-haired guy aside and warned, "You two talk too much. Stay away from Kwang Xiao Nu, or else." Bei-shun raised his hands and replied, "Yeah, I got it." He thought to himself, better not cause trouble just after arriving. Looks like he's protecting Kwang Xiao Nu. Good. Bei-shun cheerfully walked away, saying, brother, go ahead and make your move. I absolutely won't even glance at Jiang Xiaonu. Lu Jiao was bewildered and somewhat flustered. This kid, he knows what's good for him. Bei Shun said gloatingly, wherever she is, I'll be 18,000 miles away. Even if I run into her, I'll take a detour. Bei Shun glanced back at the three, then muttered, but this kid's a bit arrogant. A 5% attack power should be fine, right? He subtly pointed his finger and whispered, Lai Huiju, go. Instantly, Lai Huiju flew towards Lu Jiao's hair. Bei Shun quietly slipped away as the long-haired guy continued to flatter Lu Jiao. The words of Haizhou University's principal aren't as effective as our young Master Jiao's. Lu Jiao, oblivious to his smoking hair, basked in the blonde guy's praise. That's right, our young Master Jiao is the god of Haizhou University, he said smugly. That kid knew his place, so I let him off the hook. If he dared to confront me, I'd show him. One of the two exclaimed, Jiao, young Master Jiao, your hair. Lu Jiao shrieked in panic, quick, quick, put out the fire. Bei Shun whistled nonchalantly as he walked out to the schoolyard. He looked back and said, looks like 5% power was just right. No cultivation, and he's putting on airs. Descending the steps, Bei Shun mused, where's the magic archive of this place? I have to check it out. To understand an era, it's best to read a lot of books about it. He walked out of the campus. Ahead, Tian and Xiaonu were chatting. Tian was upset. I invited him, but he sat next to Wu Ding. Am I that bad? Xiaonu comforted her. He definitely has a problem with his taste. Our Tian is hundreds of times prettier than Wu Ding. Bei Shun approached, and Tian asked nervously, isn't that student Yi? He's walking towards us. Is he looking for us? But he just rejected me, so he's definitely not looking for me. Could he be looking for you? Xiaonu stammered. How could that be? Seeing the two, he thought to himself, isn't this Jiang Xiaonu's group? Suddenly, a bird flew by, dropping its droppings. Coincidentally, it landed right on his shoe. Bai Shen started. He bent down to wipe it off, but from Xiaonu's perspective, it looked like Bei Shun was kneeling before her. Student Yi. Tian exclaimed excitedly, kneeling on one knee. This confession to Jiang Xiaonu is so romantic. This caused Xiaonu to blush and run away. Student Yi, I'm still young. I don't want to date yet. Bye-bye. Tian called after her. Xiaonu, wait for me. Bei Shun stared at his finger, which he'd used to wipe the droppings off his shoe, dumbfounded. Confession. I'm not even wearing a watch. Fateful bird poop. A fist slammed into the wall. It was Lu Jiao, whose hair had been singed, his clothes torn underneath. He was furious that Bei Shun just begged me, and then he goes and confesses to Jiang Xiaonu. I'll definitely finish him off. A moment later, a shadowy figure lurked nearby, saying, that kid went into the library. There are cameras inside, so it's not convenient to make a move. Another replied, no rush. I need time to sharpen my knife. One of Lu Jiao's underlings asked, boss, are you going to? Lu Jiao, sharpening a sharp knife, said furiously, castrate him, so he can't touch my goddess again. Inside the Haizhou Academy library, Bei Shun was browsing the beginner section. Flipping through a book, he thought to himself, the cultivation techniques of 2,000 years later are truly profound. I can't grasp them. Suddenly, not far away, a young woman pointed at him and said, look, everyone, there's an idiot over there studying Chinese phonetics. The guy next to her mocked, haha, he's been reading for over 10 minutes now. Bei Shun noticed a door with a sign, Ancient Archives, unauthorized personnel keep out. The script on this door was very familiar with an ancient aura. Surely inside are cultivation techniques at the nascent soul or soul transformation level. He thought to himself and stepped inside. Hey. He went into the Ancient Archives. The young woman from before shouted. The guy next to her became even more excited. That idiot can't even handle phonetics, and he wants to read ancient texts. Haha, this is interesting. Suddenly, a shout came from outside. Who's making noise here? This is a library, not chat room. Be quiet. Hearing this, a security guard quickly stood up and said, hello, Professor Wong. The guard asked him ingratiatingly, Professor Wong, what book would you like to read today? I can get it for you. Professor Wong replied seriously, no need to trouble yourself. I have a project tomorrow and need to find some ancient materials. He walked toward the room Bei Shun had just entered. Seeing the door open, he asked, is someone in there? The security guard quickly explained, I apologize. I was in the restroom just now and didn't lock the door. The guard then rushed in to confront whoever dared to enter. Don't worry, Professor, I'll catch the culprit immediately. Inside, Bei Shun was examining an ancient document, thinking to himself, this book is truly fascinating. It's a set of introductory cultivation techniques, but the writing is flawed, incomplete. Suddenly, from behind him, the security guard yelled, "Hey kid, this is the ancient archives. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter. Get out." Bei Shun asked, "I came to read. Why can't I read?" Hearing this, the security guard scoffed, "You're worthy of reading ancient texts. Even Professor Wong hasn't fully grasped them. You're just putting on an act." Professor Wong also spoke sternly, "Young man, the ancient texts are very precious. Put it down. Don't damage it." The guard flattered him. "Well said, Professor Wong." Bei Shun asked, "Professor Wong, don't worry. I'll get him out of here right away." Professor Wong looked at Bei Shun with surprise. Wait a minute. He thought to himself, why does he look so familiar? He remembered. It was his benefactor. The security guard was still rambling. "Professor Wong, you don't need to waste your time on this student. I'll take him out and punish him properly." Professor Wong's face darkened as he interrupted, "Punish him. You should apologize to my benefactor." "No, apologize to this young man immediately." The security guard froze, feeling like a clown. "I'm finished. I've offended someone important. I was trying to curry favor with Professor Wong, and now." A crowd had gathered outside, gossiping and questioning Professor Wong. "Professor, this kid doesn't even know phonetics, and he's causing trouble in there. He's breaking the rules. Why can't he be punished?" Another person chimed in, "That's right. Even though you're a professor, you can't go against the rules." Professor Wong was exasperated with these youngsters. These kids are just looking for drama. Isn't this enough of a spectacle? He thought, but this is a good opportunity. I also want to know if my benefactor can understand the ancient texts. Seeing the noisy crowd, Bei Shun became worried. "Oh no, it seems I violated the sex rules. If I can't resolve this, will I be punished?" Professor Wong looked at him with surprise and asked hesitantly, young man, can you?" But Bei Shun was too preoccupied with his worries. No, I just joined, and I'm already being punished. I don't want to lose face." Bei Shun began reading a series of ancient characters. Dingbiu Bao, Zhuan Shun Kaibu, Gongbu Zuo Fun, Hozwu Xiao Jiao, Zhuan Pai Jiao, Dingbu Zuo Bao. Professor Wong stood beside him, stunned. This, he stammered as Bei Shun continued to read in a steady voice. "Zhuan Shun Kaibu, Gongbu Yufun, Hozwu Xiao Jiao, Yuzhuan Pai Jiao, Dingbiu Bao, Zhuan Shun Kaibu, Gongbu Zuo Fun." Professor Wong listened, bewildered, unable to comprehend the young man before him. Good heavens, he thought. Every word benefactor Yi reads seems to shift the very foundations of this place. Overcome with awe, Professor Wong abruptly knelt, startling the surrounding students. Can he actually read it? Someone whispered. Is he reading it correctly? The crowd murmured in astonishment. It seems like Professor Wong thinks he's reading it correctly. Seeing Professor Wong on his knees, Bei Shun helped him up, asking curiously, "Hey, are you all right? What's wrong?" Professor Wong quickly replied, I'm fine." Looking closely at Professor Wong, Bei Shun seemed to recognize him. This person looks familiar. He recalled the image of the man collapsing in the street. It's him. Logically, an ordinary person consuming that pill should have become incredibly strong. Why did he collapse? A ridiculous thought, considering his millennia-old experience, flashed through Bei Shun's mind. He's faking it. He's definitely faking it. He wants to trick me out of more pills. His face paling, Bei Shun dashed toward the exit, shouting, "I have something to do, gotta go." He left Professor Wong staring after him in bewilderment. "Oh dear, benefactor Yi comes and goes like the wind," he muttered. Turning to the security guard, he asked, "What book did that young man borrow just now? Please look it up for me." The security guard curtly replied, "Yes, Professor Wong." Another guard shouted, "Found it. It's this one." He held up a book titled Learning Phonetics Together. Professor Wong's curiosity deepened. Learning phonetics together. He mused. Benefactor Yi possesses such profound knowledge. There must be a deeper meaning to him borrowing such a basic book. I must get a copy to study myself. Outside, Lu Jiu and his group were still waiting for Bei Shun. The blonde-haired guy spoke up. He's coming out. Lu Jiu ordered, "Go. Follow him closely." Bei Shun realized he was being followed. All the way here, in two groups. Very well. We'll settle this at the Misty Cloud Mountain Villa. Losing his patience, Bei Shun called out, "Hey, you've been following me for a while now. Want to come out and take a break? Lu Jio and his group, hiding behind the main gate's fence, exchanged startled whispers. Did he discover us? Seeing that they were discovered, Lu Jio stepped out, shouting to his followers, "What are we waiting for? This is our chance to teach him a lesson." Just as Lu Jio kicked open the gate, a masked figure appeared from behind him, sending Lu Jio flying with a single kick. The masked figure's companions seemed unfazed, calmly assessing the situation. Who are these people? They've been hounding me since I left seclusion. Will they ever stop? Yi Beishan wondered. A man in a suit, standing on the main gate's pillar, declared, "Kid, if you don't want to meet your maker, hand it over." Confused, Yi Beishan asked, "Hand what over?" Another man in a coat, standing on a different pillar, angrily shouted, still playing dumb. Enraged by Yi Beishan's feigned ignorance, they roared, "Get him. Beat him until he talks. Annihilate him." Yi Beishan calmly closed his eyes as they charged towards him. Just as their blades were about to strike, he opened his eyes and declared, "If you want to play, it just so happens I'm short of a few fools willing to deliver themselves to my doorstep." The attacker, whose blade had just missed, stared at Yi Bei-shun in disbelief, shocked by his near miss. Lu Jio's men thought Yi Bei-shun was running away and quickly rushed forward, shouting, "That kid's running. After him." But before they could do anything, a red chain appeared out of nowhere, wrapping around them. They cried out, "Not good. We've been tricked." They yelled, "Let me go. I don't want to." Yi Bei-shen's index finger was glowing with a rotating black circle above it. He muttered to himself, "The person behind Misty Cloud Mountain Villa has set up a deadly formation, wanting to completely wipe out my master's wife's family. I've been worried about how to break it, and today you've come right to my door. Well then, I'll take advantage of this opportunity. Go." A glowing red skull appeared, incinerating the thugs. At that moment, inside a tiled building, a white-haired man suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. "Someone broke my formation." He shouted in alarm. "Someone? Where are my men?" A tall, muscular man replied, "Master. Along, go to Haichao immediately and see what's happened." He responded curtly, "Yes, master." A mysterious figure was floating in the air above Misty Cloud Mountain Villa, analyzing the scene. "That brat incinerated our men. Damn him. I request permission to send an elite team to deal with him." A decisive voice echoed through the dark space. "No matter who you are, no matter how strong you are, if you dare to take what belongs to us, you will face the consequences." Yi Bei-shun, walking down the street, suddenly sneezed. Why did I sneeze? Is some girl thinking about me? Suddenly, a fat man with a fake mustache noticed Yi Bei-shun. The fat man pretended to bump into him and dramatically fell to the ground. Yi Bei-shun looked at him, unsure of what had just happened. He watched Zhang Ziwen slowly get up. He sighed as if he was ready for something. Then Ziwen suddenly stood up, his pace quickening, and finally he ran off like the wind. Stunned and bewildered, Yi Bei-shun instinctively checked his pockets, only to find they had been cut. Yi Bei-shun looked at his slashed pockets and yelled in panic, "Wait, my wallet!" The clouds drifted peacefully across the clear blue sky. Zhang Ziwen excitedly reached into the wallet, checking his spoils. But it was strangely empty, making him look again in disbelief. Zhang Ziwen angrily ripped off his fake mustache. "Damn it, not even a single cent. What a waste of my time." A while later, at Haichao University, in the male dormitory, Yi Bei-shun arrived at his room and politely knocked on the door. A voice from inside asked, "Who is it?" It was quite a coincidence that Ziwen, his roommate, was the one who came to open the door. The moment he saw Yi Bei-shun, he was startled and guilt-ridden, sweating profusely. Seeing Ziwen acting so suspiciously, Yi Bei-shun thought to himself, "This person's aura is very familiar." Then, Yi Bei-shun seemed to vaguely recognize him. You're the old man who stole my wallet earlier." Zhang Ziwen muttered in astonishment, "No way. How could it be him?" But for the sake of peaceful coexistence, Yi Bei-shun silently decided, forget it. Judging by his appearance, he seems to be my roommate. I'll pretend I don't know. We still have to live together every day. Just like that, he acted as if he didn't know anything and cheerfully introduced himself. "Hello, I'm Yi Bei-shun, a new student in philosophy class 2. I was just assigned to this dorm." Hearing this, Ziwen also smiled and shook his hand. "Hello, I'm Zhang Ziwen, also from this room." Each of them thought to themselves, how embarrassing. I actually stole from my roommate. No, I feel too guilty. I have to treat him well. Then, he led Yi Bei-shun inside. "Here, come in." Upon entering the room, Yi Bei-shun was astonished and thought to himself, is this a dorm from 2,000 years in the future? It's really interesting. Ziwen, still feeling guilty about picking his pocket, suggested, hey buddy, nice to meet you. How about I treat you to a meal tonight? This made Yi Bei-shun suspicious. Treat me to a meal. Zhang Ziwen cheerfully replied, yeah, a late-night snack. Late at night, Ziwen led him to an outdoor restaurant and said casually, it's our first meeting, and I don't have much to offer. Let's just have a simple meal. At this moment, a restaurant employee appeared and announced, your roasted meat is ready. Yi Bei-shun immediately recognized her as Wu Ding. She was also very surprised. Yi Bei-shun. He asked curiously, it's so late, why are you still here? Wu Ding honestly replied, I'm working part-time here. Suddenly, at the next table, a customer slammed his hand on the table and shouted, waiter, why isn't our grilled fish ready yet? Wu Ding immediately apologized, I'm so sorry. The grilled fish is still being prepared. It will be ready soon. But Zhang Wu said flirtatiously, little sister, our time is precious. Making us wait this long, shouldn't you compensate us? Seeing him deliberately making things difficult for her, she bowed deeply. I'm sorry, I apologize. But Zhang Wu became even ruder. Sorry, my ass. I want compensation. This left her feeling helpless. He didn't even bother hiding his ulterior motives. I think you're quite pretty. Why don't you get a room with me tonight? Consider it a small compensation. Wu Ding could only plead, please don't do this. But Zhang Wu stood up, pulling his chair back, and asked with a sneer, what? You don't want to give me face. He grabbed her wrist and threatened, go ask around. Who in these streets doesn't know Zhang Wu? You dare refuse me. You want to get beaten up. Wu Ding was scared to tears. Please, let me go. But he continued to harass her. Come on, let's go to a nearby hotel. Yi Bei-shun couldn't just sit there anymore. He spoke up forcefully. Wait a minute. Seeing this, Wu Ding immediately pushed his hand away in disgust. Yi Bei-shun stood protectively in front of her, despite Zhang Wu and his followers' continuous cursing. Who the hell are you, interfering in my business? Kid, if you don't want to get beaten up, get lost. Ziwen anxiously tried to dissuade him. Buddy, don't get excited. We should call the police. But Yi Bei-shun insisted, Wu Ding is my classmate. How can I just stand by and watch? You two step back. Be careful not to get splashed. Zhang Wu, thinking Yi Bei-shun was an easy target, sneered and pointed at him, ordering his followers, he doesn't know what's good for him. Beat him up. Hearing this, the group cheered, eagerly approaching with menacing grins. Yes, sir. Ziwen frantically pulled out his phone, thinking in a panic, this is bad. This Yi guy is going to get hurt. I need to call the police. At this moment, a guy holding a beer bottle charged forward aggressively, yelling, get lost, you punk. He then confidently launched his attack, certain of victory. However, what happened next completely shattered his illusions. He witnessed with his own eyes Yi Bei-shun single-handedly taking down his entire group of buddies. Even Ziwen was in disbelief, wondering, damn, am I seeing things? This guy turned the tables. Even Wu Ding couldn't help but be surprised, realizing, so, classmate Yi knows martial arts. But Zhang Wu was the most shocked of all. His face paled as he wondered, how is this possible? After a few exchanges of blows, Yi Bei-shun glanced at him coldly and asked, is that enough now? But Zhang Wu stubbornly retorted, I've been around for years. I'm not easily intimidated. Next, Zhang Wu cursed, then willingly handed his weapon over to Bei-shun. Damn it, all his initial arrogance vanished as he obediently knelt down and apologized. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Wu Ding spoke up, touched. Thank you, classmate Yi. I don't know what I would have done without you. He simply smiled in response. We're all classmates. No need to be so formal. Ziwen's admiration grew. This guy stepped in out of righteousness, and his martial arts were impressive. He was truly captivating. After chatting for a bit, Bei-shun spoke up. It's getting late, Wu Ding. When are you heading back? She looked at him earnestly. I'm still scared. Classmate Yi, could you walk me back? Yi Bei-shun extended his hand in response, and she happily took it. Let's go. On the way, a question occurred to him, and he asked directly, classmate Wu, why are you still working so late? Wu Ding didn't hide anything. Actually, my mother is sick and needs a lot of money for treatment. I was planning to work part-time while studying, but I never expected to run into something like this tonight. Bei-shun thought to himself, classmate Wu's situation is quite pitiful. I should help her out in the future. Suddenly, a strange energy flashed by, causing him to frown in alertness. Wu Ding noticed him slowing down and asked with concern, what's wrong? Bei-shun quickly shook his head. It's nothing. I was just lost in thought for a moment. He then thought to himself, what was that energy that just flashed by? How strange. After walking a while longer, Wu Ding smiled shyly. I'm here. You should head back and rest too. He replied politely, all right, you go in first. She quickly went inside. Okay, goodbye, classmate Yi. Yi Bei-shun seemed to sense that strange energy again, causing him to become lost in thought. That energy appeared again. It feels like spiritual energy. Bei-shun stroked his chin thoughtfully. Spiritual energy is incredibly thin 2,000 years later, but it's quite dense here. There must be something special about this place. I need to find an opportunity to stay and investigate. Suddenly, a room for rent advertisement fluttered down. It immediately caught his attention. There we go. The next day, in the bathroom, while he was still humming a tune, Lu Jio waited outside, fuming with anger. Damn it, I finally found him. Last time, his men ambushed me and knocked me unconscious. This time, I'll definitely get my revenge. And so, the group of three put their newly devised plan into action. Finally, they put a sack over Bei-shun's head, and Lu Jio, satisfied, yelled out the order to hit him. At this moment, outside the school restroom, the screams caused everyone to gossip nonstop, wondering what was happening inside. The cries sound so terrible. Lu Jio and his lackeys, their faces swollen from Bei-shun's beating, hurriedly knelt down, admitting their mistake. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Please forgive us. Just bowing their heads and admitting fault, wanting forgiveness, wasn't that too easy? Terrified, Lu Jio cried pathetically, What do you want us to do to be forgiven? Lu Jio, tears streaming down his face, his lips trembling, asked how much. Bei-shun cracked his knuckles and said, you name the price. Lu Jio then said 100. Bei-shun slapped him and scolded, are you trying to brush me off with beggar's change? Terrified, Lu Jio quickly raised the price 1,000. Just like that, Bei-shun chopped Lu Jio on the head and asked, so I'm not worth anything. Scared witless, Lu Jio raised his hands defensively and pleaded, all right, stop hitting. I'll offer 10,000. Will that do? Bei-shun's expression seemed to say that the price couldn't be lowered. He directly stated, fixed price, 100,000. Lu Jio, drenched in sweat, asked, that much? Once outside, Bei-shun exclaimed with satisfaction, people in the year 2000 still use this kind of wallet. Interesting. There's 100,000 in here, enough to rent a house. Lu Jio and his lackeys didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Please, sir, take your time leaving. But as soon as Bei-shun turned to leave, they became resentful. Our boss has been bullied like this. How can we just let it go? Lu Jio immediately instructed, a true man doesn't dwell on immediate losses. No one is to speak of this incident. They wouldn't dare to anyway. Yes, sir. Lu Jio dejectedly waved his hand at his two underlings and consoled them. Let's go. First, let's get our injuries treated, then we'll figure out how to deal with that brat later. The bell rang, signaling the start of class. Miss Chu was also preparing to start her class. Students, today we will be learning new material in this course. Down below, Bei-shun suddenly asked Wu Ding with some curiosity, Wu Ding, is your family looking for a renter? She was surprised. How did you know? He honestly replied, I happened to see the advertisement in front of your house last time. Bei-shun smiled sheepishly, scratching his face. I'd like to rent a room at your place. How about it? Wu Ding was surprised and stammered, oh, really? Hearing this, he firmly affirmed, yes, of course it's real. I've even prepared the rent money. Miss Chu, hearing the chatter, threw a piece of chalk at Bei-shun and scolded, you there. What are you muttering about during class? You have no respect for me. He didn't manage to dodge it. Rubbing his forehead, Bei-shun frankly reminded her, ma'am, your liver fire is acting up. Your yin and yang are imbalanced. You need to adjust your diet. Her face darkened, and she asked, frowning, what did you say? He sighed softly and was about to repeat himself, I said. But Ms. Chu angrily interrupted, shut up. I don't welcome failing students here. Get out. It just so happened that Bei-shun wasn't particularly interested in staying either. Fine, I'll leave. I can self-study at the library anyway. Before leaving, he didn't forget to remind Wu Ding, remember to save that room for me. She agreed without hesitation. Okay. Seeing him leave, Miss Chu calmed down and began, all right, let's continue the lesson. During break time, the phone Miss Chu had tucked under her book suddenly rang. She immediately answered, hello, who is this? The voice on the other end introduced themselves. Hello, Ms. Chu, this is Professor Wang. Hearing this, she was stunned. Professor Wang, she thought, bewildered. Impossible. How could someone of his stature call me? Composing herself, she asked, Hello, Professor Wong. How can I help you? He got straight to the point. If it's convenient, please have student Bei Shun from your class come see me. I'd like to invite him to join the Great Qin Project. Ms. Chu agreed without hesitation. Certainly, certainly. I'll call him right away. As soon as the call ended, she quickly asked, which of you is Bei Shun? Wu Ding immediately raised her hand and replied, Teacher, he's the one you just sent out. Ms. Chu's face paled, and she exclaimed worriedly, what? Recalling her actions, Ms. Chu rushed off, panicking internally. I'm finished. I just offended a VIP. Soon after, she found the library. Bei Shun was still sitting there, intently studying his materials. Ignoring all decorum, Ms. Chu, despite her high heels, ran towards him. Clinging to the doorframe, Ms. Chu exclaimed excitedly, Finally found you, student Bei Shun. Bei Shun was puzzled. Isn't it class time? Teacher, why are you here? She put on a remorseful expression, hesitantly starting, I'm sorry, student Bei Shun. I was a bit loud earlier. I apologize. This only confused him further. Apologize. Ms. Chu, employing her feminine charms, leaned in slightly and explained, Professor Wong specifically requested you for the Great Qin Project team. Anyone who catches Professor Wong's attention must be talented and outstanding. I was blind earlier. I truly misjudged you. Bei Shun was still clueless. Which Professor Wong? I don't know him. She insisted, you'll recognize him when you get there. His project team is in the East History Building. Bei Shun, unconcerned, simply responded with a small O. She continued, Student Bei Shun, aren't you going to check it out? He continued reading, replying casually, I'll go after I finish this book. All right, take your time, she conceded. Meanwhile, in the infirmary, Lu Jio's underlings anxiously asked, Boss, what are we going to do? He had just come up with a plan. I know the leaders of the gangs around here. I'll call them and have them teach Bei Shun a lesson. They burst into laughter. Great idea. Coincidentally, Bei Shun walked by at that moment, further exciting them. Boss, there's Bei Shun. Lu Jio smirked, pleased. Excellent. This time I'll cripple him. Without hesitation, he picked up his phone and called. Hello, Brother Sung. I need you to help me deal with someone. Zhang Wu, busy driving, quickly asked, what's his name? Lu Yu replied, Bai Shen. Zhang Wu agreed immediately without a second thought. Got it. As soon as the call ended, Zhang Wu excitedly revved the engine and sped off. Let's go, boys. He accelerated a little too hard, causing the car to pop a wheelie. His two subordinates tumbled out, and he cursed, damn it. Bei Shun was wondering, where is the history building? Then, Lu Jio, having just called for backup, yelled, showing off Bei Shun. You were just beaten a moment ago, but you're still talking big. You stole 100,000 from me and want to run. Do you think I'm easy to bully? Hearing this, the corner of Bei Shun's lips curled into a mocking smirk. What? Want another beating? But Lu Jio confidently declared, you think you're a big shot just because you beat me once. Let me tell you, today I called Zhang Wu. When he gets here, you definitely won't have it easy. Just then, Zhang Wu and his two underlings arrived. He didn't bother looking around and aggressively asked, where's Bei Shun? Lu Jio bowed and greeted him, Zhang Wu. Then, without hesitation, he pointed towards Bei Shun. He's over there. Zhang Wu's expression paled slightly, thinking to himself, damn it, it's that Jinx. Zhang Wu glared at Lu Jio, thinking, last time I almost got beaten up. If I fight him again, I'll definitely be done for. Seeing that it was Zhang Wu, Bei Shun smirked coldly. So, he's the one you said would make things difficult for me. Lu Jio, still unaware, continued to point. Zhang Wu, he dared to talk to you like that. Beat him up. This was too much for Zhang Wu to bear. He immediately slapped Lu Jio, yelling, beat your sister. Lu Jio, holding his face, asked in confusion, Zhang Wu, why did you hit me? Zhang Wu, wiser this time, bowed deeply. I apologize, Mr. Bei. That brat Lu Jio tricked me into coming here. Please forgive me. Lu Jio apologized to Mr. Bei. Is he someone you can mess with? Lu Jio, still stunned, thought to himself, what's going on? Why is Zhang Wu so afraid of Bei Shun? Could it be that Bei Shun is some hidden boss? Seeing Lu Jio still frozen, Bei Shun taunted, your Zhang Wu doesn't dare to make a move. Why don't you come yourself? Even with all the courage in the world, Lu Jio wouldn't dare. Terrified, he knelt down. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Bai Shen leaned in menacingly. I spared you last time, and you still dare to come here. Are you really that low? Lu Jio, sweating profusely, stammered, yes, I'm low. Please forgive me. Bei Shun seized the opportunity to hit him where it hurt. How much are you paying for emotional damages this time? Lu Jio, slumped on the ground, cried, There's emotional damages too. Bei Shun held up his hand and said curtly, "Not paying, huh? Then I won't hold back." Lu Jiu immediately responded, "Wait, I'll pay another 100,000 yuan." A few seconds later, he helplessly handed over his bank card. "Please accept this." Bei Shun chuckled to himself. This money is too easy to earn. After receiving the card, Bei Shun walked away cheerfully as if nothing had happened. "Welcome back anytime." Lu Jiu, still kneeling, sighed, "Come back again. I don't have that much money to pay." Suddenly, a shadowy figure who had been watching Bei Shun appeared. He thought to himself, "This kid has some skills, but that's about it." Walking down the street, Bei Shun seemed to sense this mysterious danger. His eyes widened as a sense of unease washed over him. Bei Shun paused, lost in thought. Strange, someone had broken the tricks he'd set up at the Cloud Mist Mountain Manor, and his master's wife was in danger. Thinking of his loved ones in danger, he immediately used his powers to fly away at lightning speed. The shadowy figure tailing him turned out to be one of A Long's underlings. He quickly called to report, "Brother Long, the kid's here." The streak of light across the sky was Bei Shun using his powers to travel. In no time, he arrived at the Cloud Mist Mountain Manor, hovering in midair. This place still has traces of the Insha formation, he observed, but it's no longer active. He channeled his power to his eyes to get a clearer view of what was below. Who would dare to use such tactics here? He wondered. Through his enhanced vision, he could see a group of mysterious figures of unknown origin inside the Cloud Mist Mountain Manor. Furthermore, there was another group in the distance. Bei Shun stroked his chin, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Interesting, he mused, things could get exciting today. Without wasting any more time, he descended. A Long barked orders. "The kid's here. Surround him." His underlings immediately obeyed, each wielding various weapons as they encircled him. Well, A Long sneered, holding a large saber. "You got guts, kid. Destroying the formation set up by my master and then daring to return. You clearly don't respect him." He suddenly pressed the saber against Bei Shun's neck. "Tell me," he demanded, "why did you destroy the formation?" "Bei Shun feigned a cowardly demiano." I'll talk, but it was all a ruse. In reality, Bei Shun was already preparing to strike, his eyes flashing with power. In the blink of an eye, his fist connected squarely with A Long's face, leaving him no time to react. "Damn you!" Bei Shun snarled, a mocking smile playing on his lips. A Long crumpled to the ground, and Bei Shun swiftly snatched his saber. "Don't want to end up like him," he threatened. "Then get out of my way." They expected him to use the saber against them, but he simply plunged it into the ground. Then, with effortless grace, he leaped into the air, escaping their encirclement. "Useless bunch," he scoffed. "You think you can take me on with that level of skill?" A Long, seething with rage, roared, "What are you standing around for?" After him, his underlings, momentarily stunned, finally gave chase. While leading them on a merry chase, Bei Shun thought to himself, "There's another group that hasn't made a move yet. Seems they're not working together. Now, this is getting interesting." The leader of the second group, holding some sort of magical artifact that allowed him to sense Bei Shun's proximity, addressed his men. "The kid's getting closer. Prepare to hunt. This time, no matter what, we must retrieve the item." "Understood." His underlings replied obediently. Hidden amongst the trees, they whispered amongst themselves as Bei Shun's figure came into view. "Look, there he is." Their leader commanded, "Follow me. Attack." Bei Shun, fully aware of the situation, had a plan already forming in his mind. They're all here, he thought. Just need to wait a little longer." He descended near the group hidden in the trees. His plan was a feint. He yelled, "Hey, there are some bad guys chasing me. Stop them." A Long, startled, began to panic. This isn't good. The kid has backup. The leader on the other side felt the same. Both of them realized they had fallen into Bei Shun's trap. "Damn it, I didn't expect him to bring so many men." He ordered his underlings, "Forget it. Charge. Take them all out." Seeing his plan succeed perfectly, Bei Shun smirked. As the two sides clashed, he suddenly used a spell to disappear, leaving the leader bewildered. He stared blankly, unsure of what had happened, when A Long charged forward with his axe. "Damn it, get out of my way." A Long swung his axe down, but the leader, still composed, blocked it with a magical artifact. Seeing this, the underlings from both sides immediately clashed. Bei Shun, amused, sat down and ate an apple. He calmly enjoyed the good show, watching the brawl with amusement. After a long while of fighting, the leader paused, catching his breath. Along, drenched in sweat, grew increasingly frustrated. Damn it, the opponent is not weak at all. Having watched enough of the spectacle, Bei Shun jumped down from a tree and called out, "Hey, have you had enough? Do you need me to help you?" Along was stunned. "It's you." The leader, now also enraged at the sight of Bei Shun, exclaimed, "You dare come back? Aren't you afraid I'll eliminate you?" Hearing this, Along froze, realizing something. "What? You also came to take him down?" he asked, bewildered. "Take him down. I want to skin him alive." He gritted his teeth in frustration. "Damn it, we've both been tricked by him." Hearing their bewildered words, Bei Shun couldn't hide his amusement. "Huh? Who told you to be all brawn and no brains? So easily tricked." Along, enraged, was speechless. "You." The leader finally caught on. "I understand now. You were acting all along. Your goal was to make us eliminate each other." Bei Shun raised a finger, mockingly smiling. "Just figure that out now. Idiots." The leader, enraged and losing control, charged forward. "I'll finish you." He closed in on Bei Shun, preparing to use his magical artifact. Bei Shun simply stepped back, effortlessly dodging the attack. "With such meager cultivation, you dare show off in front of me." He then kneed the leader in the chest, sending him flying. The leader, having taken a heavy blow, collapsed to the ground in pain. Along stared wide-eyed. Such a powerful kick. After a moment, the leader stood up, trying to regain his composure. "Damn it. No wonder you were able to take down so many of our men. Turns out you do have some skill." Bei Shun smiled, deliberately provoking them. "Taking you on one by one is boring. Come at me together. Don't waste my time." These words successfully ignited the beast within Along. He gripped his axe tightly and lectured, "Kid, don't be so arrogant." Then, he furiously swung his axe down, creating a powerful attack. "Taking you down is enough for just me." Bei Shun calmly waited for the attack. "Not bad. This attack is somewhat interesting." Along roared, "Log out." His attack struck Bei Shun, creating the illusion that he had been cut in two. Seeing this, a smug grin spread across Along's face. Just as he thought he had won, a familiar voice rang out beside him. "Sorry, but those flowery words have no effect on me." Bei Shun's hand was right next to Along's, ready to flick him. With a single flick of his finger, Bei Shun cracked Along's skull, causing a torrent of blood and brain matter to erupt. Along didn't even have time to react before he logged out of the Earth server. The leader standing nearby couldn't hide his astonishment, exclaiming, "How? How is this possible?" Bei Shun spoke now. It's her turn. The leader, no longer daring to speak loudly, could only whisper his judgment. "Damn it, this kid is a freak." Without another word, he turned and fled. In the blink of an eye, Bei Shun appeared before the fleeing leader. Still muttering to himself, "I'll just leave it at this for today," remained completely oblivious. Taken completely by surprise, the leader found a blade piercing his stomach as Bei Shun sneered, "Trying to escape from me." Watching him fall, Bei Shun chuckled softly, "Better luck next life." Having dealt with these minor annoyances, Bei Shun quickly departed. At Haichao University, home to the Great Qin Project team, the atmosphere seemed peaceful and warm. A Thursday sat in the room, feeling a little restless. It had been a while since the project team had a new member, and she wondered what the newcomer would be like. Suddenly, the door opened, and a pair of small feet stepped inside. It was Xiao Nu. She entered with several others, waving cheerfully to her senior. "Hello, senior A Thursday." A Thursday calmly announced, "Is everyone here? We have a new member joining us today, and I've called you all here so you can get acquainted." This unexpected news surprised Xiao Nu, a new member. A Thursday pondered for a moment. They're probably still on their way. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Bei Shun entered, asking, "Hello, everyone. Is this the Great Qin Project team?" Xiao Nu was stunned, her eyes wide with surprise. "Yi Bei Shun." As she answered his question, A Thursday stood up. "Yes, this is the Great Qin Project team." She approached him and asked, "Are you the new member?" Bei Shen smiled briefly, replying, "Yes, I'm Yi Bei Shen." Behind A Thursday's welcoming expression was an overwhelming sense of joy. "He's so handsome. He's joining our project team. This is wonderful." Shen-Chi noticed A Thursday's behavior towards Bei Shun and couldn't hide his annoyance. "Damn it, it seems like the goddess has taken a liking to this newcomer." He tried to reassure himself, calm down. I can't be too forward. I have to maintain a cool distance." But in the end, he decided, no, I have to teach this newcomer a lesson right from the start. He looked around and asked, "Where's Professor Wang?" A Thursday slowly replied, "He's in an important meeting. He won't be able to make it this time." Shen-Chi, standing behind them, made his move, flicking his fingers to send some sort of magical artifact flying into Bei Shun's pocket. Having set his plan in motion, he chuckled quietly to himself. There'll be a good show to watch in a moment. But things wouldn't be that easy. Bei Shun had already detected the object in his pocket. Just then, Shun-Chi yelled, "Guards! Thief! Someone stealing! Come quickly!" Two security guards, hearing the commotion, rushed in with fierce expressions. "Who dares to steal here?" Shun-Chi pointed decisively at Bei Shun. To everyone's astonishment, it's him. Bei Shun, realizing Shun-Chi's dirty trick, thought, "So that's it. He slipped something into my pocket, trying to frame me." Seeing this injustice, A Thursday asked, "Student Yi, what did you take?" Bei Shun widened his eyes, feigning ignorance. "I didn't take anything." Shun-Chi relentlessly pressed the false accusation. "I saw you take the wishing pearl with my own eyes. It's on you right now." Bei Shun extended his hands confidently. "Oh really? Then search me." A security guard approached. "Let us search you." The guard thoroughly searched him from his inner shirt to his outer layers. Then he checked his pockets and all possible hiding places. After a moment, the guard gave his final verdict. "It's not here." Shun-Chi's eyes widened in disbelief. "What? How is that possible?" Bei Shun glanced at him and declared loudly for everyone to hear, leaving Shun-Chi stunned. "The wishing pearl is on him. He's pretending to be the victim to deceive everyone." Inside the project team's room, Bei Shun successfully turned the tables. Shun-Chi, finding himself accused, immediately retorted, "Don't slander me. I'm a member of this project. How could I steal this?" Bei Shun calmly replied, "Don't get agitated. If you're so sure, let security search you and we'll see." Shun-Chi didn't hesitate. "Fine, search me. I'm not afraid." Seeing this, Bei Shun quickly stepped forward to search him. He spread Shun-Chi's arms, but after searching for a while, he still couldn't find what he was looking for. "Damn it, what's going on? I clearly put the wishing pearl in there. Why can't I find it?" But very quickly, Bei Shun noticed a small bulge in Shun-Chi's pocket. He swiftly retrieved it in front of everyone. "Found it!" Shun-Chi, seeing the wishing pearl taken from his person, was instantly shocked. "What? This is impossible." Seeing the clear evidence, A Thursday said, "Student Shun-Chi, you dare to steal and then cry foul. I really misjudged you." He shouted in his defense, "No, it's not like that." Shun-Chi grew increasingly furious, grinding his teeth. "I clearly put the wishing pearl in Bei Shun's clothes just now, but somehow it came back." Bei Shun stood beside him, looking at him with a cunning glint in his eyes. "With this little bit of cleverness, you dare to challenge me without shame." He had discovered the pearl in his own pocket earlier. Of course, he also knew who the real culprit was. He'd use a little sleight of hand to slip the pearl onto Shun-Chi. A Thursday said calmly, "Even if you didn't steal it, making false accusations is a serious offense. Our project team doesn't welcome students with character issues. You're expelled." As Shun-Chi was dragged away, he pleaded, "No, Senior, A Thursday. Please give me a chance to make amends." The two security guards showed no mercy, dragging him out of the room. "Stop talking nonsense and come with us." Bei Shun walked over to A Thursday, feigning displeasure. "You reap what you sow." Seeing this, A Thursday quickly turned back with a warm smile. "Student Yi, I'm sorry you had to endure this on your first day. I apologize on behalf of the project team." Bei Shun, not one to hold a grudge, waved his hand dismissively. "It's all right. It's good that everything's cleared up." A Thursday quickly suggested, "How about this? The project team will have a celebratory dinner with you, as a welcome and an apology." He happily accepted. "I'm honored to accept." After everything was settled, night fell. The streets, though deserted, were surrounded by bustling restaurants. They raised their glasses and drank together. Bei Shun drained his beer in one gulp and cheered. "Ah, refreshing." Tian asked curiously, "Bei Shun, there are so many places. Why did you think of barbecue?" He cheerfully replied, "Nothing much, just introducing some business to an acquaintance." At this moment, the server brought the barbecue to the table. "Here's your food." Bei Shun, seeing her, immediately seized the opportunity to ask Wu Ding, "What are you taking me to see the room?" Wu Ding suddenly remembered and said cheerfully, "Ah, Bei Shun is in a good mood today." He suggested, "There's no time like the present. How about tonight?" Wu Ding naturally didn't refuse. Okay. Jiang Xiaonu, seeing their natural conversation, thought, what's going on? It seems like the relationship between Wu Ding and Bei Shun isn't ordinary. No sooner said than done. Bei Shun immediately stood up and said goodbye to the group. Everyone, I'll have to leave tonight. I still have things to do. You guys take your time and eat. The others naturally had no objections. Okay, we understand. Bei Shun immediately took Wu Ding's hand and pulled. Let's go. Let's go see your place now. Wu Ding was powerless and was just dragged out of the restaurant, feeling a little flustered. Jiang Xiaonu's face worsened as she watched this scene. The surrounding people also started to gossip. Oh, there's definitely something going on between them. Haha, they're a perfect match. She sighed helplessly. On the other side, Wu Ding led him to the room and showed him around. She opened the window wide for him to look at the scenery outside. Bei Shun leaned against the window and commented, "Not bad. The view from this room is great." Wu Ding added, "The rent isn't expensive. 500 yuan a month is enough." Bei Shun held out a card and said, "There's 10,000 in here for now. When it's used up, I'll add more." Wu Ding couldn't help but exclaim, "Ah, that a lot all at once." He rested his hand on the windowsill and looked outside. "I plan to rent here long term, so it's not much." Wu Ding took the card and replied, "All right, then we'll settle the accounts later." After the agreement was made, she didn't bother him anymore. "Get some rest. I'll go out and take a look around." Bai Shen Vafet Shafuli, goodbye. A stream of spiritual energy flowed through his fingers. As expected, the surrounding spiritual energy is dense here. Bei Shun quickly sat down and raised his hands to gather the spiritual energy in front of his chest. Suddenly, he heard a strange noise from below. Bei Shun quickly stopped what he was doing and looked down curiously, then quickly jumped out the window and rushed down to the street. He saw a lion roaring in front of a large spirit beast. Isn't that the Lion King? What's it doing? The spirit beast opened its mouth ferociously. A moment later, the two beasts clashed. Bei Shun also swung his fist and jumped up. Ha! So that's it. No wonder the spiritual energy has been so dense lately. He threw a powerful punch towards the spirit beast, but it quickly escaped. But it couldn't escape his eyes. He quickly noticed the spirit beast charging towards him. He grabbed its mouth with his bare hands and then kicked it in the head. The spirit beast was sent flying and crashed into a wall, creating a loud noise. Bei Shun stood there triumphantly, looking at the defeated spirit beast at his feet. Bei Shun stood there, looking at the spirit beast lying on its back. But it seemed it wasn't completely defeated yet. The spirit beast opened its eyes and raised its head, then growled a few times. Bei Shun didn't let it retaliate, immediately launching a fist attack, putting it to sleep. The spirit beast only had time to cry out a few times, "Grr, grr," before one of his blows released a large amount of energy, quickly wiping out all traces of the spirit beast. A large sphere of energy now formed in the air. He walked closer to it, slowly inhaling and savoring it. This feeling was truly like ascending to heaven. At this moment, the Lion King came closer to him and barked a few times, "Woof, woof." Bei Shun looked at it and murmured, "What? Are you upset that I ate your prey?" It didn't pay attention to him, only barking once. Then it kicked its legs and jumped into the pile of trash in the corner. "Woof, woof." Bei Shun looked at it with exasperation. What in the world is this beast doing? Suddenly, at this moment, a beam of light attracted him. What is this? A spirit vein. Bei Shun exclaimed excitedly, "I can't believe there's a spirit vein here. No wonder there are so many spirit beasts and dense spiritual energy. A blessed land with good feng shui. This is an ideal place to cultivate." He summoned his secret manual. "Let me try practicing the 1,000-mile eye." Bei Shun closed his eyes and focused spiritual energy into the secret manual. His right eye lit up as if a line of sight could penetrate space. Dense spiritual energy is good. Only then can the 1,000-mile eye be effective. It went so far that he could see through the door without controlling his vision. Wait, that's not right. Wu Ding was preparing to take off her towel and step into the bathtub. Seeing this, Yi Bei Shun's eyes lit up, syrup dripping from his nose, and he muttered, "Amitabha Buddha, may blessings be immeasurable." Sinful, sinful. Soon, dawn broke. In front of Wu Ding's house, an ambulance was waiting. Bei Shun propped himself up on his knees and asked in confusion, "What's that noise? So noisy this early in the morning?" He poked his head out and saw Wu Ding running after the nurse, crying, Mom, wake up. Don't scare me." He was surprised. It's Wu Ding. The nurse was about to close the door and said to her, "I'm sorry, the ambulance is full. You can take a taxi to the hospital." The ambulance door slammed shut, leaving her standing there dumbfounded. Bei-shun quickly walked over and asked, "Wu Ding, what happened?" Her eyes filled with tears as she replied, "My mother suddenly fell ill and is now being taken to the hospital." He asked doubtfully, "Fell ill?" Then Bei-shun politely extended his hand. "Come, take me to see her." Inside the hospital, 3 doctors stood by the hospital bed, sighing. "It's no use. She can't be saved." They had never seen a case like this before and kept discussing it. Her illness, besides being hot on the outside and cold on the inside, I've never seen anything like it. Indeed, even a divine doctor couldn't save her. It's best to take her home. Bei-shun suddenly burst into the room and shouted, "Wait." Wu Ding saw her mother lying there and burst into tears. She immediately rushed over. Mom, are you okay?" She grabbed the doctor's hand and pleaded, "Doctor, please save my mother. She's the only family I have left." The doctor replied helplessly, "It's not that we don't want to save her, but her illness is extremely rare." At this moment, Yi Bei-shun arrived at the bedside and took her pulse. Cold inside and out, lungs deficient in yang energy, excess in energy in the dantian. This condition is indeed rare, but I have a way to treat it. The doctor was immediately stunned. "Where did this kid come from? Are you questioning our medical expertise?" Bei-shun immediately denied it. "No, I'm just stating my conclusion based on the current situation." The doctor continued to interrogate him. "May I ask which school you studied at, young man? Who is your teacher? How dare you speak so arrogantly?" Bei-shun confidently replied, "I am self-taught." Upon hearing this, the doctor couldn't help but scoff. "What a lunatic. Self-taught, and you dare boast. Aren't you afraid of your mouth? Writing checks your body can't cash. Get out. You're not welcome here." Bei-shun still didn't give up. "Listen, you don't have to believe me, but a life is at stake. Let me try." A white-haired doctor quickly stepped forward. "Hold on." The other doctor asked, "What's the matter? Do you actually believe him?" "No, I just want to let him give a try." He then walked over to Bei-shun and challenged him. "Young man, I can let you try to treat her, but we need the family's consent. Moreover, if you fail, you will bear the corresponding responsibility. Do you dare?" Bei-shun smeated brichtly. "Of course I dare." The 2 unconvinced doctors said, "What? If he can actually cure her, I'll eat my hat." "Me too." He then turned to Wu Ding and asked, "Family of the patient, do you agree to let him try to treat her?" She looked at Bei-shun hesitantly. Yi Bei-shun looked at her with determined eyes. "Trust me, I can make her better." Wu Ding swallowed her tears and nodded. "I agree. My mother is in critical condition now. We can only take a gamble and see." The doctor yielded the stage to Bei-shun and stepped back. "Then please go ahead." Bei-shun, with a confident look, took out a set of acupuncture needles. "Everyone, please step back a little." He took out 4 needles and inserted them into the patient's neck. The needles are in place. Now I just need to inject spiritual qi, open the meridians, and use the spiritual qi to regulate yin and yang. Wu Ding's mother immediately opened her eyes and then coughed up a mouthful of phlegm. Wu Ding panicked and rushed forward, but a hand stopped her. Mom, what's wrong?" The doctor grabbed Bei-shun and quickly concluded, "You kid, you were so full of yourself, and now you've killed her. Prepare to go to jail." Bei-shun retorted, "Who says I killed her?" The doctor didn't let go, pointing at Wu Ding's mother. "You still dare to argue. Look for yourself." But her eyes, which had been closed, slowly opened. Wu Ding was overjoyed. "Mom, you're awake." The doctor shouted in astonishment. "What?" Tears streaming down her face. Wu Ding choked up and asked, "Mom, how are you feeling now?" Her mother coughed a few times and then spoke. "Much better, but I still can't quite control my coughing." Bei-shun, standing beside them, smiled brightly and explained, "Ma'am, this is just after the treatment. It'll be fine in half an hour." The doctor frowned at Bei-shun curiously. Who are you exactly?" Bei-shun blatantly lied. "Just an ordinary, unremarkable student." The doctor didn't press the issue further, becoming embarrassed. "Well, I sincerely apologize. I was blind and didn't recognize your abilities." But Bei-shun still seemed to hold a grudge, speaking with a mixture of harshness and lightness. "No need to apologize. Just wipe the dog shit out of your eyes that makes you look down on others in the future." The doctor didn't dare to protest, agreeing repeatedly. Right. You're absolutely right." Wu Ding's mother was transferred to the recovery room. She looked at Bei-shun curiously. "Dinger, who is this?" She replied, he's a classmate of mine, Yi Bei-shun. It's thanks to him that my mother was saved. Her mother said happily to Bei-shun, so that's how it is. Then I must thank you, Bei-shun. Looking at him, Wu Ding shyly expressed herself, hesitantly saying, you helped me so much I don't know how to repay you. Bei-shun seized the opportunity, want to repay me. It's simple. Take me to your house. Wu Ding looked puzzled. Huh? What for? He put on a mysterious air. Naturally. The two quickly returned to her home and sat at a dining table laden with delicious food, but it seemed that only Bei-shun was eating. Wu Ding watched him polish off dish after dish, so much so that there were already 2 stacks of empty bowls. After eating his fill, Bei-shun burped loudly. Finally, I'm full. Wu Ding blushed, embarrassed. Bei-shun, is the repayment you mentioned just making you a good meal? Bei-shun stood up, not understanding her meaning, isn't it? Wu Ding lowered her head, seemingly a little disappointed. All right, but this is a bit too simple. He, not noticing her feelings, wanted to leave after finishing his meal. All right, I'm full. I have to go back to my room and rest. Wu Ding dejectedly said goodbye. Oh, good night. He replied casually, you too. As soon as Bei-shun left, her face brightened. Wu Ding smiled to herself. Bei-shun is really nice. It would be wonderful if I could marry a man like him someday. As for Bei-shun, as soon as he returned, he threw himself into training. Cultivating here is indeed much more effective. I must accelerate my cultivation and break through to a higher level soon. Suddenly, the sound of a dog barking came from somewhere. He remained still with his eyes closed, while its paws scratched at the window. Bei-shun went to look, curious. You faithful dog, what are you doing running to my place? It kept barking. He understood. Are you saying someone in the mountain manor wants to harm Master's wife? No, wants to harm Aunt Chu. It barked once in confirmation. Bei-shun immediately became enraged. Damn it. How dare someone target my master's wife? You're all looking for a place to die. As soon as he finished speaking, he leaped directly from the window to the opposite building and ran off. At this time, at the site of the collapsed mountain manor, everyone was working hard to clean up. Madame Wang looked at the person beside her with gratitude. Master Yi, it's fortunate that you warned us in advance, allowing Uncle Tong to evacuate everyone from the mountain manor early. Otherwise, this sudden explosion would definitely have caused our Kwong family to suffer heavy losses. He smiled righteously, madam. You're too kind. The poor Taoist and old Kwong are old friends. How could I stand by and watch the Kwong family's descendants suffer without doing anything? He said, then waved his horsetail whisk. However, the feng shui of this place has been unexpectedly destroyed by the fire, and years of the poor Taoist's painstaking efforts have gone up in smoke. To continue prolonging old Kwong's life, we must use special methods to reconstruct the formation. Madame Wang immediately said, Master Yi, please tell me what you need. As long as it can save my father's life, our Kwong family is willing to pay any price. Having achieved his goal, he requested, I don't need anything precious, just a drop of the madam's heart blood. She repeated, heart blood. Master Yi explained further, the so-called heart blood is the serum from the heart. But madam, don't worry, the poor Taoist can use Taoist magic to extract it without surgery or incisions. Madame Wang readily agreed. Yes, as long as my father can be saved, I'm willing to endure anything. Master Yi immediately wanted to begin. Then please come inside, madam. Let's go retrieve your heart blood. The disciples following behind snickered. This woman is so gullible. Master tricked her with a few words, and she actually believes she can survive after giving up her heart blood. Another one urged, all right, quickly reconstruct the formation. Don't ruin Master's good work. He grinned maliciously. Don't worry, senior brother. I've mastered the Insha formation. I'll finish setting it up quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, the disciple shot out a talisman. It flew forward and radiated a demonic energy. Then, suddenly, the talisman exploded with a loud bang. Instantly, the formation was created. The dissolving talisman circled those setting up the formation, emitting a powerful energy. Then it shot bolts of lightning into the sky, forming a vortex. A strange shadow appeared in the center of the vortex. What's going on? Why is there a celestial phenomenon? It turned out to be Bei-shun finally arriving. The disciples looked around in confusion. Senior brother, look, someone's riding a sword. The other one retorted, no, that's not someone riding a sword. It's... The senior brother corrected him, a dog flying in the sky. Beishan exuded a murderous aura, so someone is reconstructing the Insha formation here. No wonder the Lion King was so agitated. The disciples immediately launched talismans to attack. Looks like we've encountered a demon. We can't let the demon destroy the Insha formation. They shot out demonic spiritual energy, intending to take down their opponent, Dai. Beishan stood still, waiting for it to come. The surging demonic energy flew towards him, intending to attack. Beishan calmly swung his sword, evil demonic path. Instantly, the demonic energy was shattered by his sword strike. But didn't stop there. It flew straight through, aiming to hit the two disciples, causing them to cry out in fear. Dodge. This is bad. Beishan's powerful attack slammed into the ground, both destroying the demonic energy and sending the two disciples flying. They couldn't withstand it and flew several feet, groaning. He landed on the ground and questioned, so you're the ones setting up the Insha formation. Aren't you afraid of damaging your lifespans? The junior brother was annoyed. Damn it, we were tricked. That person isn't a demon. His senior brother was also furious. Putting on an act. Almost fooled me. The junior brother became tense. This brat wants to stop our formation. The foolish senior brother started insulting him. Just by looking, you can tell he's just a good-for-nothing trying to scare people. Beishan assessed them silently. Their cultivation is very shallow, not like someone who can set up the Insha formation. Could there be someone else? The junior brother didn't waste any more words, conjuring a saber and breathing fire onto it. He turned and instructed senior brother, use the demonic confusion formation to control him. The other one replied without hesitation, all right. The senior brother's face hardened as he recited the incantation, heavenly heart, demonic curse, invisible killer, unsettled mind, soul scattered and destroyed. He slammed a flag into the ground, and the air around him swirled violently, initiating the formation. A circular demonic formation immediately appeared beneath their feet and Beishan's. The saber in the junior brother's hand radiated evil energy as he muttered, Demon God manifest, lend me your power to slay the god. It was the demonic god summoning technique. Now, the junior brother's entire body was also enveloped in demonic energy. However, Beishan wasn't afraid at all. Interesting, he mused, there's still people colluding with the demonic clans now. The disciple flew straight towards him, shouting threateningly, stop talking nonsense. He swung the saber in his hand decisively. Beishan simply stood in place, exhaling a stream of energy. Then, gradually, it intensified, blasting towards the disciple's face, knocking the saber from his grasp. Unable to resist, the disciple panicked. How is this possible? Beishan seized the opportunity presented by the disciple's vulnerability and lunged forward. With such abilities, you shouldn't be involved in such matters. He quickly grabbed the disciple by the neck, causing him to cry out as he was reprimanded. You just had to go and do evil, didn't you? Beishan tightened his grip on the disciple's neck, his voice low and menacing. Then I can only carry out heaven's will. He effortlessly tossed the disciple aside. The senior brother stammered at the sight. Junior brother. The injured disciple trembled in pain, warning, senior brother. He's strong. Run. The junior brother collapsed, uttering his last words, run away. This scene sent chills down the senior brother's spine. Seeing Beishan calmly approaching, he fearfully sought help. Damn it, I'll go find Master to avenge my brother. But in the blink of an eye, Beishan appeared, blocking his escape. Oh, you have a master. The senior brother immediately froze, not daring to make a move. Beishan impatiently pressed closer. Tell me, where is your master? Did he tell you to set up the Insha formation? He easily lifted the disciple off the ground. The disciple pleaded, Great immortal, spare me. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Then he confessed everything. My master is in the mountain manor. It was indeed he who instructed us to set up the formation. Beishan pressed further. Who is your master? The senior brother hesitated before answering. He was originally an expert from Longhu Mountain, but he was expelled for violating the sect's rules. It turned out that master, he had been expelled from his sect in disgrace. Moral decay, a heart filled with evil. Longhu Mountain does not acknowledge disciples like you. Get out. The disciple continued. After that, he established his own sect and recruited disciples. The senior brother slowly recounted everything he knew. Many years ago, he accidentally discovered this mountain manor surrounded by mist and immediately concluded that there must be a treasure hidden beneath. However, the treasure's appearance would take at least 100 years. To accelerate its emergence, Master devised a plan. He urged Elder Kwong to purchase the abandoned Van Tu Mountain Manor and renovate it into the Van Vu Mountain Manor. So Master, he had intentionally approached the Kwong family from the beginning. He had also secretly set up the Insha formation, absorbing the yang energy of the residents to accelerate the treasure's growth. Yi Bei Shun pondered, so that's how it is. The cowardly senior brother knelt at his feet, begging, "Great Immortal, I've told you everything I know. Please spare my life." Bei Shun's tone turned cold. "Spare your life." Bei Shun's hand gathered spiritual energy again. The disciple, terrified, could only whimper. With a bang, the surrounding dust and debris were sent flying. Bei Shun, ignoring the bodies beside him, considered his next move. Madame Wang is in grave danger. I must go and find her. He started to walk away, then suddenly stopped. He thought to himself, wait, if I just walk in like this, my cultivation level will definitely be exposed. I need to conceal it. Inside the house, the oblivious Madame Wang was ready to allow Master Yi to harm her. I'm ready. Prepare to take the heart blood. He immediately pulled out a large knife. All right, I'll take it now. She panicked, Master. What are you doing with that dagger? He gave a sinister smile, taking the heart blood, of course. Madame Wang finally realized she had been tricked. You said there wouldn't be any cutting. You lied to me. Master Yi, no longer bothering to hide his intentions, lunged at her with the knife. It's too late to realize that now. Madame Wang, unable to react quickly enough, cried out in fear, help. Fortunately, Bei Shun, wearing a mask, appeared just in time, grabbing Master Yi's hand. Master Yi saw a fist flying towards him. Bei Shun's blow sent him sprawling backward. He declared, "You villain, harming an innocent woman in broad daylight. How shameless." Madame Wang was astonished. "Vei villain." Bei Shun crossed his arms smugly, thinking to himself, this disguise is straight out of a TV drama. Madame Wang definitely won't recognize me. Master Yi, panicked, raised a talisman. Where did this brat come from? Such meager cultivation, and he dares to show off in front of me. He flung the talisman towards Bei Shun. Find your resting place. With the talisman came the release of a vengeful ghost, which shrieked and howled. Bei Shun stepped in front of Madame Wang, a cultivator indulging in the demonic path, defying the will of heaven. He leaped into the air and delivered a fatal blow to the vengeful ghost. Landing back on the ground, Bei Shun declared, "You must be punished." Master Yi's face darkened. How is this possible? The vengeful ghost I nurtured for 10 years, defeated by this brat. Before he could react, Bei Shun rushed towards him, looking for something. Master Yi gritted his teeth and formed a hand seal. Damn it, I'm not easily intimidated. Bei Shun's attack was blocked by a shield summoned by Master. He complimented, not bad. You have some skill. Master Yi slammed his hand on the ground and yelled, "Ghost slaves of the four directions, heed my command." He gloated, "My ghost slaves are my strongest weapon. You're just a small fry. Let's see how you stop them." Immediately, a horde of ghost slaves emerged from behind him, shrieking and howling. Not to be outdone, Bei Shun closed his eyes and chanted an incantation. "Heavenly spirits and myriad monsters, protect my true spirit." Instantly, chains shot out from him. The chains quickly bound all of Master Yi's ghost slaves, leaving them unable to resist. Master Yi exclaimed in shock, such powerful cultivation. Who are you? Bei Shun, chains in hand, flew towards him. I'm your daddy. Master Yi gritted his teeth. Damn it, this is a bad day. He quickly jumped out the window to escape, dodging Bei Shun's attack. I concede. Bei Shun shouted angrily, trying to run. Let's see how far you get. As Master Yi fled, he muttered to himself, good thing I'm fast. I would have lost for sure. Suddenly, something landed on a tree branch. The Lion King appeared from behind and attacked Master Yi, pouncing on him and making him pale with fear. The Lion King triumphantly climbed on a Master Yi's back, who was now lying sprawled on the ground, growling. Bei Shun, emerging from behind, commanded, Lion King, he called you an outdated dog. Why haven't you dealt with him yet? The Lion King bared its sharp teeth. Immediately afterward, a large amount of saliva shot out. Bei Shun stroked the Lion King's flowing mane. You're quite perceptive. Stay by my side from now on. It stuck out its tongue playfully. Yes, Gurgur. Suddenly, Bei Shun realized, oh no, Madame Wang is leading people in pursuit. He hurriedly teleported. Let's go. A group of guards ran up. Quickly, chase after that Taoist. By the time Madame Wang arrived, only Master Yi's corpse remained on the ground. She was astonished. Master, he was actually killed by an expert. I wonder who this expert is. If I'm fortunate enough to meet them again, I will definitely offer gifts of gratitude. At this moment, Bei Shun and the Lion King were flying away on the Thunder Sword. He spoke gently. We've expended quite a bit of spiritual energy just now, Lion King. Let's go back and replenish it. The Thunder Sword flew like lightning across the sky. A moment later, Bei Shun landed on the ground. He reminded the Lion King, I'll cultivate here for a while. You guard me. After I'm finished, I'll reward you with some spiritual energy. Suddenly, a hand wearing a black glove gripped Bei Shun's shoulder. You brat, this isn't a place you should be coming to. Bei Shun turned to look at the two men in suits and sunglasses with confusion. He asked, who are you? Why won't you let me come here? One of them introduced themselves. We are Mr. Hu's bodyguards. He explained he's practicing his martial arts and doesn't allow anyone to disturb him. Bei Shun sighed. That's what he calls practicing martial arts. At most, they're just superficial moves. The bodyguard angrily grabbed his collar. How dare you insult him? Go meet the king of hell. Mr. Hu slowly walked over. Stop. The bodyguard's fist stopped before Mr. Hu's authority. The bodyguard yelled, Sir, just now he. Mr. Hu immediately cut him off. I know. He questioned, Young man, you just said my martial arts are flowery fists and embroidered kicks. Why do you say that? Bei Shun explained, your martial arts, although they have some subtle points, lack a few crucial movements and can't fully unleash their power. It's like a dish lacking salt. It looks delicious, but it has no flavor. Mr. Hu's face darkened in anger. This style is passed down from our ancestors. You saying that is like destroying it. If you can't provide proof, I definitely won't let you off. Bei Shun offered a solution. How about this? I'll help you perfect this martial art. If you're satisfied, then give me this area to use. How about it? Mr. Hu's voice was stern. Kid, you're quite bold. If you can perfect this martial art, I wouldn't just give you this area. I'd even accept you as my master. Bei Shun relaxed his fist. If that's the case, he swung his arm into position. I'll only do this once. Bei Shun gently thrust his fist forward. A powerful burst of energy shot straight into the opposite tree. The tree immediately shattered and fell, leaving both Mr. Hu and the bodyguard startled and shocked. He looked at the shattered tree in disbelief. How is this possible? It's the same martial art, but the power he unleashes is several times greater than mine. Mr. Hu's bodyguard frowned in amazement. This guy is really strong. The other bodyguard thought to himself. It's a good thing we didn't attack earlier. Otherwise, we'd be the ones lying on the ground. Bei Shun dusted off his hands. Understand the martial art now. Mr. Hu's attitude changed completely as he clasped his hands together. Expert, you're an expert, he said. Thank you for your guidance. Expert, I was presumptuous just now. Please forgive any offense I may have caused. Bei Shun asked, so, can you give me the area now? Mr. Hu laughed heartily. Haha, of course. A bet's a bet. This area is yours from now on. Please, make yourself at home. Bei Shun waved his hand dismissively. Take your men and leave. I need some peace and quiet. Mr. Hu immediately obeyed. Yes. Turning back to his bodyguards, Mr. Hu's expression turned serious again as he barked. Did you hear? Get out of here. The two bodyguards simply obeyed. Yes, sir. Bei Shun sat down on the ground. Lion King, you can begin guarding me. Once they were some distance away, Mr. Hu said to his bodyguards, after you return, investigate the background of that expert for me. I need to know everything about him. The two bodyguards acknowledged the order. Yes, sir. We'll investigate immediately. Meanwhile, Bei Shun closed his eyes and muttered to himself, so many things have happened recently. Why do I keep feeling that this world 2,000 years later isn't as simple as it seems? His gaze hardened. Aunt Zhou and Master's wife look so much alike, and their auras are somewhat similar too. Dao Tong and Master Yi were also cultivators. This suggests that cultivation sects still exist. Bei Shun wondered, is it all just a coincidence? He picked up his phone. It seems I need to find a way to learn more. Bei Shun called, Sister Thursday. The voice on the other end asked, Yi, what's up? He replied, I wanted to ask, is there anywhere in our university where I can find more materials about 2,000 years ago? A Thursday's voice came from the phone speaker. The materials in the university are limited, but there's a project going to an ancient tomb for archaeological work soon. There are rumors that the tomb owner lived 2,000 years ago. If you're interested, come find me tonight. Beishan quickly stood up. Okay, I'll come find you right away. He wondered, an ancient tomb from 2,000 years ago. I wonder if it holds the truth I'm searching for. Later that night, Beishan asked Sister Thursday, is this the tomb you were talking about? A Thursday replied, yes, this is it. He looked at two men standing in the distance and asked, who are they? Are they also part of the project team? A Thursday explained, no, they're security guard hired by the university for us. This tomb is a bit strange. A previous archaeological team went inside, but never came out. We hired security due to safety concerns. Xiao Nu stood trembling with Tian, her voice shaky. I knew I shouldn't have come. This place is so creepy. A Thursday turned and said, all right, stop talking nonsense. Everyone follow me. As they went inside, the group ventured deeper, passing by crevices where groundwater trickled onto the stone. Characters: asterisk, 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 junior brother, asterisk, senior brother, asterisk, Yibei, Shun, great immortal, asterisk, master, asterisk, old Jiang, asterisk, madam, Wang, asterisk, lion king, asterisk, Aunt Zhou, asterisk, Mr. Hua, asterisk, bodyguard, asterisk, affairs de Xiao Nu Tian Shu Mu, kingdom, sect, Longhu mountain, asterisk, into mountain, asterisk, asterisk rank, great immortal, Yibei Shun, asterisk, master, asterisk, expert, asterisk, lord, asterisk, asterisk, location, mountain manor, where treasures are hidden, asterisk, Yinta Mountain Manor, a renovated abandoned building on Yinta Mountain, asterisk, graveyard, asterisk, tomb. Tian exclaimed, it's so spacious inside. Xiao Nu trembled, is this really a tomb? My room isn't even this big. A Thursday explained, our mission this time is to search for the missing archaeological team and bring any valuable artifacts back to the university for research. Beishan sensed a rush of air and glanced behind him warily. A Thursday asked, puzzled, Beishan, what's wrong? Beishan hesitated, nothing, just a little dizzy. Meanwhile, in the distance, a group of masked figures were plotting something. One asked, boss, more people have entered. We already slaughtered an archaeological team before. Hasn't that done anything? The one in the middle said, the organization sent us here to find a treasure. We can't let anyone else find it first. He took something out. Tonight, no one except us will escape. It was a lotus-shaped hidden weapon, which Bei-shin immediately detected. He quickly rushed forward to shield a Thursday. Careful, there's an ambush. The incoming hidden weapons were easily controlled by Bei-shin. He grasped the handful of needles. The masked man was astonished. Strange, it didn't hit. Seeing the situation turn volatile, the two bodyguards drew their guns. Who's there? Three figures emerged from the hazy smoke, slowly approaching them. Tian clung to a Thursday in fear. Ghosts. A Thursday reassured her, don't be afraid. They're not ghosts. The two bodyguards immediately raised their guns. Freeze, or we'll shoot. The masked man scoffed. Oh, try shooting. As soon as he finished speaking, the bodyguard pulled the trigger, granting his wish. Go meet the king of hell. The masked man threw two darts. The bodyguard's bullet and the masked man's darts collided in midair. They created an explosion, and the two bodyguards clutched their eyes, screaming in pain. Xiao Nu and Tian screamed in terror. Massacre. A masked man stroked his chin with a lewd tone. Boss, these three girls look pretty good. We haven't been with a woman in a while. How about? The leader agreed with his subordinate. As you wish. One for each of us. Pleasure first, then slaughter. Suddenly, Yi Bei-shun's voice rang out from behind the leader. Hey, did you forget about me? He turned around in fright, thinking to himself, his aura is so faint. I almost underestimated him. The subordinate saw Bei-shun and sneered. Holding a purple ball in his hand, he said, Boss, this guy looks weak. A gust of wind could blow him away. No need for you to handle this. Let me take care of it. Actually, I'm into both men and women. He threw the ball in his hand towards Bei-shun, shouting, I just love swinging my stick. Yi Bei-shun didn't dodge, but stood still, clenching his fist. Arrogant. Then you punched the purple orb hard, not even afraid of breaking the small rod. At this moment, the orb didn't get knocked away, but instead exploded, creating a cloud of purple smoke. Seeing this, the masked henchman gloated, brat, you fell for it. At this moment, within the smoke, a Thursday, Xiao Nu, and Tian were all affected by the smoke and began coughing violently. All three began to lose consciousness and collapse to the ground. At this moment, Bei-shun seemed completely unaffected by the smoke. He waved his hand dismissively and said, despicable, truly disgusting. The bald man who had just been gloating now looked at Bei Shun in disbelief. You're not affected. Bei Shun calmly replied, this kind of hallucinogenic smoke wants to knock me out. The bald man became enraged and started to attack. Damn you. You're insulting me. He charged forward with a knife, aiming to decapitate Bei Shun. I'll slaughter you. Not letting him have his way, Bei Shun effortlessly caught the blade between two fingers, and suddenly, the knife snapped in half. Bei Shun then used the broken blade he held to lightly slash the bald man's neck, causing blood to spurt out. Seeing their comrade fall, the other bald man was equally shocked, catching a knife with two fingers and then counterattacking. The leader also began to panic, shouting, "Damn it, we underestimated him. He's not an ordinary person." Bei Shun looked at the two remaining men with cold, murderous eyes and said, "So, are you coming together or one at a time?" The remaining bald man turned to the leader and asked, "Boss, what do we do now?" He then pulled out an oil lamp, emitting a mysterious purple light. "I still have my soul-snatching lamp." Seeing the lamp, Bei Shun exclaimed in surprise, "The soul-snatching lamp." Seeing his surprise, the leader gloated, "You're quite knowledgeable, aren't you? Since you know it's the soul-snatching lamp, why don't you kneel and beg for mercy?" Hearing his arrogance, Bei Shun simply remained silent. Seeing him remain silent, the remaining bald henchman sneered, "Hee boss, it seems he's scared." He then made an outrageous demand, "Brat, if you crawl between my legs now, you'll have a chance to beg for forgiveness. Otherwise," before he could finish his sentence, Bei Shun kicked him hard in the groin. The bald man doubled over in pain, clutching his crotch. "Ag, he kicked me." He turned to the leader and yelled, "Boss, he dared to kick me." The leader roared, "Are you looking for a trip to the underworld?" At the same time, he activated the soul-snatching lamp, and purple chains shot out from within. The chains lashed out at Bei Shun, but he nimbly dodged them all. "The soul-snatching lamp looks impressive, I've got my eye on it." He continued to effortlessly evade the chains without a scratch. Suddenly, a chain whipped back at him from behind. With swift reflexes, he deflected it with his hand, sending it hurtling back towards the bald henchman. Seeing this, the henchman cried out in terror. Ag. The leader yelled in alarm. Not good. The chain had now seized the henchman's soul. His soul, now in spectral form, screamed in terror. The leader swung the lamp in his hand, trying to salvage the situation. He yelled, "Second brother," but it was too late. His second brother was slowly being pulled into the soul-snatching lamp. He pleaded desperately, "Big brother, save me. Quickly, save me." Finally, the bald man was sucked into the lamp. Even after he was absorbed, his screams continued to echo throughout the cave. Seeing this, the leader panicked and leaned down close to the lamp, saying, "Second brother, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to." Just then, Bei Shun seized the opportunity and snatched the lamp. "Instead of repenting here, why don't you go down there and be buried with him?" Chains shot out from the lamp, attacking the leader. The chains began to pull out the leader's soul. He screamed in terror. No, he didn't have to wait long. The soul-snatching lamp quickly absorbed his soul. Suddenly, the cave began to shake violently. Seeing this, Yibai was surprised. Bei Shun went over to help a Thursday up. "Senior sister Thursday, this is a spirit restoration pill I brought with me." He continued as he helped her swallow it, and you'll wake up. A Thursday swallowed the pill, but seemed uncomfortable. Just as Bei Shun said, after taking the pill, a Thursday woke up. The moment she woke up, she noticed something behind Bei Shun. A Thursday looked surprised. At this time, Xiao Nu and Tian, who had fainted, also woke up. "My head hurts. What just happened? I feel terrible too." Tian also noticed something and cried out, "Ah." Those are the bodies of the three masked men that Bei Shun defeated. Tian, frightened, hid behind Bei Shun. She said fearfully, "Their bodies." A Thursday and Xiao Nu, although not as dramatic as Tian, also trembled when they saw the three bodies lying on the ground. A Thursday then turned to ask Bei Shun, "Yi, what happened here?" Being asked this, he thought to himself, "Shoot, I forgot to deal with the bodies. How can I make up a story they'll believe?" He quickly fabricated an excuse. They sacrificed themselves to protect us. Then I fought the men in black with my gun. Luckily, I won." Hearing this, All three women completely believed him. A Thursday even praised him. So that's what happened. Yi, you're amazing. Yi Bai rubbed his head and smiled brightly, replying, you're too kind. Then he turned back and spoke about his new discovery. I also just discovered a strange wall. Bei-shin walked over and touched the wall. He continued, I wonder what's on this wall that makes it glow like this. Suddenly, a sound like a lock opening rang out. The wall in front of Bei-shun opened like a door. Surprised, he said, hey, this is... A Thursday, from behind, exclaimed joyfully, this is the door to the main tomb chamber. She pulled Tian's hand and went inside. Great, let's go take a look. Upon entering, Bei-shun seemed to sense something and thought to himself, the cultivation energy inside is very dense. I wonder if there's someone cultivating in seclusion in this main tomb chamber like me. The four of them walked through a large space decorated like a room. Suddenly, a Thursday seemed to discover something. It's a human skeleton. It wasn't just one skeleton, but more than a dozen human skeletons sitting in meditation around a sword. Seeing this, a Thursday asked curiously, what are these people doing? Why are they all lying down in the main tomb chamber like this? She curiously approached the sword in the center. A Thursday's curiosity grew, and she reached out to touch the sword. Seeing this, Bei-shin shouted, wait, don't touch that sword. Hearing this, a Thursday turned back to look at him questioningly. But it was too late. The sword began to emit a mysterious purple light, then transformed into a giant ball of light that blasted her away. A Thursday cried out as she was thrown back. Bei-shin quickly rushed forward to catch her. Careful, with his nimble movements, he caught her perfectly. Outside the tomb, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. In the distance, the people from the Guanshan sect continued to observe the commotion within the tomb. Zhang Jiayin stepped out from the crowd. Seeing the intense lightning, she wondered aloud, a lightning phenomenon. She began to speculate. The spiritual energy in the tomb has suddenly become much stronger. Could it be that a true treasure has emerged? Suddenly, one of Jiayun's henchmen reported, Big sister, we've lost contact with the men we sent in. She exclaimed in surprise, what? Zhang Jiayun began to ponder. Suddenly, she rushed towards the tomb, shouting, a team, follow me inside. The rest of you stay here and guard the exit. Don't let anyone escape. A group of subordinates broke off and followed her. Yes, scene change. Inside the tomb, Bei-shun was checking on a Thursday. A Thursday, are you all right? She replied, I'm fine, thank you. Tian hid behind Bei-shun and screamed, there really are ghosts here. Help, this is terrifying. The skeletons that were motionless before now seemed to be empowered, becoming surrounded by a purple light and starting to move. Seeing this, Bei-shun shouted a warning, careful, everyone. Retreat. Swords and shields appeared in the skeletal hands. They spoke, who dares trespass in the master's tomb? Leave at once. Taking a defensive stance, Bei-shun asked suspiciously, what is your master's name? The skeletons replied, we are beneath the master and cannot address him directly by name. They then lunged to attack Bei-shun's group. Intruders, go meet Yama. Seeing their unwillingness to cooperate, Bei-shun smirked and said, if you won't talk. He then used magic against them. Then, so be it. The skeletons were unable to withstand his magic and were blasted apart. Seeing Bei-shun's power, a Thursday and the others were astonished. What was that? Does Bei-shun know magic? The skeletons were equally surprised. Who are you? Bei-shun effortlessly picked up the sword lying on the ground. He replied, who I am isn't important. Bei-shun swung the sword through the air, creating an arc of sword energy that flew towards the skeletons. What is important is that you've angered me. The powerful sword energy mercilessly swept away the skeletons. He lowered the sword and said, your souls have persisted for 1,000 years. That's quite a feat after you descend. Reincarnate well, so you won't have to suffer in this confinement any longer. A Thursday approached Bei-shun and asked curiously, Bei-shun, who are you really? He smiled brightly and replied, don't worry, everyone. I'm one of the good guys. Meanwhile, the sword surrounded by the skeletons began to shake violently. Back to the past, the thunder sword floated in midair. It shot downwards, powerful bolts of lightning causing smoke and dust to billow. Bei-shun looked up, startled, his mouth agape. Is this a thunder sword imbued with lightning magic? He asked in astonishment. He stared at the thunder sword for a long moment, carefully observing the radiating arcs of electricity. Suddenly, Bei-shun heard something. His eyes sharpened, and he looked behind him. A Thursday, Tian, and Kwang Chu not far away, also heard it. They suddenly noticed the rapid footsteps approaching, their faces filled with alarm as they looked towards the source of the sound. Zhang Jiayun, with a determined look, rushed forward, followed by a group of thugs. They stopped in front of Bei Shun and the others, putting him on guard. He protectively shielded the others behind him. Zhang Jiayun looked up at the sky and grinned, unable to contain her excitement. As expected, a treasure has appeared, she exclaimed. A Thursday, standing behind him, frowned, confused. What's going on? It's like we're in a movie, she asked. Zhang Jiayun didn't answer, only smirking smugly, a cunning look on her face. She then pointed her sword at them, unable to hide her excitement. Kid, the treasure here has already been claimed by us. If you know what's good for you, hand over the thunder sword. Bei Shun didn't react, looking at them with disdain. Another wave, he asked sarcastically. Suddenly, one of Zhang Jiayun's henchmen stepped forward confidently. Big sis, that guy looks like he's got some cultivation. Let me take some men and deal with him. She immediately agreed. Go, she shouted. Instantly, the henchmen rushed forward, shouting in unison, yes. The henchman who had stepped forward first charged at Bei Shun with his blade. Kid, this is my territory. Get out, he yelled. Bei Shun reacted instantly, nimbly dodging the henchman's attack. While the henchman was still stunned from his missed attack, Bei Shun clenched his fist and raised it. In the next instant, he punched the henchman with a powerful blow that sent him flying. The thug cried out in alarm. The other henchmen quickly took their comrade's place and rushed towards Bei Shun. He glared at them. You want to steal from me, he said contemptuously, kicking them away with his long legs. Cries of pain echoed. Zhang Jiayun, witnessing this scene, was stunned. She frowned in disbelief, her mouth agape. Who is this brutal guy? She wondered. It seems this time I'll have to use brains over brawn. Suddenly, she looked at Tian, Tu Nu, and a Thursday standing defenselessly behind Bei Shun. After a moment, she yelled, "Don't move." Bei Shun was startled by the shout and instinctively looked over just as Tu Nu cried out in fear. What are you doing? He saw Zhang Jiayun holding both Tu Nu and a Thursday hostage, while her henchmen held their swords to Tian's throat. Zhang Jiayun, her face tense, gave a strained smile. Kid, you slaughter my men. I won't let that slide, but looking up at the sparking thunder sword above, she decisively made her demand. The thunder sword behind you is mine. Hand it over obediently. Otherwise, your friends will die here. As soon as she finished speaking, she tightened her grip on a Thursday and Kwang Tu Nu's necks, making them gasp and cry out in pain. Kwang Tu Nu burst into tears, looking pleadingly at Bei Shun. With a weak and desperate voice, she begged, Bei Shun, I don't want to die. Save me. Bei Shun remained incredibly calm, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. He said casually, it's just a sword. I give up. Come and take it. Zhang Jiayun handed the hostages over to her subordinates. Before leaving, she sternly instructed, keep a close watch on those girls. The thugs replied in unison, yes. Then, she channeled her energy, launched herself off the ground, and soared upwards. Having reached the thunder sword, Zhang Jiayun was overjoyed, laughing brightly and exclaiming excitedly, excellent. The treasure is finally in my hands. Suddenly, long chains appeared, spreading out in the air. Zhang Jiayun's henchmen, noticing the strange occurrence, looked back, their guard momentarily down. Soon after, pained cries and groans echoed. Ugh. Zhang Jiayun finally sensed something was amiss. Sweating and looking exhausted, she glanced around in alarm. She gasped. Before her lay her subordinates, their souls captured by the spiritual chains, their bodies lying motionless on the ground. Tian and the others were freed. Bei Shun looked back at them and asked considerately, a Thursday, is everyone all right? A Thursday, still shaken, replied nervously, no, we're fine. Seeing this, Zhang Jiayun gritted her teeth in anger. Holding the thunder sword, she approached, ready for battle. She demanded in a loud voice, I showed you mercy earlier, and you dare to mock me. Bei Shun smirked, his expression casual and disdainful. He retorted, you're the only enemy I have here. Who else would I mock? Zhang Jiayun suppressed her anger, her emotions in turmoil. She said seriously, all right, I admit you have some skill. You can face me, but now the thunder sword is in my hand. You're dead. Then, she used the power of the thunder sword to summon 2 ferocious thunder dragons, which roared majestically. They quickly lunged towards Bei Shun, momentarily startling him. He glared at her and warned angrily, fool. The thunder sword isn't something you can control. Then, Beishun used his power to erect a sturdy earth wall, blocking the powerful attack of the two dragons. Zhang Jiayun's face darkened, her jaw dropping in disbelief. How is that possible? She stammered. Beishun used earth, dun, causing rocks and dust to billow, obscuring her vision. He then leaped high into the air. By the time Zhang Jiayun realized what was happening, it was too late. She looked up in astonishment, her mouth agape. Beishun, falling freely through the air, said smugly, "The Thunder Sword is a sentient object. Let me teach you how to use it." Seeing her enemy coming straight towards her, Zhang Jiayun charged forward with the sword, her face flushed with anger and embarrassment at being mocked. "Damn you!" she screamed furiously. "You're courting death." She swung the sword at Beishun with a decisive strike, but he remained unharmed. Zhang Jiayun's face suddenly paled as she realized, no, it's an illusion. Just then, Beishun stood before her, stopping the sharp blade with 2 fingers. He chuckled, looking for something. "I'm right here." While she was still caught off guard, he snatched the thunder sword from her hand. Zhang Jiayun frowned in confusion, only able to stare blankly after him. Beishun slung the sword over his shoulder, snapped his fingers, and said with an arrogant air, "Watch closely." The next second, he launched himself into the air with a powerful leap, vanishing from sight, leaving Zhang Jiayun to cry out in bewilderment. Beishun soared high in the air, each leap incredibly light. He swung the sword skillfully, unleashing a continuous stream of lightning, creating a spectacular display. Beishun said with relish, "This is how you properly use the Thunder Sword." The attack was aimed directly at Zhang Jiayun, startling her into raising her arms to shield herself from the lightning. Just before impact, fear gripped her, and she pleaded desperately, "No, don't." Boom! A massive explosion erupted, filling the air with smoke and dust. The Thunder Sword returned to its normal state. The lightning vanished, and the blade glowed with a strange blue light. Beishun, lost in thought, suddenly came to his senses and looked over. He held the sacred sword in his hand, examining it intently, and suddenly exclaimed, "Hey, there are inscriptions on this too." Indeed, on both sides of the blade were neatly engraved inscriptions, the source of the sword's unusual glow. Electrocuted, Zhang Jiayun convulsed and collapsed, cracking the ground beneath her. Her face contorted in pain as she screamed, "Ah!" But she hadn't even lain still for a few seconds before a powerful force hurled her into the air. Smoke and dust billowed as her body twisted 180 degrees, and she cried out, Finally, Zhang Jiayun landed with a thud in front of Tian Tian and the others, startling them. Her body remained motionless, unresponsive. A Thursday, and Kuang Tu Nu cried out in alarm, "She's dead." Seeing this, Beishun chuckled softly and reassured them gently, "Don't worry. This place is temporarily. That's safe." A Thursday scowled, glaring at him with suspicion. She demanded in a harsh tone, "Beishun, who are you really? How do you know magic?" Suddenly, the Thunder Sword plunged into the ground, still glowing strangely and surrounded by dangerous sparks of electricity. Beishun calmly sat down beside it, closed his eyes, and replied serenely, "This isn't magic, it's cultivation." As soon as he finished speaking, the Thunder Sword beside him reacted violently, shaking intensely as if controlled by an unseen force. Beishun extended his hands before him, forming a circle to gather spiritual energy. The surrounding air, along with the lightning, was drawn in, and his body emitted a strange blue light. His calm voice resonated. "Today, I've encountered a fortunate opportunity and learned the 9 profound Dharma. This trip has truly been worthwhile." At that moment, outside, amidst the dark and cloudy sky, fierce lightning bolts flashed, striking everything below. A figure sat on a hill on the prairie, watching the unusual lightning strikes with growing suspicion. He muttered to himself, "Strange phenomena in the sky above the ancient tomb. Has a treasure appeared?" It was Mr. Hua. He pulled out his cell phone, its screen illuminating his worried face as he thought about his disciple. Jiayin has been gone for so long. I wonder if she's retrieved the treasure yet. But the phone call only returned cold, automated messages from the operator. "The number you have dialed is currently switched off. Please try again later." Elder Jean immediately felt uneasy, his eyes widening. He declared decisively, "Something's wrong. Something's happened." On this side, after a period of cultivation, Beishun suddenly opened his eyes, exclaiming excitedly, "Done." As he was withdrawing his cultivation technique, he heard a noise. Zhang Jiayun had woken up, pushing herself up with her hands, coughing repeatedly. Seeing this, Bei Shen immediately rushed towards her in the blink of an eye, his face dark and displeased. "You're quite resilient. You're not dead yet." Zhang Jiayun, having just regained consciousness, was startled by this sight. He easily grabbed her by the throat. Zhang Jiayun's face contorted in pain as she pleaded, "Mercy, spare me." Bei Shun threw Zhang Jiayun to the ground, pressing her down as he growled, "Who are you? Why are you here?" She confessed honestly, I'm from the Guanshan sect. My superiors sent me to lead a group to find a treasure. That's why I wanted to steal the Thunder Sword." He muttered doubtfully, "Guanshan sect." Finally, Bei Shun released his grip, looking haughtily at the miserable Zhang Jiayun lying weakly on the ground, coughing. He calmly remarked, "Indeed, there are still cultivation sects in this era." Then he decisively turned to leave, retrieving the Thunder Sword as he said coldly, "The Thunder Sword is mine now. You can go." Startled, Zhang Jiayun cried out, "Huh?" She grabbed Bei Shun's arm, hastily stopping him. "Wait." Bei Shun looked back at her, asking suspiciously, "What? Are you still after the Thunder Sword?" Zhang Jiayun stammered, tightening her grip on his arm, pleading anxiously, "No, it's not that. Can I stay by your side? If you accept me, I'll be your loyal servant. I'll do anything." He glared at her, asking coldly, "Why do you want to stay with me?" Zhang Jiayun, even more frightened, explained frantically, "I've failed my mission. If I return, I'll definitely be killed. Only by staying with a powerful person like you will I be safe." Bei Shen listened and flatly refused. Not interested. He pulled his arm away from Zhang Jiayun and walked decisively towards a Thursday and the others, saying gently, "A Thursday, let's go." Tian cheered joyfully. "Great. We can finally get out of this creepy place." Then, Bei Shun used his spiritual power to envelop the three of them. Zhang Jiayun, still kneeling on the ground, watched in bewilderment. She asked curiously, "What are you doing? Aren't they your friends?" He replied calmly, "I'm just erasing some of their memories." Still confused, she asked, "What do you mean?" Bei Shun explained with an impassive expression, "My cultivation level was revealed just now. If we return like this, it will definitely spread. So, it's better to erase their memories related to it." The scene transitioned to the next morning. The air was fresh and clear, with sparkling sunlight filtering through the forest. In the project team's office, Tian, Kwang Chunu, and a Thursday were sleeping soundly on the same bed. Bei Shun was sitting by the window, taking advantage of the sunlight, using a magnifying glass to read a document in his hand. He muttered in frustration, "These ancient books were all excavated from tombs, but they're worthless." Suddenly, a Thursday opened her eyes. She looked around sleepily, asking in a daze, "Where are we?" Bei Shun immediately stood up, saying cheerfully, "You're awake. This is our office." A Thursday, holding her head and rubbing it, wearily asked, "Weren't we supposed to be surveying a tomb? How did I get back here?" Bei Shun cheerfully approached her, chuckling as he explained, "There was a lack of oxygen in the tomb, and everyone passed out. I brought everyone back." A Thursday still seemed doubtful. "Really? How come I don't remember anything?" Suddenly, Bei Shen's Stomach rumbled loudly. He froze, embarrassed, thinking nervously, "Oh no, my stomach is acting up." Bei Shun quickly turned and hurried away, leaving a bewildered A Thursday behind. He politely excused himself. "You rest up first. I need to use the restroom." Outside the office, Bei Shun clutched his stomach, looked around, and asked some nearby construction workers, "Where's the sign? Where's the men's restroom?" One of them replied, "They took the sign down during the renovations. I think the men's room is on the left." Bei Shun, as if grasping at a lifeline, rushed inside, calling out, "Thanks." He placed his hand on the nearest door, about to push it open. But when he did, he found Jiang Xiaohua sitting inside. They both stared at each other in surprise, her face turning crimson. She shoved Bei Shun hard, sending him sprawling backward. She shrieked in panic, "Ah, a pervert!" His body slammed against a stone wall, and he cried out in pain, "Ow." Jiang Xiaohua burst out of the restroom, brandishing several sharp acupuncture needles. She yelled furiously, "How dare you peep on me while I'm using the restroom?" She lunged forward, jabbing the needles into Bei Shun before he could react, snarling, "Go to hell." Struck by the needles, Bei Shun became completely immobile, his body stiff and frozen, his expression still one of bewilderment. Xiaohua's triumphant voice rang out, "My acupuncture needles can paralyze someone for a whole day." She turned and kicked him hard, declaring viciously, "Today, you'll be smelling feces and urine all day long." Bei Shun slumped in the restroom stall. Satisfied, Jiang Xiaohua dusted off her hands and left, muttering angrily, "Humph, serves you right." Immobilized and stuck to the toilet seat with the needles, Bei Shun looked dejected, tears streaming down his face. He thought miserably, what the hell? I'm the victim here. A short-haired female student approached another, saying, "Did you hear? There's a new professor giving a presentation at the medical school today." The long-haired girl replied, "Is her name Jiang Xiaohua?" The short-haired student reached the restroom door. That's right. She's only in her 20s, a medical genius. She pushed on the door, but found it wouldn't open. The long-haired girl asked, "What's wrong?" Inside, Bei Shun desperately braced himself against the door with his feet, just managing to keep it shut. They heard a voice from outside. Nothing. It seems like someone's inside. Bei Shun used all his strength to hold the door, gritting his teeth and whispering, "Damn it, she's ruthless. She even blocked my meridians." He managed to summon a tiny spark of magic with his hand. "Luckily, I can circulate the spiritual energy in my body to clear the blockage. Otherwise, I really would be stuck here all day." One by one, he forced Xiaohua's needles out of his body. Bai Shen exclaimed, "Yes." He resolved, "I can't let this go. I have to find her and settle the score." Meanwhile, at the school office, Xiaohua arrived. "Hello, I'm Jiang Xiaohua, the new professor reporting for duty." A teacher greeted her warmly. "Welcome. Here are the prepared assignment materials. Just take them with you." Jiang Xiaohua took the documents, thanking the woman. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed, the door bursting open. Gue Sheng stormed in with two of his underlings. "Jiang Xiaohua, I finally found you." The office worker, seeing this, angrily reprimanded him. "Hey, this is the school office. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed in." Gue Sheng just smirked and pulled out a knife. Before the office worker could react, he threw the knife straight into her chest, blood spurting out. Jiang Xiaohua gasped in horror at the scene. Gue Sheng pulled the knife out of the office worker as her body slumped to the floor. "All right, now we can sit down and have a quiet chat." Jiang Xiaohua trembled. "Lu Gue Sheng, what do you want?" Gue Sheng wiped the blood off his knife with a cloth. "At the auction the other day, you bought the 1,000 fragrance herb I wanted. You remember, don't you?" Jiang Xiaohua stated firmly, "I've already sent that herb to someone else." Gue Sheng scoffed. "Oh, really?" He barked out an order. "Someone, tie her up." His underlings obeyed, their faces twisted in cruel smiles as they approached Jiang Xiaohua with a rope. Once tied up, Jiang Xiaohua screamed, "Let me go." Gue Sheng growled, "Don't talk so much. Get in." He slammed the car door shut and drove off. Coincidentally, Bei Shan was nearby. Seeing this, he was puzzled. Am I seeing things? What happened to that woman? He watched the car speed away, feeling uneasy. No, I have to follow and see what's going on. An hour later, Gue Sheng yelled, "Jiang Xiaohua, I'm giving you one more chance." He tossed the phone near her. "Call and get the herb back. If not, don't blame me for being ruthless." Jiang Xiaohua angrily spat in his face. Disgusting. Gue Sheng's face darkened in fury. "You dare spit on me?" Jiang Xiaohua shouted. "Lu Gue Sheng, I bid on and bought that herb myself. It's my property. What gives you the right to steal it?" Gue Sheng slapped Jiang Xiaohua in a fit of rage. "Damn it, you're getting cocky, aren't you?" Jiang Xiaohua cried out in pain. He grabbed her collar, snarling, "I'm going to take it today one way or another. If not, I'll stab you first." Jiang Xiaohua's eyes welled up. "You wouldn't dare." Before she could react, Gue Sheng ripped her outer clothing. "I'll show you whether I dare or not." Jiang Xiaohua screamed, "Stop it! Get away from me!" Just then, Bei Shun kicked the door open and burst in. Gue Sheng glanced at him with a cold glare. Bai Shen Tal. Well, what a lively scene we have here. Gue Sheng paused his assault and stepped forward. "Kid, who are you?" One of his underlings spoke up. "My boss is busy." "What do you mean by barging in here?" Jiang Xiaohua looked up at him, her eyes wide. "Is it him? How is this possible? I clearly paralyzed him with acupuncture needles. How can he be here?" Gue Sheng frowned. "Kid, are you trying to play the hero and save the damsel in distress?" Bei Shen's voice was calm. "I don't like men who oppress women, so I came here to offer some advice. Kneel down and apologize to that woman, and we can consider this matter settled." Gue Sheng smirked. "What? You're telling me to apologize?" Jiang Xiaohua cried out in worry. "Don't come any closer. Lu Gue Sheng is a ruthless killer. Get out of here." Two of Gue Sheng's men had flanked Bei Shun from behind, trying to leave. "Our young master doesn't agree." Bei Shun calmly smoothed his hair. "I gave you a chance, but you didn't take it." Gue Sheng raged. "You dare threaten me? What are you standing around for? Cut him down." The two men charged forward. Yes, sir. Jiang Xiaohua cried out, be careful. One of the men swung his knife, but Bei Shun easily dodged. He grabbed the man's wrist, making him cry out in pain. Before the man could react, Bei Shun had disarmed him. He swung the knife, sending both men flying. Gui Sheng froze. The knife, how? Even Jiang Xiaohua was surprised. How is he so strong? Bei Shun stood tall, looking at Gui Sheng. Young master, your turn. Bei Shun charged towards Gui Sheng. Terrified, Gui Sheng hid behind Jiang Xiaohua, yelling, help me. Bai Shen scoffed. Coward, using a woman as a shield. Suddenly, he sent someone behind him. Zhang Chong attacked with a kick, but Bei Shun reacted in time, blocking with a knife. The force of the blow sent Bei Shun stumbling back. He was shocked. A cultivator. Gui Sheng, as if grasping at a lifeline, exclaimed, Zhang Chong, you're finally here. This brat is giving me trouble. You know what to do. Zhang Chong smirked. Don't worry, young master. I'll carve him into 8 pieces. Jiang Xiaohua panicked. Run. He's Gui Sheng's top fighter, a martial artist. Zhang Chong licked his blade provocatively. Gui Sheng said, Zhang Chong has never lost a fight. You're finished, kid. Bai Shen wasn't a fight. He even raised a finger good-naturedly. Is that so? I'd like to see how you plan to skewer me. Hearing this, Zhang Chong lunged forward. You'll be crying soon enough. Embrace death. His speed created a small whirlwind. Bei Shen met the attack head-on. Not bad. You have some skill. He then criticized, but only a little. With that, Bei Shen attacked Zhang Chong with a knife, slashing a long wound across his body, drawing blood. Jiang Xiaohua's eyes widened. Gui Sheng yelled in shock. How is this possible? Zhang Chong, struck by Bei Shen's blow, collapsed. Wisps of spiritual energy rose from him. He stared at Bei Shen in disbelief. He's a martial artist too. Bei Shen taunted, weren't you going to skewer me? Why are you on the ground now? Zhang Chong swung his sword, roaring, that was just a fluke. Don't get cocky. But Bei Shen nimbly dodged. He swiftly countered, attacking from behind. The knife plunged into Zhang Chong's back, making him scream. He lay in a pool of blood as Bei Shen calmly retrieved his weapon. Zhang Chong lay helpless on the ground. How is this possible? Gui Sheng was frantic. How could this happen? Zhang Chong is down. Bai Shen steppet forward. Young master, it's your turn to deal with me. These words made Gui Sheng jump back in fear. He fell to his knees. Please, I'm sorry. I was wrong. Bei Shen asked, oh, wrong about what? Gui Sheng slapped himself. I shouldn't have been greedy for the herb and kidnapped Jiang Xiaohua. I deserve to die. I deserve to see the king of hell. Bei Shen decisively raised his weapon high and slashed at Gui Sheng's hand. Seeing his hand no longer under his control, Gui Sheng screamed in pain. Bei Shen calmly said, this hand is the price you pay for the kidnapping. Now, get out of here. Without hesitation, Gui Sheng clutched his wound and quickly ran off. Yes, I'm leaving right now. Bei Shen approached Jiang Xiaohua. Miss Jiang, you're safe now. Jiang Xiaohua asked, puzzled, who are you? He moved behind her and untied her. I'm Bei Shen. You can call me Yi. Jiang Xiaohua hesitated slightly. I'm sorry, Bei Shen smiled cheerfully. It's all right. I just walked into the wrong restroom. Don't worry about it. I originally came here to say hello. But in this situation, it's better to just let it go and play the hero, saving the damsel in distress to the end. Suddenly, a car sped towards them. Bei Shen glanced at it warily. Before he could react, it slammed into him, sending him flying. The car stopped in front of Jiang Xiaohua. A girl was thrown out of the car. A voice from inside yelled, hurry up, go see if that's the guy we're looking for. Lin Kuan stepped out of the car. If you don't hand over the treasure today, you're finished. Bei Shen gritted his teeth in pain as he struggled to get up. Damn it, who's the idiot who drove in here? The girl, still on the ground, pointed at him. It's him. He's the one who took the treasure from the graveyard. Bei Shen recognized her. Is that you? Lin Kuan looked at him. Oh, you didn't fall down after being hit. Jiang Xiaohua rushed over to Bei Shen, panicked. Yi, are you alright? He explained, my left arm is broken and my body feels numb. Jiang Xiaohua tried to reassure him. Don't worry, I'll find some silver needles and give you some acupuncture. You'll be fine. Bei Shen declined. It's okay. I have medicine for injuries. As he raised his hand, it was slashed by a sword. Lin Kuan smirked. Hey, are you treating me like I'm not here? You haven't handed over the treasure yet, and you want to heal yourself. Dream on. Bei Shen retorted angrily. What if I don't hand it over? Lin Kuan used magic, causing swords to float around him. Then I'll take it myself. As soon as he finished speaking, the swords flew towards Bei Shen and Jiang Xiaohua. Bei Shen quickly warned, watch out. Beishun grabbed Jiang Xiaohua and dodged to the side, avoiding the incoming blades. They embedded themselves in the wall behind them, creating cracks. He shielded her with his body. Hold on tight. Lin Kuan advanced with a knife. Kid, there are some things you can't take with you. Beishun felt the situation was bad. Damn it, I can't use my full power because of this injury. I let him get cocky. In an instant, Lin Kuan reached him. Lin Kuan pressed Bei Shun against the wall, holding a knife to his throat. I'll give you one more chance. Will you hand it over or not? Jiang Xiaohua grabbed a piece of wood from somewhere. She yelled as she raised it. Let you go. The blow struck him hard, making his eyes roll back. Lin Kuan glared furiously at Jiang Xiu. You dare hit me. She held the wood in front of her defensively as he lunged with the knife. Lin Kuan roared, looking for death. But suddenly, a lightning sword appeared, clashing with the knife. He hesitated uncertainly. This is... Beishun smirked. This is the treasure you want to steal. If you're capable, take it from me. Lin Kuan, pleased with this apparent compliance, reached out his hand. Then I won't stand on ceremony. But as he got close, it emitted lightning-like sparks, forcing him to retract his hand. Beishun scoffed, just that, and you want to steal from me. Lin Kuan froze. The sword now pointed at his throat. Damn it, a sneak attack. You have no real skill. He gestured again, controlling a flurry of knives to attack Beishun. Go back to your mother. At the same time, Lin Kuan retreated to a safe distance. One of the knives pierced Bei Shin's chest. A faint green snake appeared, flicking its tongue. He slammed against the wall, spitting out fake blood. He groaned softly. Lin Kuan, satisfied with the apparent hit, said, Kid, I thought you were strong at first. Lin Kuan retrieved the lightning sword. Turns out you're just a fragile vase. Useless. He laughed menacingly and charged forward with the sword. Just lie down and accept your fate. Bei Shun quickly dodged, retrieving the pill he had dropped earlier. He immediately popped it into his mouth. A surge of spiritual energy, like green fire, erupted from his back. A vicious glint appeared in Lin Kuan's eyes. This sword is truly a worthy treasure. Prepara tudi. Suddenly, Bei Shun blocked the sword with his bare hand, unharmed. Lin Kuan was stunned. You how? Bei Shun explained nonchalantly. My power was suppressed by my injury earlier. Did you really think you could kill me? Lin Kuan found this preposterous. Impossible. You clearly had no strength left. Bei Shun suddenly kicked him hard in the stomach. Idiot. The wound on his chest had already dried. Try to run. As Lin Kuan turned to flee, Bei Shun shot him down with a blast of spiritual energy. Let's see where you can go. Jiang Xiaohua covered her mouth in fear. What do I do? So many people suddenly collapsed. Should I call the police? At this moment, Bei Shun clutched his head, feeling unwell. Damn it, I used too much spiritual energy at once. I am dizzy. She rushed over worriedly. Bai Shen, but he had already fainted. Oh no, I didn't bring my acupuncture needles. I need to call an ambulance. She immediately called. Hello, is this emergency services? I have a patient here. A while later, after about 30 minutes, an ambulance arrived with sirens blaring, rushing to the hospital. He lay unconscious on the stretcher. She held his hand and whispered, Bei Shun, you absolutely can't die. He was wheeled into the waiting area. A nurse wearing glasses informed her, Miss Jiang, the head doctor is in surgery. You'll have to wait a moment. Jiang Xiaohua nodded. Okay, I understand. She checked his pulse. His pulse is stable. It seems he's just fainted. Suddenly, a man collapsed on the floor. The nurse turned. There's another patient who fainted over there. Go check on him. Jiang Xiaohua also turned and ran off. I'll go find a doctor of traditional medicine for some acupuncture needles. Maybe that can help. After she left, Bei Shun opened his eyes. He held his head in confusion. Where am I? Why am I in the hospital? He jumped off the stretcher. I need to get to the spirit stone mine to absorb spiritual energy quickly, or I'll fall into an intermittent coma. The scene shifts to the hall where Jie Jiozhan's live broadcast is taking place. An assistant reports, Boss, preparations for our event are almost complete. He leans back comfortably in his chair, takes a sip of coffee, and says, what about the actors? He looks blank. Actors. Jie Jiozhan slams his hand on the table angrily. You're useless. You even forgot such an important matter. We organize these events to sell products. Every time, we need to find actors to pretend to be patients and cooperate with me to perform a divine healer skit. The assistant finally understands. Ah, I see. He hurries to find people. Don't worry, boss. I'll arrange it right away. Jie Jiozhan urges him. Hurry up. The assistant turns and leaves. Yes, sir. A car is parked in in the courtyard awaiting instructions. Half an hour later, he instructs 4 strange men. Did everyone hear clearly? This time, the acting fee is doubled. You must cooperate well with divine healer Jia. Understand. One of them replies on behalf of the group. Understood. Meanwhile, Bei Shun is tired and struggling to find his way. Strange, where's the entrance to this hospital? The assistant is startled by the sudden appearance of another person. Bei Shun staggers and almost falls. Not good. The assistant quickly catches him. Hey, you don't have to act so realistically even if you want to be an actor. But time is of the essence, so the assistant throws Bei Shun into the car and leaves. This guy's acting skills are pretty good. He collapses and gets right into character. He gets in the car and drives to the event venue. Jiang Xiaohua returns after searching for someone. Bei Shun, I'm back. She sees the empty stretcher. Where is he? In front of the entrance to Jie Jiuzhen's broadcast hall, people are buzzing with anticipation. Divine Healer Jie is live streaming his healing. It's truly an honor to witness him displaying his medical skills. I've already bought my ticket. Let's go in. The seats in the hall are almost full, creating a bustling and noisy atmosphere. Jie Jiuzhen waits outside with his arms crossed. Are the actors all arranged? The assistant assures him, don't worry, everything is ready. I even found an actor who could win an Oscar. At the appointed time, he steps onto the stage and clears his throat. Please everyone, be quiet. The assistant excitedly announces through a megaphone, our Divine Healer's presentation is officially starting. Jie Jiuzhen stands up from the audience. He introduces, next, please welcome Divine Healer Jie Jiuzhen to the stage. The assistant gestures for him to come up to the podium. The audience applauds. Ye Yuzhen speaks solemnly. Thank you all for coming to my event. As a doctor, benevolence is the art, and a compassionate heart is essential. As doctors, our duty is to save people, heal illnesses, and save lives. He holds a red cloth covering an object on the podium. So, without further ado, let's get to the main topic. Jie Jiuzhen pulls the cloth away, revealing what's underneath. It's a wooden box containing acupuncture needles. This time, I bring you the heirloom Bien K silver needles. These are exceptional needles designed and used by Bien K himself. He begins to boast, I have used my medical skills to replicate and reproduce these needles, creating needles with the exact same effect. The audience murmurs in admiration. Amazing. Jie Jiuzhen brings the box closer to the audience. If this priceless treasure can be brought out to the world, it will surely bring great benefits to the people. Then, like a professional salesman, he promotes his product. Now, not for 998, not even for 888, but just for 88. For only 88, you can take this priceless treasure home. The man in black was skeptical. How? Is this any different from an advertisement? Does it really work? Jie Jiuzhen affirmed confidently, of course, it has miraculous effects. Then he ordered his subordinate, someone, bring the patient in. The subordinate immediately obeyed. Yes, sir. The assistant pushed the unconscious Bei Shun on a bed onto the stage. Boss, the patient is here. Jie Jiuzhen was eager to show off. Everyone, seeing is believing. This is a patient suffering from a severe illness. I will use the acupuncture method I just demonstrated to treat him and show you its miraculous effects. Jie Jiuzhen pulled a needle from the box. Now, then. Suddenly, the jade pendant hanging on Jie Jiuzhen emitted an extremely pure spiritual energy. It spread out and was completely absorbed by Bei Shun's body. After absorbing all the spiritual energy, Bei Shun regained consciousness. Jie Jiuzhen was startled and flustered. Hey, what's wrong with this actor? I haven't even started the acupuncture yet. How did he wake up already? Bei Shun was equally surprised. What's going on? Where did that spiritual energy come from that I just absorbed? Suddenly, Bei Shun noticed the jade pendant hanging on Jie Jiuzhen's belt. It's that. Jie Jiuzhen threatened in a low voice. Hey, are you a professional actor or not? Cooperate with me and continue acting or you won't get paid. Bei Shen was Stund, acting. Jie Jiuzhen reiterated the agreement. That's right, didn't we agree? You'll cooperate with me, act in front of the doctor, get paid, and then leave. Bei Shun gave a knowing smile. So that's how it is. Bei Shun immediately set his terms. I can continue to cooperate with your act, but I don't need the payment. I want the jade pendant on you. Jiejio Jun protested. What? This jade pendant is a family heirloom. Bei Shun countered with a threat. If you don't agree, I'll stand up right now and let everyone know you're a fraud. Jiejio Jun panicked and stopped him. No, I agree. Bei Shun obediently continued to play along. All right, continue then. Jiejio Jun prepared to insert the needle and reminded him, stay still. Jiejio Jun actually inserted the needle into Bei Shun's flesh. Bei Shun cried out in pain and sat up abruptly, as if he had truly awakened from a serious illness. Lin Kuan clapped his hands joyfully. Divine Healer Jia is truly extraordinary. Just one needle and it worked. Haha, amazing, truly amazing. Bei Shun clutched his stomach, looked at Jiejio Jun, and said, that was a bit harsh, wasn't it? Jiejio Jun smirked. That's the price you pay for coveting my family heirloom jade pendant. Bei Shun extended his hand and said seriously, all right, give me back the jade pendant. Hearing this, Jiejio Jun replied, follow me to the second floor to get it. We still need to sign a transaction agreement. Then the two went upstairs. After 10 minutes, having not received what he wanted, Bei Shun asked, can you give it to me now? Jiejio Jun calmly replied, did you really think you could take the jade pendant? Bei Shun was taken aback, his face full of displeasure. What do you mean? Jiejio Jun threw a stack of documents at him and angrily cursed, you son of a bitch. Trying to use this opportunity to steal my jade pendant. Dream on. Bei Shun glared and asked, I didn't expose you for selling fake goods. Are you going back on your word? Jiejio Jun shouted in a panic, what do you want to do? Then he yelled loudly for his henchmen, didn't yell. The door was kicked open by a large man holding a wooden club. Boss, you called. They aggressively advanced towards Bei Shun. Jiejio Jun sneered smugly, brat, are you scared now? Without hesitation, he slapped Jiejio Jun, sending him tumbling to the ground. One of the henchmen started to ask, Master, are you all right? But Jiejio Jun yelled, what are you standing around for? Hit him. The henchman with the club replied, right. He then swung at Bei Shun, but Bei Shun dodged the blow. Bei Shun then punched the henchman in the stomach, causing him to cough up blood. Don't waste your efforts, Bei Shun said. Hand over the jade pendant and save yourself the pain. After dealing with that henchman, he grabbed the collars of the other two and threw them to the ground. Angrily, he said, if you don't want to stay here permanently, then get out. Jiejio Jun sat to the side, terrified and unsure what to do. What's going on? This kid is too frightening. Bei Shun walked towards Jiejio Jun step by step, causing him to tremble and back away. Glaring, Bei Shun grabbed Jiejio Jun's collar and asked the jade pendant, are you going to hand it over or not? Jiejio Jun, sweating profusely and filled with fear, stammered, all right. I'll give it. His hand trembling, he held out the jade pendant. Here, take it. Bei Shun snatched the pendant. You really don't learn your lesson until you're in a coffin, do you? You've sold too many fakes, so be careful. Terrified, Jiejio Jun could only echo Bei Shun's words. Right. You're absolutely right. Bei Shun then left Jiejio Jun's house and returned to school. The classroom door opened. As Bei Shun walked in, Zhang Ziwon, his roommate, said, Bei Shun, you finally decided to come back to school. Bei Shun asked, surprised, what's going on? Ziwon replied, the school has been conducting strict attendance checks recently. You've been absent for a long time, so be careful not to get caught. Bei Shun responded, oh, I see. Ziwon turned and asked, what are you going to do now? Tiredly, Bei Shun replied, rest. Please be quiet. Ziwon lay down on his desk. All right, then I'll rest too. Bei Shun sat cross-legged on his chair, feeling the power from the jade pendant. This jade pendant still has quite a bit of spiritual energy. It's just right for cultivating my heavenly eye. The jade pendant quickly took effect, transporting him to a construction site. There, he saw an old man with white hair. He spoke, Old Gene, it's been a while since we transported goods to the mountain gate. Will we really be able to deliver this time? The old man replied, don't worry. We signed a contract with this construction site precisely because there are good things underground. He asked curiously, what good things? Old Gene replied, last time, this construction site unearthed a stone tablet. It had the name 10,000 Treasure Pavilion written on it. It sounds quite interesting. Bei Shun was surprised. 10,000 Treasure Pavilion. Then he vanished. The spot where he was sitting radiated a surge of energy, startling Ziwon awake. Frightened, he wondered what had happened. Ziwon asked himself, what happened? By this time, Bei Shun had arrived at the construction site where he had seen the old man. He ran towards the gate, intending to sneak inside. 10,000 Treasure Pavilion. Is the legacy of the Qingyun sect really here? A voice called out, interrupting his thoughts. Hey kid, what are you doing here? Flustered and unsure how to respond, he stammered. I'm... The two men walked towards him. One of them asked, are you here looking for work too? Not knowing what to say, Beishan went along with it. Yes. The man said to him, the economy has been down lately, so a lot of people are coming here looking for work. All right, go ahead and move the bricks first. If you can do it, you can stay. The man agreed, okay. Suddenly, a rumbling sound echoed from inside, startling everyone. They panicked, unsure what was happening. The man asked in surprise, what was that? A young man with him replied, it sounds like something happened. The man yelled, then what are you standing around for? Hurry up and go see. Workers around the site gathered at the edge of a large pit, murmuring and whispering. This place is strange. Another cave-in. The same thing happened last time, and several people died. Lin Kuan approached from afar, shouting impatiently, move aside. Out of the way. As soon as they saw the two of them, the others quickly bowed their heads and called out, Old Gene. He pulled something out from inside his jacket and, carefully instructed, step back and let me check the situation below. Lin Kuan cooperated and moved out of the way. Yes, in Old Jin's hand was a wooden compass, now glowing with a brilliant golden light. He looked down at it, pondering for a long moment. Azure Dragon in place. White Tiger emerges from the mountain. This place has strong spiritual energy. Lin Kuan peered over his shoulder, a puzzled look on his face. So, Old Gene, are there any treasures? He replied in a low voice, yes, and quite a lot. Lin Kuan's brow furrowed, his hand clenching as if he had stumbled upon a great fortune. Excellent. Old Gene turned to leave, but not before giving some instructions. Lin Kuan, you, the foreman, immediately find a team of workers and lead them down to explore. Remember, bring plenty of people. Understand? He readily replied, yes, Old Gene. Bring more cannon fodder. I understand. The foreman then stood before the workers and announced loudly, all right, everyone come here. There are quite a few treasures in the collapsed cave-in. The higher-ups want us to send people down to explore. Any of you willing to go down can sign up. Hearing this, the workers erupted in clamor. I'll go. Me too. Take me. Bei Shun, mingled among the workers, slowly raised his hand. Foreman, I want to go too. The foreman grinned, equally enthusiastic. Good. Get ready. We're going down immediately. He then led them in to Lin Kuan and reported in a low voice, Foreman Lin, I've found the man. Lin Kuan simply turned his head and replied, good. His brow rose slightly, concealing the dangerous glint in his eyes. Everyone, stay alert. Come down with me. Remember to be careful. The foreman, standing at the front, shouted clearly, understood. The other workers cheered, great. We're going to get rich. Lin Kuan's footsteps echoed slowly in the dark cave. After walking for a while, he couldn't help but click his tongue. This damned place is quite spacious, not like a graveyard. Bei Shun, walking behind, silently observed his surroundings and made an assessment. The spiritual energy here is richer than outside. There might be a spirit stone mine. Suddenly, a worker shouted and pointed ahead. Everyone look, what's that? A magnificent and ancient structure appeared before everyone's eyes. Lin Kuan gaped in astonishment, stammering, This is a palace. The workers started excitedly whispering amongst themselves, feeling incredibly lucky. My God, I can't believe this is an ancient ruin. Ancient ruins definitely have treasures. We've hit the jackpot. Unable to contain themselves, they rushed towards the structure like the wind, their laughter and chatter filling the air. Quick, let's grab the treasures. Bei Shun, however, casually put his hands in his pockets and pondered for a moment. This architectural style is very similar to that of 2,000 years ago. Could this place really be the legendary treasury? The workers' eyes lit up as they saw the vast quantities of gemstones and treasures. There really are treasures. It's all jewels. We're rich. We're really rich. Suddenly, a violent tremor caught them off guard. The foreman looked around in bewilderment, unsure of what was happening. What's going on? Another cave-in. A ghostly figure in ancient clothing suddenly appeared, bellowing, who dares trespass in the palace of nurturing the heart? Hiding behind a large boulder, Bei Shun observed and muttered, 1,000-year-old spirit. Lin Kuan gritted his teeth, his eyes gleaming with uncontainable excitement. I am not seeing things, am I? There's an ancient spirit here. The workers, upon seeing the ghost, scattered in terror, screaming, Ghost. At that moment, two figures appeared at the exit, seemingly gatekeepers, and shouted in unison, intruders, you shall remain here. With lightning-fast speed, the two ghostly figures injured several workers. Terrified, the foreman could only cry out for help. Foreman Lin, save me. Lin Kuan, however, quickly darted away, thousands of daggers swirling around him. A smug look appeared on his face as the daggers flew straight towards the ghosts. In an instant, the two ghostly figures were reduced to dust by his daggers. The foreman clenched his fists and cheered. Yes, Foreman Lin's got this. We're safe. The two ghostly figures suddenly darkened, their eyes widening. A cultivator, seeing they were no match for him. The triumphant Lin Kuan continued his advance. If they've survived here for thousands of years, they must know where the treasury is. I'll capture one and interrogate them. Suddenly, a golden dragon appeared in the hand of one of the ghosts, who sneered, "Foolish child." As soon as the ghost spoke, the golden dragon shot forward like lightning. Go meet your maker. The golden dragon opened its massive jaws and attacked Lin Kuan with a blast of energy. Lin Kuan, being only human, was no match for such immense power and was sent flying into the wall. He even crashed near the boulder where Bei Shan was hiding. The ghost, not yet satisfied, charged forward with his sword, shouting, "This is the territory of the Venerable One. Intruders will be shown no mercy." Lin Kuan gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, and finally cursed, "Damn it." He reached out and pulled Bei Shun, who was hiding nearby, in front of him as a shield. "Take this." The ghostly cultivator swung his sword, striking directly at Bei Shun and Lin Kuan. Intrudas musti. Bei Shun, forced to be a human shield, took the full brunt of the attack and cried out in pain. Lin Kuan seized the opportunity and fled, thinking to himself, "I'm done for. I'm done for. This place not only has spirits, but they've retained their powerful cultivation." He glanced at Bei Shun, sprawled on the ground, waiting to be slaughtered, and thought to himself, "Good thing I'm clever. I found a scapegoat." A loud explosion sent up a cloud of white smoke, obscuring what was happening. Lin Kuan stopped in his tracks when he saw Bei Shun completely unharmed. "What's going on?" "He's not dead yet." With surprising speed, Bei Shun suddenly appeared behind the ghostly cultivator and asked in a low voice, "Hey, did you enjoy hitting me?" The ghostly cultivator was astonished. "When did you?" A large spiritual circle suddenly appeared on the ground, centered on Bei Shun, with small lights slowly appearing like sparks. These then transformed into drops of rain that mercilessly poured down on the ghostly cultivator. The ghostly cultivator's spectral body was quickly pierced as Bei Shun said in a serious tone, "I'm not a pushover." Finally, the ghostly cultivator's entire body dissipated, creating a sizable explosion. Lin Kuan stood frozen, his jaw dropping. "Who is that guy? He's so powerful." The other ghosts, seeing Bei Shun's actions, rushed forward. "Damn it, he dared to kill our senior brother. We must avenge him." One of them quickly extended a hand, summoning a large black serpent to attack Bei Shun. "Your life is mine." Bei Shun, not to be outdone, quickly summoned the soul-catching lantern. He shouted loudly, and the lantern released powerful purple chains. Soul catching, activate. In the blink of an eye, the black serpents were bound by the lantern, unable to move. The ghosts paled upon seeing the lantern. "It's the soul-catching lantern. Run." They panicked and fled, trying to escape. But nothing could escape the soul-catching lantern. They were quickly bound, the chains tightening around their spectral bodies, causing them to cry out in pain. The foreman's face turned pale in disbelief. This kid is a cultivator." Looking at Bei Shun's imposing stance, he felt even more awestruck. "I didn't even realize it before." Lin Kuan cleared his throat and slowly approached Bei Shun. "Young man, you performed well." He put a hand on Bei Shun's shoulder, forcing a smile while praising him. "You must be from a sect, right? I saw your strength early on, so I want to let you gain some experience." Inwardly, Lin Kuan thought, running away was so embarrassing. "I need to salvage this situation." Bei Shun's brow furrowed slightly, but he smiled in response. "Thank you, Foreman Lin, for the opportunity." He was secretly delighted. He didn't recognize me. The disguise really worked. The other workers quickly chimed in, flattering Lin Kuan. "Foreman Lin truly has a keen eye. Without you, we would have been overlooked." Foreman Lin is mighty. The smile on Bei Shun's face slowly froze. He couldn't stand their incessant flattery. Lin Kuan, clearly not wanting to be seen as enjoying the excessive praise, quickly interrupted them. All right, enough with the flattery. There are definitely more treasures inside. Keep searching. The workers immediately responded, yes, sir. He led the group back into the previous room. Inside, a ghostly cultivator was struggling to get up from the floor. He stepped on the ghostly cultivator's back, forcing him painfully back down. Oh, there's still one here. The foreman, followed by the workers, approached respectfully. Mr. Lin, please go ahead. We'll gather up these treasures. Lin Kuan grabbed the ghostly cultivator's head, a cruel smirk twisting his lips. You're pretty resilient, aren't you? He tightened his grip, causing the ghostly cultivator to grit his teeth in pain. Tell me, who are you? Don't you know what kind of place this treasure pavilion is? Bei Shun, standing behind him, silently observed the surprise that flickered in the ghostly cultivator's eyes. Treasure pavilion. He saw the ghostly cultivator spit out a mouthful of cold air and curse, his brow furrowed. You won't get any information out of me. This clearly angered Lin Kuan, who raised his hand. Are you courting death? A hazy white smoke emanated from the ghostly cultivator, his tone resolute. If I fall, I'm taking someone down with me. Lin Kuan turned and ran, shouting a warning to the others. Look out, get down. A blinding blue light flashed, and Lin Kuan, caught off guard, tripped and fell face first onto the ground. The foreman, surprised to see him kneeling before him, exclaimed, Mr. Lin. He quickly helped Lin Kuan up, his face filled with concern. Mr. Lin, are you all right? Lin Kuan shoved him aside, shouting, get off me. I'm Yufine. Where the ghostly cultivator's spiritual body had exploded, a large stone entrance now stood. Mr. Lin, come look. What is this? Both Lin Kuan and Bei Shun noticed the newly appeared entrance. The white smoke slowly dissipated, revealing the large, silent entrance. Standing behind, Bei Shun glanced inside and murmured in awe. The spiritual energy in there is incredibly dense. Lin Kuan, standing in front of Bei Shun, didn't turn around but calmly instructed everyone, drop everything and follow me. The workers looked at the foreman with confused expressions. But the foreman, not giving them time to think, urged, if you don't want to die, get inside. Jolted by the foreman, they responded loudly, yes, sir. He immediately leaped towards the cave entrance. Under Lin Kuan's leadership, the foreman and the workers, emboldened, pushed through the dense spiritual energy at the mouth of the cave. They ventured deeper inside, continuing their search for precious treasures. Bei Shun stared in amazement at the scene within the cave, murmuring, This is a spiritual mine. Behind them, one of the workers asked in bewilderment, spiritual mine? What's a spiritual mine? Another worker beside him replied with a helpless expression, I don't know. Seeing the foreman frozen in place for a long time, not moving forward, Lin Kuan walked over and sharply rapped him on the head, angrily snapping, What are you standing there dumbfounded for? Go on and take a look. The foreman flinched, instinctively ducking his head and whimpering, ow, rubbing the sore spot. The foreman fearfully asked in a low voice, Mr. Lin, is it safe inside? Hearing this utterly foolish question, Lin Kuan flew into a rage and delivered a powerful kick to the foreman, ordering, stop your nonsense. Get inside. Caught off guard, the foreman stumbled forward. He crashed to the ground, bracing himself with his hands. The foreman quickly scrambled to his knees, his face filled with terror, shaking his head and muttering under his breath, Heaven help me, please let it be safe. The spacious cave was silent, its walls covered with spiritual minerals of various shapes and sizes. After exploring and observing the area, the foreman scanned his surroundings, confirming there was nothing unusual. He then looked back at Lin Kuan and reported, Mr. Lin, it's safe in here. Try to reassure the team. He urged, come on over, everyone, it's safe. But he was unaware of the danger lurking right behind him. Suddenly, a large panther lunged, its sharp teeth bared and eyes filled with hungry anticipation. It sank its teeth into the foreman's neck, sending blood spraying everywhere. Lin Kuan and the workers gasped in shock and horror, witnessing the savage scene. Terrified, the workers turned and fled, screaming, help, a monster, leaving Lin Kuan staring after them in disbelief. Enraged by their attempted escape, the panther roared angrily. Fast as lightning, it pounced on one of the fleeing workers, who screamed in terror. Ah! The panther opened its mouth wide, revealing a magical orb emitting a strange smoke. With another roar, it propelled the orb towards the fleeing workers. In less than a second, the orb exploded. The force of the blast sent the workers flying in all directions. Lin Kuan watched the chaotic scene in terror, his face pale and trembling. What is this place? He stammered. There's even a spirit beast here. Having dealt with the workers, the panther turned its attention to Lin Kuan. It slowly approached him, growling menacingly. Human trespassers in my territory must descend to hell. But with his usual arrogance, Lin Kuan refused to be intimidated. He launched sharp daggers at the panther, warning, "Damn it, don't think you can scare me away." The panther nimbly dodged the daggers, unharmed. It lunged aggressively, refusing to yield to someone as disrespectful as Lin Kuan. Lin Kuan broke out in a cold sweat, his brow furrowed in anxiety. How can this be? Without hesitation, the panther lunged again, its sudden attack sending Lin Kuan's spirit soaring. With a swift bite, it severed Lin Kuan's arm, sending a spray of crimson blood gushing forth. Lin Kuan clutched his remaining arm and screamed in agony. Feeling someone approaching, he desperately pleaded, "Help me. Someone, please help me." Bei Shun sneered, looking down at the injured worker with cold, murderous eyes. "Help you?" he mocked. "You still recognize me?" Lin Kuan gaped at him in disbelief. "It's you. What are you doing here?" He stammered, panicked. "I told you," Bei Shun replied, his voice laced with cold hatred. "You can't escape me." The throbbing pain from his severed arm, coupled with Bei Shun's menacing presence, left Lin Kuan breathless and overwhelmed. Realizing his dire situation and unable to fight back, Lin Kuan knew he'd be killed if he stayed. Gathering his remaining strength, he turned and fled. Bei Shun, his rage at its peak, silently drew a powerful sword. Lin Kuan ran frantically, glancing back to gauge his pursuer. Seeing the sharp, menacing sword in Bei Shun's hand, his face paled in terror. With a single, swift stroke, Bei Shun's sword pierced Lin Kuan's chest, sending a spray of blood into the air. He screamed. Lin Kuan collapsed, the sword protruding from his back, lying in a pool of blood. He was finally dead. The panther, watching from the side, looked on in bewilderment. Infighting, it wondered. After finishing off Lin Kuan, Bei Shun addressed the panther. "To cultivate into a sentient beast here. You're quite talented." The panther growled in response. "Human," it warned, "don't think your flattery will spare you. This is my territory. Trespassers die." It cautiously approached Bei Shun. However, the panther continued, "Your abundant spiritual energy is useful to me. I might consider leaving your corpse intact." Instead of fear, Bei Shun smirked, a look of disdain on his face. "A beast is still a beast," he scoffed. "Savage and stupid." The panther, seemingly confused, asked, "What do you mean?" Bei Shun cut to the chase. "We both have our own goals. Instead of fighting to the death, how about a deal?" The panther eyed him suspiciously. "What kind of deal?" Bei Shun's gaze sharpened, a cold, oppressive force bearing down on the panther. "I give you the spiritual energy you need, and you give me what I want." The panther scoffed at the proposition. "Huh," it roared. "A lowly human, like an ant, dares to bargain with me." Enraged, it bared its fangs and lunged at Bei Shun. Bei Shun, unfazed by the panther's ferocious attack, raised his sword, ready to fight. "If we can't negotiate," he said, "then we fight." Suddenly, the panther recoiled, afraid to proceed. Bei Shun's powerful and imposing aura had completely demoralized it, erasing its initial aggression. Now, frozen in fear, it thought, "Enough. This pressure is too much." Internally, it panicked. "I feel like I'm suffocating, about to die." Abandoning its arrogance, it knelt down, pleading, "I apologize. I was wrong." Bei Shun, his anger appeased, softened and smiled gently, saying, "Then let's continue our negotiation." The panther, now terrified, obediently agreed to all of his demands and conditions, trembling as it replied, "As long as you don't kill me, anything is negotiable." His eyes narrowed. Bei Shun questioned the panther in a stern voice. "I'll only ask you one thing. Has the 100 Treasures Pavilion existed here recently?" Upon hearing the last 3 words, the panther feigned confusion, echoing, "100 Treasures Pavilion." Seeing through the panther's feigned innocence and naivety. Beishan warned, "Don't play games with me. Swords have no eyes." The panther, terrified, immediately did a 180, dropping the pretense and answering honestly, "Yes, it really exists." Then, pointing to the left, it said, "It should be this way." Though slightly skeptical, Beishan followed the panther's directions, rushing in the indicated direction, not forgetting to threaten, "Is that true? Don't lie to me." Beishan stared impatiently at a pile of stones, emitting a blue aura. His eyes sharp with anger, he shouted, "Are you kidding me? This is the 100 Treasures Pavilion." Pointing to the pile of bricks radiating a blue aura, the panther explained, "These are the blue bricks that were fired to build the 100 Treasures Pavilion." Beishan, not accepting this, retorted, "What I'm looking for is the 100 Treasures Pavilion, not these broken bricks." The panther, slightly flustered, explained, "Well, back then, the people here mined spirit ore and fired bricks to build the 100 Treasures Pavilion. As for where the pavilion itself is now, I don't know." Beishan, losing his patience, glared coldly and warned, "If you weren't harmless right now, I would really kill you." The panther flinched in fear. "Ah, don't." A magical artifact appeared in Beishan's palm. He declared, "Forget it. If I can't find the 100 Treasures Pavilion, I can't leave empty-handed." Beishan's palm drew the blue spiritual energy from the surrounding space, forming a small sphere. He said, "I'll take all this spiritual energy." The panther, observing this, thought in awe, "What powerful energy. He can actually absorb so much spiritual energy." Raising his hand, Beishan aggressively gathered all the surrounding gold and silver jewelry. Gold and silver jewelry, though mundane items, have their uses, so I'll take them too. Weakened and facing the inevitable, the panther lowered its head submissively. "Great immortal, could you take me as your subordinate? I rely on this spiritual energy to survive. If you take it all, I will surely die." The panther's plea caused Beishan to hesitate. About that, he relented, accepting, "All right, I'll take you outside to keep the Lion King company." The scene shifted to outside the construction site, where Mr. Jean was waiting impatiently, constantly checking his watch. "Why is it taking so long? Could something have happened?" Suddenly sensing something, he called out, "Who's there?" Beishan appeared behind Mr. Jean, kneeling and replying, "Mr. Jean, it's me." He was full of questions. Beishan stood up and explained, "I'm a temporary worker at this construction site." Mr. Jean frowned sternly. "Where are the others?" Beishan coldly replied, "They're all still in there." A look of horror spread across Mr. Jin's face. "What?" Beishan explained further, "Many monsters appeared inside. They all fell trying to save me." After saying that, he brushed past Mr. Jean. "I'll be taking my leave." Mr. Jean watched Beishan's retreating figure, thinking, "This kid thinks I'm stupid." Without further thought, Mr. Jean lashed out with a claw-like attack. With a roar, he directed the attack towards Beishan. "Trying to trick me. You're still too green." Struck by the attack, Beishan cried out in pain and stumbled forward. Beishan gritted his teeth, suppressing his burgeoning rage. With a cold expression and an oppressive aura, Mr. Jean advanced menacingly. "Hey kid, still trying to fool me. You don't have the skills. Tell me honestly what happened inside." A smirk played on Beishan's lips as he thought. It worked. This guy has information about the 100 Treasures Pavilion. I just need to play weak to get out of him. He quickly knelt down, feigning weakness and pleading, "Don't kill me. Let me talk, tell you everything." After entering, we found a lot of gold and silver treasures, but many spirits and monsters appeared as well. Then Foreman Lin fell at the hands of those monsters. Mr. Jean continued to interrogate him. "Is that all? Where are the other treasures? For example, any information about the 100 Treasures Pavilion?" Beishan replied, "I remember now. There were indeed bricks from the 100 Treasures Pavilion inside, but the pavilion itself was nowhere to be found." Mr. Jean looked puzzled. "Bricks?" Beishan put on an innocent expression and looked at him questioningly. "Mr. Jean, what is the 100 Treasures Pavilion? Why are you looking for it?" Underestimating Beishan, Mr. Jean let his guard down and revealed what he knew. "Well, since you're a dead man anyway, it doesn't matter if I tell you." He described a magnificent and fortified structure. "A few years ago, when we moved the mountain gate, we found a historical relic related to the Azure Cloud sect. It recorded the existence of the 100 Treasures Pavilion. It's said to contain numerous cultivation techniques and treasures. Finding it would be a once-in-a-millennium opportunity for a cultivator." Having heard Mr. Jin's information, Beishan stood up with a look of disappointment. "Oh, do you have any other clues about the 100 Treasures Pavilion?" Seeing Beishan rise, Mr. Jean grew wary. "What are you doing? How dare you stand up? Now dropping the act, Bei Shun's face darkened, his eyes turned cold, and his hand twitched, ready to strike. I initially wanted to extract more clues from you, but everything you said was meaningless. Bei Shun's words enraged Mr. Jean, who prepared to attack. Damn you. Are you trying to provoke me again? He glared at Bei Shun. I see you really don't want to live today. Bei Shun summoned his sword. With speed and agility, he blocked Mr. Jin's attack. The friction between the two intensified with each clash. Bei Shun spoke. Mr. Jean, I let you get cocky for a moment, and you really thought you were something. He then put more force into his attack, sending Mr. Jean reeling back in pain. Because Bei Shun's attack was too strong, it sent Mr. Jean sprawling to the ground. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he lunged forward with his sword. Holding the long, sharp blade to the throat of the prone Mr. Jean, Bei Shun laid out his terms. Mr. Jean, you're still useful to me. If you submit, I might spare your life. A bewildered Mr. Jean asked loudly, Who are you really? Bei Shun's face darkened with a menacing look as he replied, Azure Cloud Sect, Bei Shun. Bei Shun's answer caused an expression of disbelief to spread across Mr. Jin's face. Azure Cloud Sect. Impossible. That sect ceased to exist long ago. Bei Shun, impatient, said, I don't need to explain myself to you. But if you're willing to continue investigating the leads on the 100 Treasures Pavilion for me, I'll let you live. So what do you say? Hearing this, Mr. Jean hastily replied, All right, I agree. I'll do anything as long as you don't kill me. Mr. Jean then opened his mouth wide as instructed by Bei Shun. Immediately, Bei Shun tossed something into his mouth. Having something thrown into his mouth caused Mr. Jin's face to darken with fear. He asked, What did you make me swallow? Bei Shun turned and walked away, explaining, Nothing much. It's just a slow-acting poison. It acts up every 10 days. Only I have the antidote. Remember, investigate the 100 Treasures Pavilion for me. If you try anything funny, be prepared to meet your maker from the poison. Hearing this warning, Mr. Jean replied, Understood. After wandering aimlessly for a while, Bei Shun looked up at the starry sky and said, Tonight was truly dangerous. I expended quite a bit of spiritual energy. Fortunately, the opportunity wasn't bad, so it wasn't a total loss. Suddenly, a rumble from his stomach signaled trouble, prompting Bei Shun to exclaim, Oh no, my stomach's acting up again. Clutching his upset stomach, he walked towards the woods, saying, I need to find a place to take care of this quickly. As he was about to relieve himself, he saw something. Surprise and shock filled Bei Shun's eyes. At that moment, both he and Xiaohua cried out, Ah! Immediately after, she punched Bei Shun, sending him flying. Covering her eyes with one hand, she yelled, You pervert! Xiaohua angrily exclaimed, Bei Shun, I went through so much trouble to find you, and you take advantage of me being off guard a peep. Seeing that he was misunderstood, Bei Shun tried to explain, Wait, this is all a misunderstanding. Finding the situation difficult to explain, he quickly changed the subject. All right, Miss Jiang, how did you find this place? Still angry, Xiaohua puffed out her cheeks and turned away, replying, If I wasn't worried you'd fall asleep, I wouldn't have bothered asking around to find you. Intrigued, Bei Shun asked, asking around. They both started walking as he said, All right, Miss Jiang, it's my fault. How about I make it up to you tonight? Xiaohua asked curiously, Make it up to me how? He replied, I'll take you out to eat and buy you anything you want. Xiaohua looked at him skeptically, Based on you. How much money could you possibly have? Seeing her disbelief, Bei Shun pulled out a pile of jewelry and confidently asked, Is this enough? A pile of glittering gold caught her eye, her suspicion vanishing, replaced by disbelief. Her eyes widened, fixated on the exquisite gold jewelry. Wow, that's a lot of gold, she exclaimed. Bei Shun, with a hearty laugh, said, Why don't you pick out a few pieces you like first? His generous offer delighted Xiaohua. Really? She asked. Bei Shun replied, Of course. Then let's continue our negotiations, she said. Hearing his confirmation, she reached for her red shoulder bag, saying, All right then, I won't be polite. Xiaohua held out the red bag and said, I want the one on the left. After she made her choice, Bei Shun handed it over. Here you go. Looking at her red bag, now filled with gold, silver, and jewels, Xiaohua thought to herself, This guy, I was just joking with him, and he actually gave it to me. After giving it to her, Bei Shun, still in relaxed mood, said, All right, I have a lot more things I can sell. Let's go together. His words aroused Xiaohua's suspicion. Where did you go? Did you rob someone? She asked, suspecting foul play. Without much explanation, he took her hand and pulled her along, urging, "Don't ask so many questions. Let's go." After a while, Bei Shun arrived at a shop. He held out two exquisite green jade pieces between two fingers. "Shopkeeper," he said, "how much can I get for these?" The shopkeeper picked up a large magnifying glass and carefully examined the jade pieces Bei Shun offered. "Let me take a look," he replied. Bei Shun thought to himself, "This era really values antiques and collectibles. These things I got today must be worth a fortune." Through the magnifying glass, the shopkeeper stared intently at the jade, thinking, "This is truly special, even more remarkable than my shop's prized treasure." Looking from the jade to Bei Shun and Xiaohua, the shopkeeper assessed them silently. "These two youngsters look like students. I can probably lowball them a bit," he thought. He then put down the magnifying glass with a look of regret. Too bad, he said. His words worried Bei Shun. "What's wrong?" he asked. The shopkeeper looked directly at Bei Shun with a seemingly honest expression. "Your items, although they look quite nice, aren't very old, so they're not very valuable." The shopkeeper's blunt assessment left Bei Shun bewildered. "Not very old," he emphasized. He thought to himself, 2,000 years old, and he says it's not old. Does this guy think I'm an idiot? Without further negotiation, Bei Shun grabbed the two jade pieces. "Forget it, I'll go somewhere else." His decisive action made the shopkeeper backpedal. "Hey, wait a minute." Seeing the shopkeeper relent, Bei Shun smirked provocatively. "What, you still want to try and lowball me?" The shopkeeper's face flushed with embarrassment as he forced a smile. "Don't misunderstand," he said, tried to appease Bei Shun. "I was just trying to negotiate. Can't I buy them now?" Seeing the shopkeeper's more sincere demeanor, Bei Shun replied, "Then give me a price." Seeing his resolve, the shopkeeper held up a hand. 5 million. Bei Shun also held up a hand. 50 million. The shopkeeper was stunned into silence by the exorbitant price Bei Shun offered. Seeing no reaction, Bei Shun turned to leave. "Not buying." "Then forget it." Seeing him about to leave with the valuable jade, the shopkeeper quickly grabbed Bei Shun's arm. I'll buy them. He blurted out. A smile of satisfaction spread across Bei Shun's face as the deal was struck. Money in one hand, goods in the other. Right after that, he gave Bei Shun a check and instructed him, "This is a check for 50 million. Hold on to it tight." Xiaohua, standing to the side, witnessed the scene unfold before her eyes and was stunned, thinking to herself, "Oh my God, is this even possible? That's 50 million. Once finished, he left with her. Bei Shun, full of cheer, said, let's go celebrate." Hearing him say this made Xiaohua curious. "Go where?" Bei Shun replied, "Somewhere to have some fun." After Bei Shun and Xiaohua left, he pulled out his phone, called someone, and reported, "Hello, boss. I just met a big fish. He definitely has more valuable goods on him." The voice on the other end of the line replied, Understood." The scene changes to a taxi driving down the road. Inside the car, Xiaohua looked at Bei Shun inquisitively. "Bei Shun, who are you really? You're not some rich kid, are you?" Hearing her question made him chuckle awkwardly. "Rich kid." Bei Shun's face clearly showed his difficulty in explaining, replying, "All right, you can understand it that way." At the same time, in the same lane outside, an expensive sports car was speeding along incredibly fast. Inside the car, the driver yelled irritably, "Move out of the way. I'm in a hurry to get to a party." The car didn't slow down, but continued to speed forward. Realizing the situation wasn't good, his face turned serious as he shouted, "Oh no." He then swerved the car into the lane where Bei Shun's taxi was driving. Sitting in the taxi, Bei Shun sensed the danger and glanced out the rear window. He pushed Xiaohua's and his own head down, shouting, "Careful." The two cars collided, producing a large cloud of smoke. The sports car driver, furious, stepped out, slamming the car door and shouting, "Damn it. This is my car. I just bought it." Inside the taxi, Bei Shun asked Xiaohua with concern, "Are you all right?" She replied, "No, I'm fine." The sports car driver walked over and opened the taxi driver's door angrily. "Get out here." The taxi driver, frightened by the situation, cried out, "Ah!" The sports car driver, without any reason, grabbed the taxi driver's collar and aggressively rebuked him. "Why didn't you get out of my way?" I almost lost face. The taxi driver, facing the accusations, explained, "This is a no-passing lane. I couldn't change lanes." Unable to control his anger, the sports car driver slapped the taxi driver and shouted, "Damn it, you still dare to talk back." He pointed at his sport car and yelled, "My sports car, which I just bought, is damaged. Pay up." The taxi driver stammered in response, I don't have any money." Hearing the taxi driver's response, the sports car driver's anger intensified. He raised his fist and said, "Then you'll meet your maker." Suddenly, his fist was stopped mid-air. He gritted his teeth and looked towards the arm blocking him, threatening, "Who dares interfere?" Beishun's face darkened with anger as he rebuked, "Hey, you were the one driving recklessly, and you want someone else to compensate you. Are you dreaming?" His intervention further enraged the sports car driver, who swung his fist towards Beishun, yelling, "Get the hell out of here." A punch aimed directly at Beishun's face. "Son of A." The sports car driver's eyes widened in surprise. The panicked man frantically searched around. Where was he? Suddenly, Beishun appeared, slapping him across the face. "Looking for someone. I'm right here." The man could only let out a yelp. He fell to the ground, clutching his cheek and muttering, "My own parents never hit me, yet you dare to slap me." Rage flared, and he pulled a dagger from his pocket. His brows furrowed, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He roared, "Unforgivable. Go meet your maker." Beishun simply tightened his grip on a man's arm. Being so easily restrained, the man's expression turned to one of shock. Suddenly, a sharp arrow flew towards them. Beishun's eyes darted around, instantly sensing danger. Without hesitation, he forcefully pulled the man. As if by chance, the arrow struck the man, who cried out in pain. He collapsed to the ground, unconscious, before the horrified gazes of everyone. Down he goes, forever. Beishun quickly leaped into the air, heading towards the direction from which the arrow had come. "Stay here. Don't run around." A woman silently observed everything from the shadows. Then, with her silent crossbow, she quickly fled the scene. Beishun landed softly on the ground where the woman had been standing. But when he turned to look, there was no one there. "Where?" "Gone." Xiaohua, worried, hurried after him. "Beishun, did you provoke some gangsters?" Without waiting for a reply, she grabbed his wrist and pulled him away. "Come on, I'll take you somewhere safe." After a while, she led him to a small door. Stepping inside, Xiaohua softly instructed, "This is my dorm room. You can hide here for now." The corners of Beishun's mouth curled up in amusement. "Miss Xiaohua, are you concerned about me?" She responded without hesitation, "You saved my life. I'm just repaying the favor. Don't read too much into it." Xiaohua closed her eyes and sighed in relief. "We're safe now." With that, she walked towards her comfortable bed. "Sleep." Looking at the tired Xiaohua lying on the bed, Beishun asked with a puzzled expression, Where do I sleep?" She calmly replied, "On the floor, of course." "Don't tell me you want to sleep on my bed." She tossed a blanket and pillow at him. "Take these." Night fell, and everything was enveloped in silence. Beishun lay awake, staring into the void. Suddenly, Xiaohua opened her eyes and whispered, "I can't sleep." Beishun, his face alert, replied evenly, "Me neither." Xiaohua continued, "Beishun, have you been lying to me this whole time?" He looked towards the sound of her voice, confused. "Why would you say that?" Xiaohua slowly confessed, "After so much has happened, do you think I'm really that stupid? An ordinary person couldn't be as skilled as you." His gaze softened, and he hesitantly admitted, "Well, I do have a few small secrets." Xiaohua responded sympathetically, "Everyone has secrets." "I do too." She turned to face Beishun, her voice sincere. "Do you know why I came to this school?" He seemed lost, only able to respond to study. Her eyes filled with emotion. She confided, "My family keeps pressuring me to marry someone I don't like, so I came here to escape." He found himself drawn into her story. "Wow, it sounds like you've been through a lot. Tell me more." The sun had climbed high overhead, its bright rays streaming through the window. Beishun and Xiaohua were both fast asleep. Suddenly, a rude knocking startled them awake. Beishun sat up, annoyed. "Who is it?" The knocking grew more insistent. Accompanied by an impatient male voice, "Xiaohua, open the door." "It's me." Xiaohua walked to the door, sighing quietly. "Why is he here?" Zhang Bang, smartly dressed and holding a bouquet of flowers, beamed, "Xiaohua, I finally found you." Xiaohua couldn't contain her anger. "Zhang Bang, how many times do I have to tell you? We're not compatible." He seemed not to hear, interrupting her with a bright smile. "Your parents have agreed to our marriage. We're perfect for each other." List asterisk 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 characters. Beishun, also known as Yiwa, asterisk Xiaohua, also known as Jiang Xiaohua, asterisk shopkeeper, asterisk sport car driver, asterisk taxi driver, asterisk Zhang Bang, asterisk woman, silhouette, asterisk 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 kingdom. Not mentioned, asterisk 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 rank. Not mentioned, asterisk 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 location. Antique shop, asterisk on the road, asterisk taxi, asterisk dorm room, asterisk scene of the collision and arrow attack. Xiao Hua coldly threw the bouquet to the ground. I'm sorry, I already have a boyfriend. His eyebrows furrowed, his expression faltering slightly. Then he smirked. You can't fool me. You don't have a boyfriend. Understanding, Bei Shen quickly appeared, taking Xiaohua's hand. Honey, what's going on? Zhang Bang froze, his face paling, his mouth agape. Honey. Bei Shen stood before Zhang Bang, confidently introducing himself. Hello, Bei Shen, Diofu's boyfriend. Infuriated, Zhang Bang roared. Jiang Xiaohua, of all people, you choose a penniless nobody as your boyfriend. Immediately, Bei Shen knelt before Xiaohua, presenting a ring box. Inside, a delicate ring set with a sparkling ruby was revealed. Xiaohua, will you marry me? She could only chuckle, playing along. This guy is quick on his feet, helping me out like this. Zhang Bang's eyes were glued to the ring, speechless. A ruby that big. He clenched his fists, trembling with anger. Damn it, I can't afford something like that. Looking immensely satisfied, Xiaohua smiled brightly. Thank you, I will marry you. Zhang Bang glared at Xiaohua, scowling. What? You're actually going to marry him? Just because his ruby is a little bigger. I have something better than that. With that, he pulled out a diamond ring, boasting, look, I spent a fortune on this diamond. It's worth over 10 million. Bei Shen glanced at it dismissively. What's so special about a ragged diamond? Provoked, Zhang Bang scowled and yelled, stop showing off. If you're so capable, show me something better than this. Immediately, a cascade of sparkling gems was tossed out. Seeing the countless jewels scattered across the floor, Zhang Bang couldn't hide his astonishment. Damn, this is allowed. Bei Shen asked coldly, just 2 words. Enough. Looking at the smug Bei Shen, Zhang Bang swallowed his anger. Damn it, I've met my match. He immediately turned and walked away, shouting angrily, consider yourself impressive. In response, Bei Shen squinted his eyes and cheerfully bid him farewell. Bye-bye. Never see you again. Xiaohua looked at Bei Shen gratefully, her voice sweet. Thank you for helping me out. The corners of his mouth curved upwards in a cheerful expression as he spoke. Don't mention it. It was just a small thing. At this time, Zhang Bang was angrily pacing within the school grounds. He was still fuming, clenching his fists and shouting, damn it, I actually lost to a student. How embarrassing. Suddenly, a woman's silhouette appeared behind Zhang Bang. It startled him, causing him to instinctively turn around. He searched around for a moment and then asked, who's there? Immediately, an unseen hand emitted a mysterious energy. The power surged directly towards where Zhang Bang was standing. The power suddenly invaded his body, catching him completely off guard. His eyes rolled back, his expression becoming vacant. His entire body was completely controlled by the mysterious energy. Unconscious, he became a puppet in the hands of the dark-haired woman. At that moment, Xiaohua and Bei Shen were relaxing and chatting. Bei Shen, thank you so much for this. How about I treat you to a meal? Sounds good. Suddenly, his phone rang in his pocket. He quickly looked at Xiaohua and said politely, hold on, I need to take this call. She happily replied with a simple, Bei Shen listened attentively to the voice on the phone. Hello, Sister Thursday, what's up? The voice on the phone said, the project team has an exam today. I forgot to tell you. Come quickly to room 601 in the lecture hall building. He calmly replied, oh, I understand. Hanging up, he turned to Xiaohua. I have to go take an exam now. I'll be right back. She smiled gently and agreed. Go ahead. We'll have dinner tonight. The scene changed to the examination room, where the teacher was reminding everyone the exam has officially begun. Please start working quickly. Is there a student named Bei Shen who hasn't arrived yet? Another teacher sitting on the platform added, with such a gangster-like name, he's definitely a bad student. The silver-haired teacher immediately retorted, you can't just say that. Bei Shen was personally recruited by the professor. The other teacher bluntly replied, isn't that just pulling strings? What's so great about that? Bei Shen entered with a cheerful smile on his face. Hello, teacher. I'm Bei Shen. I'm here to take the project team exam. The gray-haired teacher frowned slightly, his eyes scrutinizing. Yuli Bei Shen. The teacher beckoned Bei Shen over. Come and get your exam paper. He obediently complied. Yes, sir. Looking at the stacks of exam papers on the table, the teacher seemed a bit hurried. Oh, I'm out of papers. With that, the teacher pulled open the desk drawer and started searching. But then he quickly handed it to Bei Shen, his voice urging, found it, take it. The silver-haired teacher spoke in a gentle tone, reminding Bei Shen, find an empty seat and sit down. There's a pen on the desk. Bei Shen quickly moved and followed the instructions. Yes, teacher. The other teacher's face immediately changed, showing disdain as he muttered, trash getting in through the back door. What a waste of a project team spot. The clock on the wall ticked away the passing moments. Beishan confidently stood up and announced, "Teacher, I'm finished." The two proctors' eyes widened in surprise. "What? You're finished?" Gently placing the test paper on the desk, Beishan calmly walked away. "I have something to do later." Having finished, he headed straight for the door without looking back. "I'll be going now." The gray-haired teacher glanced at Beishan's retreating figure and said sarcastically, handing in the tests so early, he must have just come for show. "A poor student will always be a poor student." Suddenly, the silver-haired teacher blurted out in confusion, "Hey, have you guys seen the classical literature exam I put here?" "What? The classical literature exam?" The silver-haired teacher turned to his colleague and explained, "Well, recently I've encountered a lot of difficult classical literature, so I compiled them into a question bank, intending to find an expert to study them with." The other teacher immediately replied, "Haven't seen it." Suddenly, the silver-haired teacher's eyes fell on Beishan's test paper. "Wait a minute, isn't this my classical literature exam?" The other teacher stubbornly denied it. "You're mistaken. That's the test Beishan submitted." Holding Beishan's test in his hand, the silver-haired teacher couldn't help but exclaim, "I'm not mistaken. This is the classical literature exam." But he actually finished it all. The gray-haired teacher sneered, "Well, that's it then. He just scribbled all over it, ruining your exam." The silver-haired teacher, his eyes glued to the test paper, said firmly, "No, it looks like he got it all right." The other teacher said incredulously, "What?" The gray-haired teacher's face turned ashen as he stammered, "How is that possible? That kid isn't a poor student, but a genius." Beishan was leisurely walking on the school grounds, having not taken too long on the exam, and could now go have lunch with Miss Xiaohua. Suddenly, Zhang Bang, with a sinister expression, appeared in front of him. Beishan abruptly turned his head, his eyes sharp and alert. At that moment, a blade flashed toward his neck. He became startled and quickly dodged back as he saw Zhang Bang rush towards him, slashing decisively. Beishan retreated a few steps, keeping his distance from the agitated attacker. His face darkened, his expression serious as he glared at Zhang Bang and asked coldly, "It's you." Seeing this, Zhang Bang lost his composure, holding the sharp weapon in his hand and continuing to charge towards his target, shouting angrily, "Go to hell." But as he raised his hand to stab Beishan, Beishan shifted in the blink of an eye, suddenly appearing beside him, grabbing his arm to block the attack. Only upon closer contact did Beishan realize something was amiss. His eyes sharpened, and he muttered suspiciously, "Strange. His aura is off." As he spoke, he effortlessly lifted Zhang Bang into the air with one hand and threw him forward. Zhang Bang was thrown a considerable distance, crashing hard against a nearby brick wall. The impact cracked the wall, sending debris scattering around him. The force of the collision snapped his neck to the side, and his body convulsed. By the time Zhang Bang turned around, he no longer looked human. His neck was twisted at a 90-degree angle, his eyes were rolled back in his head, and his movements were stiff and unnatural. Seeing this, Beishan's face paled. He sensed something was wrong. His eyes filled with suspicion. "He's dead," he thought. Suddenly, Xiaohua's eyes fluttered open, and she whispered softly, "I can't sleep." Without warning, Zhang Bang lunged forward with a grotesque, distorted gait, roaring ferociously and uncontrollably. Beishan decisively summoned his reclaimed thunder sword, gripping the sacred blade tightly. At the critical moment, he thrust it straight into Zhang Bang's chest, drawing a spurt of blood. Despite the direct hit, Zhang Bang showed no signs of pain. His eyes, devoid of pupils, widened as he snapped his jaws shut on Beishan's hand, drawing another cry. Beishan immediately felt the pain, his face contorting as he gritted his teeth. In the next instant, he forcefully kicked Zhang Bang away with his long legs. Beishan watched Zhang Bang collapse on the floor, clutching his injured arm and rubbing it gently, puzzled. Strange, he thought. He should be just a corpse. Why can he still move? Something's fishy. A shadowy assassin smirked, enjoying the sight of her prey. "A cultivator, you say, and this is all you've got?" She sneered. Beishan used a special technique, sweeping 2 fingers across his eyes to activate his spiritual vision. Just as he suspected, Zhang Bang's limbs were being manipulated by strands of spiritual energy like a puppet. The stiff body slowly rose. Beishan furrowed his brow, momentarily surprised. He's being controlled, but this didn't faze him. He chuckled softly. Interesting. So that's the trick. Bei Shun's eyes widened as he activated his celestial eye, expanding his vision. Immediately, the mastermind was revealed, the assassin, standing there with a smug grin. Found you, Bei Shun shouted. Just then, Zhang Bang lunged again, his mouth gaping wide as if preparing to take another bite out of Bei Shun. Unwilling to waste any more energy on him, Bei Shun unleashed a powerful bolt of lightning directly into Zhang Bang's body, leaving him no time to react. Caught completely off guard, Zhang Bang took the full brunt of the attack. His face blackened and charred, smoke escaping from his eyes and mouth. Moments later, his body was scorched black, thick black smoke billowing from it as he groaned in pain. The assassin's face darkened with rage. He actually broke my puppet, she muttered angrily. She drew 2 long daggers, assuming a fighting stance. Damn it, looks like I have to do this myself. But Bei Shun suddenly leaped into the air, startling her. He raised his sword high, shouting, "You rat, I found you." In a flash, the thunder sword descended, clashing violently with the assassin's daggers, sending out a powerful shockwave. The force of the blow sent the assassin stumbling back several steps, her feet digging deep gouges in the ground before she regained her balance. Her face was grim, disbelief etched in her features. How can he be so strong? She wondered. Just as the assassin was distracted and off guard, Bei Shun's sharp blade rested lightly on her shoulder. He seriously questioned her. "Who are you? Why did you come to assassinate me?" The assassin responded stubbornly and curtly, "Humph, don't even think about getting any information from me. I'm a professional assassin. I absolutely won't sell out." But before she could finish her sentence, Bei Shun, without hesitation, cleanly sliced through her neck. Her head quickly separated, blood spurting everywhere. He bluntly stated, "You talk too much." Bei Shun stared at what lay before him, his expression cold as he remarked, "Many people want me dead, not just you. Reincarnate well in your next life." The scene shifts to a large house, its entrance marked with large characters signifying ownership. Members of the Juqi Bureau are humbly reporting to the person before them. "Boss, we just received intel. The assassin you sent has failed." Along's master, upon hearing this, immediately flew into a rage, his face darkening as he frowned. He turned his anger towards his subordinates, yelling, "Useless. You're all useless." The subordinate immediately slapped himself hard, earnestly apologizing, "It's all my fault. I didn't investigate thoroughly beforehand. I didn't know he was also a martial artist." Seeing this, Along's master calmed down somewhat and suspiciously asked his subordinate, "Who is he exactly? Do you have a clear understanding now?" The subordinate replied in a low voice, "No, not clearly. We only have a picture." He then ordered, "Bring it here for me to see." The other obediently complied. Yes. The picture was quickly presented. It was a picture of Bei Shun and Xiaohua walking side by side, laughing and talking. Upon seeing it, Along's master blurted out, "It's him." The subordinate asked in surprise, "Do you know him?" He furrowed his brow, his expression growing more serious. He said gravely, "He's the target our Juqi Bureau has been pursuing." The old man, upon hearing this, became agitated and asked in astonishment, "What? Is he the one who took the key?" Along's master responded thoughtfully, "Yes. The organization has sent several groups to assassinate him, but they all failed. This person cannot be underestimated." The old man exclaimed helplessly, "Then what should we do?" Along's master displayed a cunning expression, a sly smile playing on his lips as he instructed his subordinate, "Don't let his whereabouts be leaked. This is a good opportunity for us to make a contribution." In another space, within the dining room of a luxurious restaurant, many delicious dishes were laid out. Bei Shun politely asked, "This meal is quite lavish. It must have cost a lot of money, right?" Xiaohua said shyly, "Just consider it my treat." Suddenly, a group of bodyguards in black suits appeared behind her, startling her. They spoke cautiously, "Miss, please come with us." Xiaohua, slightly displeased, turned her head in surprise. Seeing her looking their way, the bodyguards gestured for her to leave quickly. Seeing the situation, Bei Shun jumped to his feet, pointing at the bodyguards and shouting, "Who are you? Let Xiaohua go." Xiaohua waved her hand, signaling that it was all right, and reassured him, "Don't get excited. They're all bodyguard from the Jiang family." Bei Shun asked suspiciously bodyguards. At this moment, a tall, middle-aged man entered, and the bodyguards immediately moved aside. He said sternly, "Xiaohua, come home with me at once. Do you know what kind of trouble you've caused outside? Xiaohua was startled and exclaimed in surprise, Dad. He replied coldly, Humph, do you still consider me your father? Seeing her father's serious, gloomy face, Xiaohua suddenly became worried. She asked in a low voice, Dad, what are you doing here? Did something happen? Beishan looked at the man before him with curiosity and suspicion, thinking, Dad. Xiaohua's father's face darkened. He glared at his daughter and asked in a harsh voice, Did Zhang Bang come to see you? She honestly replied, Yes, he did. He coldly uttered, He's gone to meet his maker. These words struck Xiaohua like a bolt of lightning. Stunned, she exclaimed in disbelief. What? Xiaohua's father became even angrier. He snapped, The Zhang family has learned about their son's reincarnation. They're taking their anger out on our Jiang family, launching a full-scale attack on our business. In less than 10 days, we'll be bankrupt. He hurriedly pulled Xiaohua's hand, urging her, Come on, come with me to the Zhang family to apologize. Xiaohua resisted, unwilling to go, and insisted, I didn't reincarnate anyone. I'm not going anywhere. Just then, Beishan suddenly stepped forward and declared resolutely, Wait a minute. I'm the one who reincarnated him. Let me go to the Zhang family and resolve this. Xiaohua's father was startled. He asked in surprise, You're the culprit. Xiaohua, on the other hand, was extremely frightened. She anxiously warned Beishan, Friend Yi, don't talk nonsense. This isn't a joke. He, however, was extremely confident. With a slight smirk, he calmly replied, Don't worry, I can handle this. Xiaohua's father didn't think so. He seriously warned him. The Zhang family is recruiting assassins to find the culprit. Young man, you'll certainly lose your life going there. Beishan resolutely walked straight towards the door, leaving Xiaohua's father stunned. With an air of imposing confidence, he said, A real man takes responsibility for his actions. Besides, we don't know who will end up 6 feet under yet. Both Xiaohua and her father were shocked, watching Beishan's departing figure in bewilderment. He turned to his daughter and asked, Who is he? Xiao honestly replied, A classmate from my school. Her father was even more astonished. A student dares to act like this. The scene shifted to the outside of the Zhang Corporation headquarters, a large, high-rise building with a sleek, modern design. Inside the lobby, people were bustling about, chatting animatedly with each other. The atmosphere was incredibly lively. In a small corner, 2 women were whispering to each other. Hey, have you heard the news? Zhang Xiong's son has been reincarnated by someone. The other woman replied in a low voice, I know. The banquet he's hosting today is actually a recruitment drive for assassins. He wants to deploy forces to investigate the culprit. Suddenly, Beishan appeared at the main entrance. He hesitantly asked, This is the place, right? The 2 women turned to look at him. The dark-haired woman asked curiously, Are you also attending the Zhang family's banquet? Beishan replied vaguely, Yeah. She looked at him skeptically. I heard there are quite a few assassins attending this banquet. Don't tell me you're an assassin too. Beishan, feeling caught off guard, could only chuckle awkwardly. Right. The dark-haired woman became even more intrigued. She asked him excitedly, If you're an assassin, then you must know who took Zhang Bang's life, right? Beishan casually replied, Of course. I know them personally. She asked cheerfully, Is he a handsome young man? Beishan, perplexed, countered, Why are you so curious about this? The dark-haired woman explained, You just don't know. The Zhang family runs the city. We've suffered a lot under their thumb. Everyone's overjoyed that someone reincarnated their son. It's poetic justice. Her friend agreed, adding, That's right. The person who could reincarnate Zhang Bang must be a handsome hero. We admire him immensely. Hearing this, Beishan scratched his head bashfully, grinning. So that's it. They're not very popular, are they? Just then, a group of large, imposing bodyguards entered, surrounding a dignified-looking man. A loud voice boomed, Make way. Chairman Zhang is here. Beishan quickly looked over and exclaimed, There he is. Zhang Hong stood on a raised platform, extending his arms in welcome. He announced loudly, Everyone, thank you for attending this reward banquet. Below him, a crowd of muscular individuals listened intently. I'm sure you all know what happened to our Zhang family. I won't waste your time. This banquet is being held to recruit assassins from the black market. If you're interested in the reward, please step forward. One man stepped forward and asked, Chairman Zhang, I heard the reward you're offering is 30 million. Is that true? Zhang Hong, with a sinister expression, confirmed firmly, not 30 million, but 50 million. If you can find the culprit and eliminate him, the 50 million will be transferred to your account immediately. The man bowed and said cheerfully, If Chairman Zhang is that sincere, then we won't stand on ceremony. He then gestured to 2 of his underlings and left, saying, brothers, let's get to work. We'll find the culprit within 3 days. Suddenly, Bei-shun blocked their path, startling the man. He declared bluntly, no need to search. I'm the one who reincarnated him. The entire hall erupted in commotion. The two women from earlier gasped in astonishment, exclaiming to each other, what? He's the culprit? No way. He just said he was an assassin. Zhang Hong, already enraged, roared, what are you waiting for? If you want the reward, take his life. The lead assassin immediately drew 2 knives, assuming an attack stance, and shouted, reincarnation. He swung down, but Bei-shun swiftly dodged to the side, easily avoiding the blow. Having missed his attack, the assassin felt a flicker of worry, thinking he's fast. While his opponent was off guard, Bei-shun kicked him, asking disdainfully, you think you can take my life with just your skills? The lead assassin was sent flying, his knives clattering to the floor. He cried out in alarm. Seeing this, the two underlings quickly drew their weapons and charged forward, furiously shouting, still acting arrogant. Go be reincarnated. Bei-shun turned to look at them, his eyes sharp and filled with a chilling, killing intent. He effortlessly caught the sharp metal tips of their weapons between 2 fingers, halting their attack. The 2 assassins were stunned, exclaiming in disbelief, he caught our blades barehanded. With a slight exertion, Bei-shun snapped the blades. In a mocking tone, he remarked, your cultivation is pathetic. He then redirected the broken blades with a burst of energy, sending them flying back towards his attackers. Go practice in your next life. He called out. The 2 underlings each took a broken blade to the face, crying out in agony, ugh. Suddenly, a hand slammed down on the floor. A harsh voice rang out, damn it. I swear I won't rest until I've taken your life today. Their leader had regained consciousness. Using his cultivation, he created a shockwave that cracked the floor. He then launched himself upwards, sending debris flying everywhere. He roared furiously, go to hell. Those present in the hall immediately fled the explosion, screaming in terror, help! The lobby was now bearing the brunt of the explosion from below. Debris shot out with tremendous force, and smoke and dust filled the air. Zhang Hong's face lit up with excitement. He asked eagerly, did it work? The lead assassin stared at the wreckage before him and said contemptuously, humph, so that's all you've got. At this moment, Bei-shun's eyes were still closed, but his body suddenly lifted into the air. Bei-shun's body slowly rose higher. Zhang Hong and his associates gasped in shock. What's going on? Is this some kind of supernatural phenomenon? Zhang Hong, equally astonished, muttered, this guy is also a cultivator. While everyone was still bewildered, Bei-shun suddenly opened his eyes. He stabilized himself mid-air, surrounded by fragments of debris. Bei-shun roared angrily, you dare sneak attack me. Your death day has arrived. With that, he directed the debris towards one of the underlings. Caught off guard, the underling was blasted to the ground, blood spraying from his mouth. In an instant, the underling was down, lying motionless on the ground. Zhang Hong's face darkened with rage. He cursed, these assassins are all useless trash. After witnessing Bei-shun's reversal, the 2 women exclaimed, oh my god, he's so amazing. I believe it now. He must be Zhang Bang reincarnated. So cool. After dealing with the small fry assassins, Bei-shun walked toward Zhang Hong and said, Zhang Hong, we need to talk. Zhang Hong, terrified, stammered, why you? Stay away from me. Ignoring Zhang Hong's plea, Bei-shun strode forward, his fists speaking for him. Your son's reincarnation was my doing. It has nothing to do with the Jiang family. I demand you stop suppressing them immediately. Despite his fear, Zhang Hong still challenged Bei-shun. You harm my son. What right do you have to make demands of me? Upon hearing this, Bei-shun slapped Zhang Hong hard across the face. You talk too much. He grabbed Zhang Hong by the collar, his brow furrowed. I'll say it again. Stop suppressing the Jiang family, or you'll die. Zhang Hong's face was livid with rage, but he could do nothing against Bei-shun. Meanwhile, at the Jiang family estate, Xiaohua's dad was sitting in his study. After reviewing a report, he said angrily, the Zhang family has forcibly acquired all of our factories, stores, and companies. They're leaving us with no way out. Xiaohua entered with a glass of water and added, Dad, heaven never seals off all exits. I don't believe the Zhang family can control everything. Hearing his daughter's words, he became even angrier. How can you still say that? If you hadn't run away from your wedding, none of this would have happened. And furthermore, stop associating with those disreputable people. Xiaohua immediately understood her dad's meaning and retorted, Dad, you're talking about Beishun. He's my benefactor. Xiaohua's dad didn't believe her at all, waving her off dismissively. Benefactor my foot. He's just a penniless nobody. While father and daughter argued, the phone suddenly rang. Her dad quickly answered, Hello. Secretary, what's the matter? A hurried voice came from the other end. Chairman, the Zhang family has canceled all their acquisition plans. We can resume business. Stunned, he asked what? Secretary Ha continued, I heard. Miss Xiaohua's classmate, Bei Shun, attended the Zhang family's party. He's the one who resolved the issue. Learning who was behind this, Xiaohua's dad was even more surprised. He stood up abruptly. Him. He hung up and turned to question his daughter. Just who is he? How could he have such power? Xiaohua asked bewilderedly, Dad, what happened? Before she could understand the situation, her dad's expression did a complete 180. He beamed. Your friend took care of the Zhang family. This news also startled Xiaohua. What? Xiaohua's dad immediately took her hand. Xiaohua, your friend is so capable. Why didn't you tell me sooner? He's done us a huge favor. Can you contact him? I want to thank him personally. Xiaohua replied happily, Yes, I'll call him right now. After resolving the issue with the Zhang family, Bei Shun left the party nonchalantly, muttering to himself, The Zhang family, acting all high and mighty, is nothing more than this. I thought they were something special. As he walked, his phone suddenly rang. Bei Shun checked his phone, asking suspiciously, Who's calling? Despite not knowing who it was, he answered, Hello. Who is this? Bei Shun, it's me, Xiaohua. Thank you for helping me resolve the issue with the Zhang family. Do you have time to come to my house? My dad wants to thank you personally. Bei Shun didn't hesitate. Where do you live? Xiaohua replied, Fuyuan Manor. He hung up and quickly hailed a cab. Getting in, Bei Shun said, Fuyuan Manor, please. The driver quickly responded, All right, buckle up. After saying that, the car sped off at a dizzying speed. While driving, the driver locked the car doors. His foot kept pressing down on the accelerator. Something seems off, Bei Shun remarked. Hey, you're driving too fast. The driver gave a sinister smile. Not fast at all. As he spoke, the driver unbuckled his seatbelt. He then opened the door and jumped out of the moving car. Enjoy your ride. Bei Shun finally realized what was happening. However, it was too late. The car instantly exploded. Watching the billowing smoke, Along said gloatingly, I didn't expect the mission to be completed so easily. At this moment, Along's boss arrived and said, Along, the mission was completed very well, but weren't you a bit too ruthless? Aren't you afraid he'll kick the bucket? Along grinned sinisterly and replied, Don't worry, boss. He's a martial artist. At worst, he'll be seriously injured or crippled. He won't be meeting his maker anytime soon. His boss was pleased with this response and continued, Good. Next, bring him back and thoroughly interrogate him about the key's hiding place. Along immediately responded, Yes, I'll get right on it. He quickly walked towards the car. Unexpectedly, the car door was suddenly flung open and an arm appeared. Along was startled. Before he could react, Bei Shun lunged out of the car towards him. He yelled, You sneaky rats. You've crossed the line. Without hesitation, Bei Shun raised his fist and punched Along squarely in the face. With just one punch, Along was sent flying several meters. Along landed hard on the ground in agony. Along's boss and his underlings rushed to his side. The boss grimaced and said, I underestimated this kid's strength. He emerged from that explosion without a scratch. The old man beside him spoke up, Boss, this. Before he could finish his sentence, Bei Shun recognized him. It's you. Bai Shen's voice hadn't it. Weren't the 2 jade pendants I gave you last time enough? Are you back for more slaughter and treasure? The old man stammered fearfully, No, don't come any closer. At the same time, Along's boss spoke up, walking towards Bei Shun and demanding, Brat, I don't care about that ugly business. If you know what's good for you, hand over the key. Hearing the word key, Bei Shun was confused. The boss continued, Don't play dumb with me. You know better than anyone where it is. Facing this accusation, Bei Shun wondered to himself, Who is this guy? Demanding things from me the first time we meet. Could I have amnesia? Seeing Bei Shun remain silent, the boss grew impatient and pulled out a dragon saber, threatening, I'll give you 10 seconds. If you don't hand it over, you'll face the consequences. Despite the blade at his throat, Bei Shun remained impassive. I don't know what key you're talking about, but if you dare touch a hair on my head, none of you will leave here alive today. The boss didn't waste any more words. He swung the dragon saber at Bei Shun. Still talking tough. You're asking for it. He slashed at Bei Shun, but Bei Shun remained unharmed, protected by an invisible, impenetrable barrier. Not only that, but after the attack, the dragon saber was noticeably chipped. Before the boss could recover from his shock, Bei Shun struck. Bei Shun punched the boss with such force that blood spurted out, and the boss's entire body was lifted into the air. The old man, witnessing this scene, became even more terrified. "B-boss." After dealing with the boss, Bei Shun turned to the old man and asked, "Do you know what key he was talking about?" The old man stammered, "I don't know. All of this is confidential information within the Ju Chi Bureau. Low-ranking members like me have no access to it." Hearing this, Bei Shun suddenly pointed at the old man's head. He looked at Bei Shun blankly. Without letting the old man think further, Bei Shun said bluntly, "Then you can kick the bucket." With that, he used his power to finish off the old man. After taking care of those men, Bei Shun said irritably, "A bunch of chickens wasting my time. But I can't continue being passive like this. I need to have someone investigate this thoroughly." No sooner said than done. Bei Shun immediately sent a message to Elder Jean. Elder Jean was meditating in his room at the time. He quickly received the message from Bei Shun. "Jean Daiyu, send someone to investigate all information related to the Ju Chi Bureau." The scene shifts to Fuyuan Manor. Xiaohua and her dad were already waiting outside for Bei Shun. Xiaohua's dad anxiously asked, "Xiaohua, did you tell Bei Shun? Why isn't he here yet?" Xiaohua smiled and replied, "Dad, don't worry, he'll definitely come." Just as she finished speaking, Bei Shun appeared. He waved amicably and said, "Uncle, I apologize for making you wait." Xiaohua's dad warmly greeted Bei Shun. Bei Shun, you're finally here. Thank you for everything you've done for the Jiang family. Come. I prepared a special thank you banquet for you." The three quickly moved to the dining table and continued their conversation. Xiaohua's dad spoke first. "Bei Shun, it's all thanks to your help. Otherwise, the Jiang family would have faced a great disaster." He raised his glass and said, "Here, let me offer you a toast." Bei Shun quickly raised his glass and replied, "You're too kind, uncle. Zhang Bang was my kill, so I should have taken care of it." They clinked glasses, and Bei Shun quickly drained his. Then Xiaohua's dad turned to his daughter and subtly prompted, "Xiaohua, Bei Shun has finished his drink. You should drink a few more glasses, too." Xiaohua immediately followed his suggestion. At this moment, the butler standing nearby quickly leaned down and whispered to Xiaohua's dad, "Miss is known for getting drunk after just one cup. Do you really want her to drink?" He replied immediately, "Of course. If I don't let them drink, how will they have a chance to become a couple? Tonight, I must get them drunk no matter what. Where else can I find such a good son-in-law?" And just as he planned, several hours passed. By now, both of them were completely drunk. Xiaohua leaned her head intimately on Bei Shun's shoulder. Drink more. Don't go home until we're drunk." Seeing that the time was right, Xiaohua's dad immediately ordered, "Butler, take them to a room to rest." The butler asked blankly, "Which room, sir?" As soon as the words left his mouth. The butler was immediately scolded by Xiaohua's dad. "I'm telling you, your mind is really slow. Of course, it's Xiaohua's room. Would it be mine?" The butler quickly understood and relayed the order. "Someone quickly take Miss and Mr. Yi to a room. Remember, put them in the same room." And so, the servants took the two back to Xiaohua's room. "Miss, young master, it's time for bed." Bei Shun mumbled in his drunken stupor, "Young master? What young master?" The servants quickly closed the door and left. The dark room now held only Xiaohua and Bei Shun. Xiaohua was so drunk she didn't know anything and turned to hug Bei Shun. "What is this? It's so hard." Bei Shun also turned and hugged Xiaohua, saying, "Stop messing around, go to sleep." The night passed like that. The next morning, when the sun was already high, the two finally woke up. Xiaohua was awakened by the sunlight shining on her face. She opened her eyes and looked to her side. It was none other than Bei Shun. Xiaohua sat up abruptly and screamed in embarrassment. Her scream immediately woke Bei Shun. What happened? Before Bei Shun could understand what was happening, Xiaohua slapped him. "Pervert!" Bei Shun, bewildered, held his face after the undeserved slap. "What's going on? What did I get into your room?" Xiaohua, anxious and frightened, clutched herself. Did you do anything to me last night? Tears streamed down her face, causing him to panic. No, absolutely not. But reality contradicted him as Xiaohua pointed at the pink pants he was wearing. Then why aren't you wearing any pants? Bei Shen Stamelet? Who? These. He frantically searched for his pants and put them on, not forgetting to apologize. I'm so sorry. This is definitely a misunderstanding. He quickly grabbed his shirt and ran out, leaving her alone in the room. I'll go outside first. You go back to sleep. Xiaohua's father and the butler, seeing him emerge, were overjoyed. Excellent. The rice is cooked. As Bei Shun stepped out of the villa, he scratched his head in confusion. I drank too much last night. I don't remember anything. I'm sure I didn't do anything to Miss Jiang, right? Just as he was pondering, Elder Jean appeared, startling him. Master. Recognizing him, Bei Shun calmed down. It's you. You scare me. Elder Jean smiled confidently. Master, I have news about the Wanbao Lu. Intrigued, Bei Shun asked, oh, what news? Elder Jean began to relay the information, piquing Bei Shun's interest. I've discovered blue bricks in a certain place. These bricks are identical to ones I've seen before. I suspect it's a relic of the Wanbao Lu. Take me to see it. All right. A large building stood in the middle of the city. The two quickly arrived at the entrance of the company. Here. Yes. Our people discovered the blue bricks inside. Unable to contain his curiosity, Bei Shun turned to Elder Jean. Let's go. Let's take a look. He took a step forward and smacked his head against the transparent glass door. He rubbed his forehead in pain and confusion. What's going on? Is there a barrier? Elder Jean chuckled. Master, you need a pass to enter. We don't have one. Just then, an employee appeared and swiped a card on a scanner. The glass door opened, leaving Bei Shun astonished. He marveled at the modern device. Interesting. The barriers 1,000 years later are certainly novel. Seeing him wander, Elder Jean called out, Master, this way. In another room, 3 figures were meditating, absorbing power from an orb. Its powerful aura made Along's boss exclaim, This orb is truly extraordinary. Its power makes me feel like I'm about to break through. Unnoticed, Bei Shun and Elder Jean were peeking in from outside the room. Here, the brick was discovered here. They're cultivators too. A suspicion arose in Bei Shun's mind. Strange. Could it be they've already discovered the Wanbao Lu and deliberately built these buildings here to conceal its existence? The noise they made caught Along's boss's attention. Who's there? Elder Jean panicked. Not good. We've been discovered. But Bei Shun smirked nonchalantly. What's there to be afraid of? Without a word, he strode into the room, since he'd already been discovered. Seeing his demeanor, the 3 men quickly stood up, wary. Bei Shun continued his arrogant stride, deciding to approach them. Looking at the arrogant man before him, one of them felt bewildered and questioned, Who are you? How did you get in here? Bei Shun replied, You don't need to know who I am. Just answer me one question. Where is the Wanbao Lu? For a moment, the expressions of the 3 men shifted to stunned disbelief. How'd he know about the Wanbao Lu? Along, without hesitation, raised his hand, using his chi to summon his sword from afar. The sword quickly landed in his hand, making Along appear more formidable. He smirked, glancing at Bei Shun. This guy knows about the Wanbao Lu. He can't be allowed to live. It just so happens I've been practicing a new technique. I'll use you as a test subject. As soon as he finished speaking, his 2 underlings, big brother and third brother, began cheering him on. Along, you're so ruthless. Yeah, one move from you, and he'll be reincarnated. Bei Shun silently observed them, mocking him. He wasn't angered. Instead, he proposed a deal. Fine, you can use me to test your technique. But if I win, you tell me everything you know about the Wanbao Lu. What do you say? Upon hearing his condition, the 2 underlings burst into laughter, their faces turning red. You think you can win? Know your place. Along, however, seemed excited by the challenge. All right, I accept your terms. In an instant, he leaped forward, swinging his sword towards Bei Shun. Take this. Just as the sword was about to strike him, Bei Shun raised his elbow. Bei Shun used his bare hand to deflect the sword, sending Along stumbling backward. Defeated in the blink of an eye, Along was stunned. Even the 2 underlings couldn't believe their eyes, their jaws dropping. Is he a cultivator too? He hit it well. Along, quickly defeated, was unwilling to accept it. Damn it, he actually blocked it. If that's the case, then don't blame me for being ruthless. I'll have to unleash my hidden tiger technique, he declared, trying to save face. With a roar, Along commanded his golden tiger, go. Bei Shun, not to be outdone, drew his precious sword. He then swung his sword, unleashing a powerful blow. The ferocious tiger was struck down on the spot, letting out a pained cry. Along's big brother and third brother were utterly shocked. How is this possible? Along's new technique was broken just like that. Now, Bei-shun took the offensive, raising his sword to eye level, provoking Along. Your technique is too weak. Just admit defeat. With the sword threateningly close to his neck, Along's face darkened with fear. The gleaming blade, radiating sharpness, caused him to flinch, his face paling. What kind of weapon is that? It's too powerful. Bei-shun lowered his sword, declaring with utter confidence, "You lost. If you don't want to embarrass yourself further, tell me what I want to know." Relieved to be free from immediate danger, Along looked at Bei-shun with a sigh. "Don't be so hasty. I'll tell you right away." He slowly approached, his tone suggesting a diversionary tactic. "But before I tell you," suddenly, he circled behind Bei-shun and restrained him, shouting, "Then you'll go to hell first." Glancing sideways at the traitor, Bei-shun's expression turned cold and indifferent. "Still want to resist?" Ignoring the words, Along called out to his two companions for help. "Big brother, third brother, hurry up and help." Receiving the command, Big brother charged forward with his weapon, yelling, "Meet your maker." The one called third brother also joined the siege, lunging forward with a knife. Two sharp objects pierced Bei-shun's vital points, strawberry syrup spurting like water, but Bei-shun maintained an impassive expression, as if he hadn't reacted yet. Seeing his sneak attack work, Along let go and stepped back, sneering, "You're just that much, huh? I thought you were some kind of expert." Big brother also looked down on Bei-shun, but sweat beaded on his face. This brat doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He dared to provoke the Longxing three heroes. Third brother echoed, looking a bit tense. Serves him right. But the person they attacked was gradually turning into smoke, his eyes white and inhuman. Finally, Bei-shun dissipated into the air, the two daggers falling as they lost their target. The sudden change caught the enemy off guard. What's going on? A fake body. He had somehow snuck behind the two companions, his sudden voice making them pale. "You lost and didn't keep your promise, so don't blame me for being impolite." Drawing his sword, his cold smile vanished, replaced by anger. He growled, "Meet your maker." Despite being ambushed, Big brother managed to react, pulling out a shield to block the lightning-fast slash. This is bad, but soon, Big brother's shield shattered into pieces. The slash continued downwards, the ground exploding as Along's two companions were sent flying. Witnessing the unbelievable scene, Along's eyes widened in terror. How is this possible? What kind of cultivation does he have? Bei-shun circled around again, like he was playing a solo game, his tone furious. "Didn't keep your promise." He swung his sword, the lightning-wreathed slash electrocuting the two hitmen, who screamed miserably. This is the price you pay. It didn't take long for the two companions to turn into piles of black char. Along stood rooted to the spot, terrified and unsure what to do. How could this be? Immediately, he turned and ran, shouting help. Elder Jean suddenly stepped out from a corner, calmly blocking the young man's path. "My master doesn't speak much. You won't escape today." Along skidded to a halt, stammering, "Why you?" By now, Bei-shun had caught up, punching Along hard in the stomach. He raised his voice. "Try to run. I haven't agreed yet." Along collapsed to his knees, syrup flowing from the corner of his mouth, his body trembling in pain. "I'm sorry, I know I was wrong." Bei-shun asked sarcastically, "Oh, wrong about what? I shouldn't have gone back on my word." Finally, Along couldn't help but lower his head and plead, "Please, master, spare my life. Spare me." Bei-shun stepped on his shoulder and began his interrogation. "Tell me, where's the Wan Bao Lu spill everything you know?" Along immediately replied, not daring to delay further. "The Wan Bao Lu truly exists." His testimony continued, revealing the information he possessed. A few years ago, the chairman of the Long Hung Corporation invited a geomancer who chose this plot of land and then built the corporation's building. But upon reaching a cliff face, the workers encountered a strange object. During construction, someone discovered a strange bronze door. They stepped through the bronze door and found it led to a rather long cave. Some looked around, while others ventured deeper. When they discovered the object hidden there, the workers were stunned. When that bronze door opened, inside was an altar and a precious pearl. This precious pearl emitted a stream of spiritual energy, opening the spiritual meridians of those who entered, allowing them to cultivate. The geomancer also discovered the name Wan Bao Lu on a stone tablet. Upon encountering the tablet, he read the inscribed words with suspicion. Wan Bao Lu, a valuable clue. Bei Shun put away his thunder sword and took the opportunity to ask, "Where's the entrance to the altar you mentioned?" Along immediately replied, "I." But before he could finish his sentence, he clutched his chest with one hand, his expression as if he were suffering a massive heart attack. Bei Shun realized something was wrong, but could only widen his eyes, unable to do anything. On the other side, Along couldn't hold on any longer. He tilted his head back and vomited a mouthful of blood, his life force fading in an instant. Faced with this unexpected event, Elder Jean stood there at a loss. "What's going on?" Bei Shun, with just a glance, guessed the reason. "Unlike him, we've been discovered. Someone is controlling him, not letting him reveal the truth. There's nothing we can do now that he's gone." He exerted his energy to retrieve the pearl hovering in midair, unconsciously saying, "It seems this matter is more complicated than I imagined." Very quickly, the pearl fell into Bei Shun's hands. He looked at it as if appraising the treasure he had just acquired. With the matter here settled, the pearl in his hand gradually shrunk. Bei Shun urged Elder Jean, who was looking around behind him, "Let's go leave this place first." In a hotel room, an elderly man past middle age sat meditating with his eyes closed. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, glanced in a direction, and called out, "Xiaohua." By the window, a young woman with skin as white as jade, green eyes, and rosy cheeks clasped her hands in acknowledgement. "Master, what are your instructions?" Man Jiang sternly ordered, "Go and assassinate someone. Assassinate him for me, the sooner the better." She maintained an impassive expression and asked, "Who does Master want assassinated?" Man Jiang condensed a silvery white smoke, using magic to project Bei Shun's image onto it. "Look closely, he is the target." Confirming the information, Xiaohua leaped out of the window, unafraid of being injured upon landing. "Understood. I'll go assassinate him right away." On the way to class, a classmate waved, "Good morning, Bei Shun." Bei Shun sighed inwardly. So much has happened lately. I'm starting to feel that modern times aren't so simple anymore. Outwardly, he cheerfully replied, "Good morning." Bei Shun thought about the three sects he had encountered, the existence of the Banshan sect, the Juqi clan, and the Long Hung Corporation, proving that cultivation in this world had never ceased. The powers had merely changed their names. Lost in thought as he walked, he reached the classroom, pulled out a chair, and sat at his desk, still deep in contemplation. The Juqi clan kept pursuing him to find the so-called key, but he still didn't know what it was. Bei Shun stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Where is that key? Could it be that I've lost my memory?" Class is starting. The teacher stood in front of the teacher's desk. "Students, I have good news to share with everyone." He revealed, "Today our class has a new transfer student." The teacher turned to look at Xiaohua entering the door. "Miss Sun, please come in." She walked up to the podium. "Hello everyone, my name is Sun Xiaohua. I hope you all will guide me." Wang Chong gawked and exclaimed, "The new student is so beautiful." A student sitting in the front wondered curiously, "I wonder if she has a boyfriend. I really like her." The teacher pointed to an empty seat. "All right, you can sit behind you, Bei Shun." She obediently listened. "Yes, teacher." Xiaohua's seat was right behind Bei Shun. Everything was going smoothly according to plan, so she was very pleased. The bell rang, signaling the end of class. He stretched comfortably. Finally class is over. Suddenly, Xiaohua appeared out of nowhere and grabbed his arm familiarly. "Bai Shen." She looked up. "Can I have lunch with you?" Bei Shun was a little surprised. "Huh, eat with me." Wang Chong watched in amazement. Bai Shen is so lucky. He actually got a date with a new goddess. Xiaoming must be jealous and envious. Without waiting for his reply, Xiaohua pulled Bei Shen out. "Don't be so polite. Let's go." He wanted to say something. "Hey you." They arrived at a restaurant. Bei Shen didn't eat immediately. "Xiaohua, why are you being so strangely nice to me?" She expressed, "This meal is on me." Xiaohua rested her chin on her hand and confessed, "Of course, it's love at first sight." Bei Shen picked up his chopsticks cautiously. Suddenly, she waved him off. "Oh, don't be scared. Go get me some chili." Bai Shen stood up. "Okay." Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xiaohua sprinkled poison into the food. This guy is really gullible. "The poison I just bought should be taking effect soon." He returned quickly. "Here's the chili." She immediately hid the packet of poison behind her back. "Thank you." Bei Shen picked up some noodles with his chopsticks. "I'm hungry. I'll eat first." He ate ravenously without any politeness. Xiaohua rejoiced inwardly. Success. After a while, the clock struck 2:20. She suddenly felt uneasy. What's going on? Why hasn't the poison taken effect yet? Meanwhile, Bei Shun placed the empty bowl on the table with satisfaction. I'm full. Suddenly, Ziwen appeared. Yi Bei Shun, so you're here. He turned around in surprise. Ziwen, he immediately announced, this afternoon, there's a gathering in our dorm. I was worried I wouldn't be able to find you. Bei Shen was Kulios. A gathering. Ziwen probed. Yes, since you moved out, the other roommates must miss you, right? He stood up immediately. Right. This is a good opportunity to see my roommates. Bei Shun urged anxiously. Let's go. Take me there. He smiled. Okay. Xiaohua called after them. Hey, we haven't. He frowned slightly, but didn't turn around. Bei Shun's fingertips were dripping with syrup. He endured the pain and thought to himself, this woman wanted to kill me the moment we met. Let's see what she's really up to. Xiaohua scratched her head in bewilderment. What's going on? My poison didn't have any effect at all. Ziwen led Bei Shun to a private room. Sorry to keep you waiting. He formally introduced. This is our elusive roommate, Yi Bei Shun. Wang Chong laughed heartily. I've always heard of you, but this is the first time we've met. Xiao Ming said amiably, have a seat. We all know each other. The easygoing Bei Shun sat down at the table. Thanks. Suddenly, Along burst through the door aggressively. The four of them looked at him with a mixture of confusion and annoyance. He yelled, "We've booked this entire hotel. Get out." Ziwa narrowed his eyes along, questioning, "Booked?" Xiao Ming retorted angrily, "Hey, we were here first. What gives you the right to kick us out?" The red-haired roommate agreed. "Yeah, that's ridiculous." Along brandished his fist menacingly. "You want to argue? You looking for trouble?" His punch sent the red-haired roommate's head reeling with a groan of pain. But the red-haired roommate, resilient, tried to retaliate. "Damn it, you dare hit me." His punch missed as Along nimbly dodged. In an instant, Along grabbed the red-haired roommate's wrist in a tight grip. He kneed him while shouting, "A weak chicken like you wants to fight me. Get lost." Then Along kicked him away. Ziwen quickly caught the red-haired roommate. "Are you okay?" Along pointed at them. "I'm losing my patience. Get them out of here." His underlings behind him yelled, "Yes, sir." At this moment, Bei Shun casually walked forward, hand his pockets. "Hey, you hit my roommate, and you still want to kick us out." One of the underlings flexed his muscles. "This punk's actually stepping up." The other underling poked him and gestured, "Take him out. Finish him off," as a warning to others. Ziwen nervously tried to dissuade him. "Bei Shun, we should just go. We can't afford to offend these guys." He stated matter-of-factly, "Go. They haven't paid for the medicine yet." Along laughed loudly. "You still want your money for the medicine." He adopted a menacing tone. "Then let's see if you'll live to spend it. Finish him off." The two underlings charged forward, yelling, "Get him." But Bei Shun swiftly dodged their attacks. He effortlessly caught the arm of one of the burly underlings. Too slow. List ******* characters. Along * Kim Lao * Bei Shun Yi Bei Shun chairman of Long Xing Corporation * Feng Shui master. Worker * Jiang Man * son Xiaohua * Wang Chong * Xiao Ming * Z when * Along * red-haired roommate * teacher * underling * kingdoms / organizations. Wan Bao Lu Long Xing Gop Ban San Men Du Du Gizangs. Feng Shui master * chairman. Long Xing Corporation * teacher * locations. Bronze door * cave * altar * stone tablet * hotel * private room * dormitory * classroom * shop * plot of land chosen by the Feng Shui master * cliff. Long Xing Corporation building. The underling frowned in bewilderment, surprised at being so easily restrained. Bei Shun spun him around like a top. "Let me teach you how to fight." Bei Shun flung one underling into the air and then proceeded to spin the other. With an impassive expression, he threw the second underling head first into the wall. Along's underlings lay unconscious, unable to utter a sound. He stammered in disbelief. How is this possible?" Ziwen was utterly astonished. "Bei Shun, you're a martial artist." Xiao Ming blurted out, "Amazing. It's like we're in a movie." Bei Shun gave a harmless smile. "So, can you pay for medicine now?" Along hurriedly took out his phone to call for backup. "Damn it, don't think you can act so recklessly just because you're strong. I'm a member of the Banshan sect." When someone answered the call, he pleaded, "Hello, boss. I'm at the Tianshan Hotel. I'm being bullied. Come and save me, quick. Bei-shun scoffed. You want to call more people? Along swaggered, you bastard. If you have the guts, wait for my boss to arrive. He'll definitely crush you. Bei-shun suddenly became interested. The boss of the Banshan sect. All right, I'd like to see who this person is. They waited for a while. Half an hour later, a fierce-looking Jin Lao walked in. Along, who dares to bully our Banshan sect members here? Along bowed respectfully. Boss, you're finally here. He pointed at Bei-shun and snitched. It's him. He laid hands on our Banshan sect members. Upon seeing who the bully was, Jin Lao trembled in fear. Master, Bei-shun chuckled coldly. So you're their boss. Jin Lao knelt down with his hands clasped. I apologize. I didn't expect them to cause trouble for you. Along suddenly asked suspiciously, Boss, who did you just call master? Ziwen expressed his admiration. Bei-shun, you've even taken on underlings. And such a prominent figure at that. Jin Lao turned around. Along, come here. Along nervously approached. Yes. Jin Lao stood up, grabbed Along's hand, and pulled him closer. Then, Jin Lao abruptly snapped Along's wrist. Offending the master, you must pay the price. Half of Along's hand was severed, causing him to tremble in pain. Jin Lao scowled and dismissed him. Get out of here now. Along clutched his broken arm and left. Yes, Bei-shun praised him. Jin Lao, well done. You truly are someone who can handle big matters. Jin Lao humbly accepted the compliment. Thank you for your praise, master. Casually, Bei-shun inquired, any news from the Wanbao Pavilion? Jin Lao hesitated slightly. No, not yet, but I've investigated some information related to the Juki Society. Bei-shun immediately asked, tell me about it. Jin Lao revealed, initially, the Juki Society wanted to assassinate a young man named Yiwa. This young man possesses an item they desire, seemingly a key. Bei-shun recalled his encounter with Yiwa. A young man named Yiwa. What a coincidence. Jin Lao, seeing this, became curious. Master, do you know him? Bei-shun replied casually, no, I don't. It's just the same name as someone I know. Then, Bei-shun patted Jin Lao's shoulder. All right, you may leave. I want to continue enjoying this banquet with my roommate. Jin Lao acknowledged the order. Yes. Ziwa took a sip of water. Bei-shun, are you from a prominent family? Even members of the Banshan sect acknowledge you as their master. Bei-shun quickly denied it. No, I'm just an ordinary person. Let's not talk about it anymore. Bei-shun raised his glass with everyone. Cheers. He tilted his head back and drained his glass in one gulp. Everyone chatted for a while. A few hours later, Ziwen tugged on Bei-shun's arm. Bei-shun, it's getting late. Let's go back and rest. Although he had drunk quite a bit, Bei-shun was still very sober. Okay. See you tomorrow. It was late, and the entire street was deserted, with only Bei-shun alone. This alcohol is really strong. I'm seeing double. Suddenly, Xiaohua leaped down from above with a knife, landing behind him. Yiwa covered his mouth with his hand and yawned. Oh, I'm so sleepy, he said while yawning. His body instinctively leaned back slightly, causing Xiaohua, who was charging towards him, to miss her stab and stumble forward. Yiwa, seeing Xiaohua suddenly appear in front of him, greeted her in surprise. Xiaohua, what are you doing here? Xiaohua, having missed her target, quickly hid the dagger behind her back and forced a smile. Oh, hello. Since she was considerably shorter than Yiwa, he had to bend down slightly to talk to her. He asked, am I seeing things? Aren't you supposed to be at school? What are you doing here? Xiaohua stammered, well, this. She thought to herself, is this guy really drunk or just pretending? I feel like I'm being toyed with. I need to figure out how to deal with him. Maybe I should try using my feminine charms and then attack him when he's distracted. Thinking this, she moved closer to Yiwa and clung to his arm, surprising and flustering him. He asked, Xiaohua, what are you doing? Xiaohua tried to give a natural smile and replied, I like you. Yiwa was momentarily stunned, his jaw dropping in surprise. Huh? He pushed her away and asked again, you're sure? Xiaohua's face flushed slightly. She gave a sweet smile, displaying the shy and playful demeanor of a young girl. Creating a rosy atmosphere with numerous floating hearts, she said with a firm voice, absolutely sure. Positively. Seeing her like this, Yiwa began to tease and provoke her, but you're so flat-chested. Are you sure you're not a guy dressed as a girl? The sweet atmosphere around Xiaohua vanished, replaced by waves of cold anger. She frowned and shouted, what? How dare you insult me? She dropped the pretense, pulled out her dagger, and said angrily, damn it, I'm not pretending anymore. Xiaohua pointed the dagger at Yiwa and yelled, I'm going to stab you. With that, she lunged forward. Facing Xiaohua's fury, Yiwa remained calm and smiled. He stood still, not bothering to dodge, and said, "Losing your composure so quickly. You're still too green." When the dagger was only inches from his throat, he quickly retreated a few steps, causing Xiaohua's eyes to widen in surprise. She couldn't help but exclaim, "So fast." Yue bent down and slowly extended his hand forward, both attacking and mocking her. "You've gone through a lot of trouble to hide near me, haven't you?" He then swung his hand, sending 3 bursts of energy towards Xiaohua, forcing her to bring her dagger back to her chest to block them. Yue seized the opportunity and warned an opening. He then kicked Xiaohua in the chest, sending her sprawling backward in pain, her grip on the dagger loosening. She landed on the ground with a thud and a groan. As she struggled to get up, Yue walked over to her and interrogated her. "Tell me, who are you? Why have you been lurking around me?" Knowing she was no match for him, Xiaohua asked, "When did you realize I was hiding?" Yue calmly replied, "From the moment you poisoned my noodles." This made Xiaohua's jaw drop in astonishment. She stammered, You knew all along." Yue's expression turned serious. He put one hand in his pocket and pointed the other at Xiaohua, saying, "Of course. I was just playing along with you." Xiaohua trembled in fear and asked, What do you want?" Yue grabbed Xiaohua's hand and pulled her to her feet, holding her firmly to prevent her from escaping. He replied, "I just want to know who sent you." Seeing that Yue wasn't going to hurt her, Xiaohua regained some of her courage and stubbornly replied, "You'll never get any information out of me." Yue smirked and asked, "Oh, really?" He grinned lewdly and pretended to tear her clothes with both hands, saying as he did so, "Well then, I won't be polite anymore." Xiaohua was frightened by Yue's actions and cried out, "What are you doing? Help!" Yue took the opportunity to threaten her. "Nothing much, just want to get intimate with you." By now, Xiaohua was so scared that tears welled up in her eyes. She quickly said, I'll talk, all right." Yue stopped, crossed his arms, and sternly ordered, "You only get one chance. Speak." Xiaohua slumped down and obediently confessed it was Mang Jiang. Yue pressed further, "Who is Mang Jiang?" Xiaohua sighed and explained he's the boss behind the Long Hung Corporation and also one of the elders of the Juqi Bureau. Yue repeated her words in surprise. Long Hung Corporation, an elder of the Juqi Bureau. After a brief moment of astonishment, Yue smirked again. So it's an old friend. Seeing that Yue had gotten the answer he wanted, Xiaohua stood up and asked, "Can you let me go now?" Yue, still casually crossing his arms, replied, "Sure, but I want you to relay a message to Mang Jiang. Tell him to bring the people from the Juqi Bureau to the abandoned building near my school tomorrow." Xiaohua asked curiously, "What are you going to do?" Yue turned to look ahead. A duel. A challenge to the Juqi Bureau and the Long Hung Corporation. It's time to end our feud. Hearing this, Xiaohua cried out in fear, "What? Are you crazy?" Yue didn't want to waste any more words with her. He simply said, "I'm not crazy. See you tomorrow." Then he left with a speed so fast, it was like teleportation, leaving only an afterimage in front of Xiaohua, rendering her speechless. She stared at the empty space in front of her, where a few leaves swirled from the air disturbance caused by Yi's departure. An hour later, in the city center, amidst towering skyscrapers, Xiaohua hesitantly opened a door, stepped into a room, and greeted boss. Mang Jiang was sitting on the sofa, reading a newspaper. Hearing Xiaohua's voice, he looked up and asked, "You're back. How did the mission go?" Xiaohua replied disappointedly, "I'm sorry, boss. I failed." Mang Jiang angrily crumpled the newspaper in his hand and shouted, "You failed the mission and you still have the nerve to come back here." Xiaohua stood up straight, frightened. She wrung her hands and stammered, "I'm sorry. I came back because he wanted me to deliver a message to you." Mang Jiang frowned and asked in a harsh voice, "What message?" Xiaohua gritted her teeth and said, "He said he wants to declare war on you and the Juqi Bureau. He wants you to come to the abandoned building near his school tomorrow for a final showdown to end the feud." Mang Jiang abruptly stood up, gritting his teeth. "Feud?" Xiaohua explained. He said that the Juqi Bureau has been pursuing him relentlessly and that this has to end. Mang Jiang was stunned. He thought to himself, could it be that this brat also has a grudge against our Juqi Bureau? He picked up his phone and called, "Hello? Grand Elder, do you know someone named Yue?" The voice on the other end replied, "Yue, are you talking about the Yi? Well, who has the key?" Mang Jiang asked in astonishment, "What?" He took the key, so he was right on our noses all along. Mang Jiang sneered at this realization. He hung up the phone and ordered, "Accept the challenge." Xiaohua stood at attention and shouted, understood. After returning to his room, Yua closed his eyes and sat cross-legged, meditating. He thought to himself, tomorrow is a big battle. I have to prepare well. His eyes snapped open, cold and sharp. He took out a cultivation manual called the Heavenly Thundersword Scripture and began to practice. The sword techniques within the scripture flowed into Yiwa's mind. As he closed his eyes to comprehend the techniques, the thunder sword materialized behind him, flickering with domineering lightning, startling Yiwa. He opened his eyes wide and glanced behind him. He couldn't help but exclaim, such domineering sword techniques. Combining these techniques with the thunder sword, I could even slaughter a nascent soul expert. He was unaware that outside the building, dark clouds had gathered, sending countless bolts of lightning down towards the building where he was cultivating. The immense pressure emanating from the lightning caused Mang Jiang, standing by the window of a nearby building, to gasp in astonishment. A heavenly phenomenon. Who is cultivating such power? Perhaps even stronger than those old monsters. This city truly has hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Early the next morning, under a clear blue sky, as the sun peeked over the horizon, illuminating the rooftops, the leader of the Juqi Bureau, along with two subordinates, Mang Jiang and Xiaohua, used their lightfoot techniques to leap from rooftop to rooftop. They finally stopped on the roof of the abandoned building near Yiwa's school. The leader and his two subordinates surveyed the surrounding terrain. The leader asked, "Is this the designated battle location?" Mang Jiang and Xiaohua also landed. Mang Jiang replied to the leader, "Yes, it is here." The leader glanced at him and said, "Mang Jiang, you are an elder of the Juqi Bureau. If you can deal with Yiwa, it will be considered a great contribution. Understand?" Mang Jiang confidently replied, "Rest assured, as long as I make a move, Yiwa will surely die." The leader suddenly interrupted, "Don't kill him first. We must obtain the key from him." Mang Jiang was stunned for a moment, then replied in a flustered tone, "Understood, understood." Having finished assigning the task, the leader nodded to Mang Jiang and ordered, "All right, go." Mang Jiang acknowledged the order and jumped from the rooftop, calling out as he descended, "Xiaohua, follow me." Xiaohua followed closely behind Mang Jiang, replying yes. The leader watched Mang Jiang and Xiaohua's retreating figures and said with dissatisfaction, "Letting Mang Jiang deal with this brat is certainly beneficial to him." A subordinate standing beside him added, "Indeed, as long as he shows up, he's definitely dead." The leader turned and continued to give them orders. "There's still time. Go set up the traps. If anything unexpected happens, activate the traps to catch our prey." The two subordinates acknowledged the order, shouting, "Understood." Then, they quickly jumped away to carry out their mission, leaving the leader alone on the rooftop. Several hours later, the sun was high in the sky, and the scorching sunlight made the leader impatient. He raised his hand to look at his watch and said with dissatisfaction, "It's almost noon. Why hasn't he arrived yet? Could he be standing us up?" Just then, one of the subordinates returned to report, "Leader, the traps have been set." The leader replied with satisfaction, "Good, continue to wait." The other subordinate also returned. Seeing only their own people and no sign of Yiwa, he asked, "Where's Yiwa? Why hasn't he arrived yet?" The subordinate from earlier replied, "He still hasn't shown up. He's definitely scared." He scoffed and continued, "I told you, kids like this wouldn't dare challenge the Juqi Bureau." Turns out it was all talk. The two underlings couldn't hide their disdain. Mang Jiang, having waited for a while, grew impatient and asked Xiaohua irritably, "He's still not here. Could I have been tricked?" Xiaohua quickly explained, "Boss, you did say he'd duel. I didn't lie to you." Mang Jiang snorted, "Humph, just a loudmouthed kid. I overestimated him." Just then, Yua calmly emerged from an alley behind Mang Jiang and Xiaohua, one hand casually in his pocket as he walked, and said, "Hey, who are you calling loudmouth?" Startled by the unexpected voice, Mang Jiang and Xiaohua turned around. Mang Jiang, seeing Yua, simply grunted, while Xiaohua exclaimed, "Boss, he's here." On the building's rooftop, the leader, spotting Yua, remarked, "This punk really isn't afraid of death." He actually showed up. His underling, still casually with his hands in his pockets, added, "Finally." Back on the ground, Yua looked directly at Mang Jiang and asked for confirmation. "You're Mang Jiang." Mang Jiang, suppressing his anger, said in a conciliatory tone, "Kid, I admire your courage, but if you obediently hand over the key, I'll spare your life." Ignoring the offer, Yua confidently replied with a smirk, I'm the one who challenged you. You're the ones who should be begging for mercy. Seeing Yi's insolent attitude, Mang Jiang angrily raised his fist and gritted his teeth. But before he could finish, Yua interrupted him, and another thing, I don't have what you call a key. You've chased me enough times. It's time to stop. Mang Jiang, unable to contain himself any longer, suddenly produced a broadsword. He took a stance and said, about to die and still boasting. Do you take me for a fool? With that, he suddenly swung the sword forward, shouting, let's see how long you can keep up that tough talk. A blade of energy shot out from the broadsword, heading straight for Yua. Yua remained unfazed, standing his ground. He suddenly raised both hands above his head, catching the incoming blade of energy, causing a stunned Mang Jiang to exclaim, this guy. Xiaohua, standing right next to him, added, catching a blade barehanded. Observing the fight from above, the leader couldn't hide his surprise at Yiwa's skill, blurting out, unexpectedly, this guy has some ability. As for Yiwa, he suddenly squeezed his hands together, shattering the blade of energy into fragments. He flung the fragments back towards Mang Jiang, forcing him to raise his broadsword to block them. Mang Jiang angrily roared, damn it, this kid is more formidable than I thought. Xiaohua wasn't so lucky, however. Without any weapon to defend herself, she was struck by the fragments and sent flying backward. While Mang Jiang was preoccupied with the blade fragments, Yu would suddenly appear behind him, his thunder sword now in hand. He said, Mang Jiang, tell the rest of the Juqi Bureau to come out. Mang Jiang was startled. He turned around, but before he could speak, Yu swung his thunder sword, continuing, you're not nearly enough on your own. Sword Chi rushed towards Mang Jiang. He raised his broadsword, struggling to block the attack, and roared, since when did you? But before he could finish his sentence, the sword Chi sliced through his broadsword, shattering it into pieces that clattered to the ground. Moreover, the power of the sword Chi didn't stop there, hitting Mang Jiang directly. Yua unleashed 3 more bursts of sword Chi and continued, I gave you a chance, but you didn't take it. So don't blame me for being ruthless. The 3 bursts of sword Chi struck Mang Jiang's chest, making him scream in agony. He was sent flying backward by the force of the impact, crashing to the ground like a fallen fruit. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gasped, How is this possible? Xiaohua was terrified to see Mang Jiang lying motionless. Boss. Beishan looked at them coldly. With such combat skills, you dare to accept the challenge letter. You truly overestimate yourselves. The leader, observing from above, gasped in astonishment. This is impossible. A nearby subordinate, equally shocked, exclaimed, Mang Jiang. He's down. Another subordinate, Head Ding, gritted his teeth in anger. It's clear that brat was hiding his true strength, and he was hiding a lot of it. The leader quickly regained his composure. No matter. Activate the trap. Make him pay for his actions today. The 2 subordinates replied in unison, understood. At this moment, Beishan approached Xiaohua. Where are the others from the Juqi Bureau? She backed away fearfully. You, stay away from me. Suddenly, something unusual happened, causing Beishan to react. The ground beneath his feet softened, causing his legs to sink. He lost his balance and fell into the open space below. Beishan landed hard in a cloud of dust. Seeing his success, the leader laughed triumphantly. This is the purgatory formation. No one who enters ever comes out alive. Beishan, you're finished. Beishan quickly got up and looked around. Where am I? Did I fall into a formation? Beishan glavet upfuts, annoyed. The Juqi Bureau doesn't dare to confront me directly, so they resort to such despicable tactics. Suddenly, enormous sand monsters emerged from behind him. He easily detected them and turned to look. One of the monsters lunged at him with its jaws open. He quickly jumped back to dodge. What the hell are these things? Now, Beishan was surrounded on all sides. The monsters roared. All the sand monsters converged on where he had been standing, but Beishan had already escaped. He turned back, taking a defensive stance, and shouted angrily, swallowing me into this place and using these monsters to kill me. Beishan flicked a burst of sword Chi directly at the sand monsters. Too naive, the aura passed through them, easily slicing them in half. He landed without paying attention to the sand monsters, but thought, this can't go on forever. I have to get out of here quickly. In the blink of an eye, the monsters had regenerated. Beishan's expression turned fierce. I'm immortal. are you?" The sand monsters just roared with their mouths open. They roared again. He glared and declared loudly, "I'll cut you down along with this space." The monsters, not understanding, continued to charge towards him. Beishan raised his sword, preparing to unleash his ultimate move. Heavenly Thunder Sword style, first form. Slashing downwards with a powerful stroke of his sword, Beishan shouted, "First sword, splitting the heavens." Its power tore through the air and the sand monsters. A green light shot up from below, piercing through the ground. From afar, the leader saw it shoot straight into the sky and was startled. What is that?" His underling exclaimed in terror. "Our formation space has been broken through." The shaved head underling also felt dizzy. "Moreover, what's with that sword chi?" The intense green light grew larger with no sign of stopping. The leader hurriedly shouted, "The sky's been split in two." Seeing Bei-Shun easily escape, he became even more terrified. How is this possible? He actually got out. He returned with a murderous look in his eyes. "Xiaohua hit zikhetli vetching by Shen." Just what is this guy's cultivation level? How can he be so powerful it's suffocating? He focused his senses, scanning his surroundings. "Juchi Bureau rats. Let's see where you're hiding." Beishin's mind's eye darted toward the building. Then an apartment complex. On the third try, on a rooftop, he saw 3 figures. "Found you." The leader also sensed something and turned his head to announce, "Not good. It seems he's discovered us." The shaved head underling nervously suggested, "There are many of us. If we attack together, we should be able to defeat him." The other underling also spoke up, asking, "Leader, should we engage him?" His face dripping with sweat, the leader objected, "This kid is extremely dangerous. We can't act blindly anymore." Then he decisively ordered, "Retreat. We'll reassess the situation." Both of them obeyed. Understood. But moments later, Bei-Shun appeared out of nowhere, blocking their path. "Where do you think you're going?" The leader, his whole body feeling like it had been struck by lightning, cried out, "Not good." Bei-Shun calmly walked towards them. "Weren't you always looking for me? Why are you retreating now?" The leader asked in a trembling voice, What do you want?" He pointed his sword directly at them. "To eliminate you, to end this feud." The leader tried to appear tough and threatening. "Don't think that just because you beat Mang Jiang, you can scare me. The Juchi Bureau isn't as simple as you think." The underling behind him also drew his blade. "Leader, this guy is too arrogant. We can't retreat anymore." The shaved head underling agreed. "That's right. Let's take him down and bring his body back to Master for refinement." Hearing this, Bei-Shun was slightly surprised. "Master." Immediately, the 2 underlings charged forward, weapons in hand. "Get him." One of them swung his blade, creating a swirling vortex around himself. Bei-Shun raised his sword to block the powerful whirlwind. Bei-Shun scuffed. Not bad strength, but still not enough. The shaved head underling also rushed towards him from the other side, supporting his comrade. Both of them angrily shouted, "Don't be so arrogant." Bei-Shun leaned back, retreating a short distance. He sighed, mocking them. Too weak. With that, Bei-Shun plunged his sword into the ground. White lightning crackled around him, quickly converging. Along with his sarcastic farewell, "Go down there and cultivate properly." A fierce thunder dragon formed, roaring loudly. Roar! It charged straight at the 2 underlings, causing them to cry out in pain. "Ag!" The leader's entire body stiffened as he stammered, What kind of power is this?" Bei-Shun charged forward. "What are you standing around for? It's your turn." The leader gritted his teeth in fury. "Damn it, you're pushing it too far." The leader raised his hand, condensing a sphere of energy. It grew larger and larger. He growled in fury. "Do you think I'm a pushover? Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" A volley of energy arrows shot out. The leader roared his challenge. They vanished. Bei-Shun found it observing. As they neared him, he swiftly drew his sword and shattered them. He smiled with interest. "Excellent. You're more entertaining than I thought." More energy beams shot towards Bei-Shun's blurring form. They struck empty air before him, leaving the leader astonished. "Where is he?" He vanished. Suddenly, Bei-Shun appeared to the leader's right. "Looking for me? I'm right here." Bei-Shun delivered a decisive blow with his sword. The leader crumpled to his knees, clutching his wound and crying out in pain, "Ag." He cursed loudly, "Damn you. You dare injure me." The leader hastily retrieved an object. "I wasn't planning on taking this universe-expanding pill to force my cultivation to increase." He popped it into his mouth and swallowed. "But now, I can't worry about anything else." Bei-Shun felt a chill down his spine. His aura has changed. An immense power radiated from the leader. Ag. He extended his remaining hand, unleashing powerful, swirling vortexes towards Bei-Shun. Wind gathering. Bei-Shun was caught in the vortexes. This surprised him. I'm being pulled in. I can't move. Against the swirling force, Bei Shun was helpless. Seeing this, the leader laughed triumphantly. You're nothing more than this. You made me worry for nothing. But Bei Shun emerged unscathed, without a scratch. He quipped, "Oh, feeling better about yourself now." The leader's voice trembled. You're not dead." Bei Shun's merciless blade answered him. "You still don't understand, do you? You're the one who has to go." The leader froze, watching the sword light approach. Struck by the attack, the leader was thrown against the wall, blood spraying from his mouth. He slumped to the ground, unconscious. Bei Shun closed his eyes and sighed. Looking up at the sky, he couldn't hide his disappointment. The Juchi Bureau only has these small fry. How disappointing. In the ensuing silence, he seemed to shake off his melancholy. Let's go. The score is settled. Time to take care of the main issue. With that, Bei Shun flew off, landing near Mangjiang. Xiaohua suddenly ran off, screaming, "Help! Help!" Bei Shun looked at her in bewilderment. I wasn't going to do anything to you. Why are you screaming?" Bei Shun crouched down, looking at the unconscious Mangjiang. He placed a finger on Mangjiang's forehead, channeling his energy. "This man has information about the 100 Treasures Pavilion. I'll search his memories." He then focused his entire being on the search. High above, a bird flew past. The scene shifted to a boiling lake of blood. Bei Shun's face appeared on its surface. A long-haired man suddenly emerged from the middle of the lake. He frowned, looking into the space before him. I've got my eye on you." Bei Shun opened his phone and quickly dialed Jean Lao's number. "Hello, Jean Lao, where are you?" A warm voice answered from the other end. "Master, I'm near your school." Without hesitation, Bei Shun said, "Come to the gate." From the other end came an immediate reply, "Yes." Bei Shun thought back to the information he had retrieved, silently analyzing it. Mangjiang's memories about the 100 Treasures Pavilion are very vague. "I'll have to investigate myself." From afar, Jean Lao hurried over, respectfully clasping his hands. "Master, what are your instructions?" "Take these 2 things." Bei Shun handed him a human skin mask and an identification card, piquing Jean Lao's curiosity. "Whose ID is this?" Bei Shun cryptically explained, "Wear this mask. Impersonate Mangjiang. Infiltrate the Long Hung Corporation and investigate the 100 Treasures Pavilion as quickly as possible." Jean Lao nodded, accepting the order. "I understand," Bei Shun said with satisfaction. "All right, get to work. I'm going back to rest." Jean Lao acknowledged the order. "Understood." As soon as he finished speaking, Jean Lao's figure turned into a wisp of smoke, disappearing as if he had never been there. Entering his apartment, the rich aroma of food made Bei Shun's stomach rumble. "I'm home." No Din was arranging food on the table and greeted him with a bright smile. "Bei Shun, you're just in time. Come and eat." Without hesitation, Bei Shun immediately sat down, his eyes lighting up at the sight of the table laden with delicious dishes. "Wow, so many delicious dishes. Well then, I won't stand on ceremony." Bei Shun quickly picked up food and put it in his mouth. Seeing him eat so hurriedly, No Din gently reminded him, "Eat slowly, don't choke." Suddenly, an angry shout came from the doorway. Yiwa and Xiaohua appeared with furious expressions. Bei Shun looked up, slightly surprised. "Xiaohua, why are you here?" Hearing his question, the girl became even angrier. "How dare you? You left my room just to run to another woman." Before he could explain, she grabbed his hand. "Come with me now. Bei Shen was bewildert." "Go where?" Xiaohua didn't want to answer. "You'll see when we get there." She dragged him out of the apartment, making Bei Shun cry out, "Wait, I haven't finished eating yet." No Din was speechless, only able to watch as the 2 of them left. Xiaohua led Bei Shun to a glittering skyscraper. The reflected light made him squint. "Why did you bring me here?" Xiaohua replied, "I've been looking for a high-grade elixir that can open up meridians. Come with me and take a look." With that, she eagerly pulled Bei Shun inside. The medicinal herb fair was bustling with a noisy chatter of buyers and sellers. "Take a look, have a look. We have all the latest medicinal herbs." Bei Shun squeezed through the crowded aisles with her. He then had an idea. "Today is the medicinal herb exchange fair. I might be able to find what I'm looking for." He hadn't gone far when he wrinkled his nose. "With such a mixed smell, how can I smell the fragrance of medicinal herbs?" Just as he finished speaking, a gentle yet alluring scent wafted into his nostrils. His gaze landed on a crimson flower amidst a pile of precious herbs. He whispered, "What's that smell?" Xiaohua, seeing him stop, looked at him quizzically. Following his gaze to the flower, she asked, "What is it?" Bei Shun picked it up and said, "This herb is strange. Suddenly, a strange force pulled him into a fantastical space. He looked around in a daze, thinking to himself what's going on. In his line of sight, he saw from afar a man lying in the middle of a lake of syrup-red water. A strange flower bloomed on the man's stomach. He gasped in astonishment. What is this? Suddenly, the flower emitted a blinding light. The man screamed and sat up, his face contorted. At that moment, the blood flower pierced straight into Beishin's chest, causing him excruciating pain. Waking up, he found himself still standing in the middle of the fair. Xiaohua was patting his face, anxiously asking, "What's wrong with you?" Beishin responded faintly, "And nothing's wrong." But the scene from just now replayed in his mind. He didn't know what it was, thinking to himself, what was that just now? A memory space created by the blood flower. Looking at the flower he was holding in his hand, a thought suddenly occurred to Beishin. Strange, this blood flower has miraculous effects, like revival. The owner of the medicinal herb stall, having watched Beishin holding the blood flower for a while, asked, "Young man, do you want to buy it?" Beishin replied coldly, "How much?" The question stunned those around him, and they couldn't help but inquire about his identity. The blood flower that he's holding is known as the death flower. Who is this guy? He actually dares to buy the blood flower. Those who bought it before all kicked the bucket quickly. He got guts. The stall owner didn't seem too surprised. After all, he had met quite a few fools who were tired of living. He said cheerfully, "Since you're not afraid of dying, I'll give you a good price. 10 million, how about it?" Beishin narrowed his eyes and smiled, pulling out a black card. "Deal." Xiaohua's lips trembled, a little worried. "Wait, do you really want to buy it?" Yua confirmed, "Of course. Do I look like I'm joking?" The stall owner quickly snatched the card. "Hand it over." While swiping the card, the stall owner thought, "Rarely do I meet such a fool. My luck is great today." Xiaohua looked angry. What an idiot. I can't even stop him." The people around laughed and jeered. "Haha, what a fool who isn't afraid of death. He must have something wrong with his head." Another stall owner laughed slyly, tapping his hammer. Come and see. High-grade elixirs are on sale. First come, first served." Hearing this, Xiaohua turned around abruptly. "Elixirs? What kind of elixirs?" The meridian-activating elixir can help ordinary people prolong their lifespan and help cultivators expand their meridians. She eagerly swept past the stall like a gust of wind. "Great, I finally found what I want." Xiaohua's eyes lit up as she pointed at some pills. "Boss, how much are these?" He immediately quoted the price, 100 million. Hearing the price, she cried out in alarm. "What? So expensive?" Hearing this, he frowned and waved her away. "If you can't afford it, don't disturb my business. Go play somewhere else." Xiaohua was angry. Yua, seeing this, walked over and scoffed, "Such a low-grade elixir, and you dare to sell it for 100 million. Passers-by looked at him with disdain. "Oh, this fool dares to comment on elixirs again. Interesting. Let's see what he wants to do." The stall owner flew into a rage. Get out! This place doesn't serve fools." Yua retorted, "Boss, am I wrong? This thing of yours is a low-grade elixir." His expression darkened, as if you have high-grade elixirs. He confidently replied, "Actually, I don't, but I can refine them." Xiaohua turned to Yi excitedly. "What? You can also refine elixirs?" The onlookers, eavesdropping on the conversation, laughed even louder than before. "Haha, this guy's starting to brag. Alchemy isn't something you can just do on a whim. Even cultivators aren't guaranteed to know how to refine pills." The stall owner's face darkened as he taunted, "You think you can refine pills? I scoff at you. If you can refine a pill, I'll stand on my head and eat dirt." Yiwa touched the bronze cauldron. "Oh, those are your words." The stall owner jumped, exclaiming, what are you doing?" Yiwa lifted the cauldron with one hand, leaving everyone gaping. "Wow, such strength. Am I seeing things?" Yiwa picked up a few medicinal ingredients and then dropped them into the cauldron. He smirked and said, "Keep your dog eyes peeled and watch closely." Yiwa spun the bronze cauldron with his hand. "This is how you refine a pill." Next, he breathed fire onto the cauldron to heat it. This stunned the stall owner, who stammered, You're a cultivator." After a moment, smoke began to rise from the cauldron. Xiaohua's eyes widened. "It's smoking." The onlookers burst into mocking laughter. "Haha, after all that time, it's not even as good as a fart from a real alchemy furnace. All that flashy showboating, and he's just an idiot." Suddenly, a strange red object shot out of the cauldron. It radiated a powerful energy, so intense that it glowed. The two people who were laughing moments before couldn't believe their eyes. "Oh my god, this is, it smells so good. Could it be a high-grade pill?" The stall owner stared at the pill, trembling. How is this possible? He actually refined it. Yiwa picked up the pill with a smile and offered it to Xiaohua. "Here for you." Xiaohua was surprised. "Really? She looked at the pill with reverence. I'm not dreaming, am I? You really know how to refine pills. Yivo scoffed. The ingredients here are all trash. If you need anything in the future, just come to me. The onlookers were now filled with awe. I thought he was an idiot, but it turns out I'm the idiot. We're all idiots. He smiled brightly and asked, stall owner, you said you'd stand on your head and eat dirt. Ready to do it now. Confronted, the stall owner stammered, I never said that. Don't put words in my mouth. Yua gave him a menacing look. Are you sure you didn't say that? I don't know. Yua's voice deepened. Kneel. The stall owner immediately dropped to his knees, trembling. Huh, what's going on? Why did I kneel? Yua turned and took Xiaohua's hand. Miss Jiang, let's go. Furious, the stall owner grabbed his phone. Damn it, he dared to humiliate me in public. I can't let this go. With a stern expression, he spoke into the phone. President, something happened here at my stall. As they walked away, Yua asked Xiaohua, Miss Jiang, what kind of trouble are you having that requires pills to solve? She replied, my father went to the outskirts for work a while ago, and when he returned, he started having problems with his body. He needs pills to stimulate his meridians for treatment. Yua asked with concern, oh, what kind of illness is it? She looked a little somber. We're not sure yet. It's very rare. Suddenly, a voice shouted, stop. Startled, Yua spun around to see who it was. Humph, the stall owner said, along with a group of burly men. Brat, you dare to humiliate me and then just walk away. It won't be that easy. He ordered go. Cripple him for me. The burly men replied in unison. Yes, sir. Suddenly, from afar, Lu Xingtian, the president of the Chinese Medicine Merchant Guild, shouted, stop. The bald stall owner spoke hesitantly. President, this is the guy I was talking about. What are you? Xingtian interrupted him firmly. Our guild needs talented individuals, especially someone like him. Hearing this, the stall owner let out an awkward ah. Without further ado, Xingtian extended his hand and offered, young man, how about joining our Tianxing Merchant Guild? Beishan replied coldly and dismissively, not interested. Xingtian, embarrassed and angered, glared at him and growled, you. Unfazed, Beishan said, I don't have time. Don't block my way. Feeling insulted, Xingtian began to threaten, brat, you refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. A murderous aura emanated from Xingtian, enraged by Bei Shun's defiance. Don't think that just because you're a cultivator, we'll be afraid of you. Our guild has no shortage of cultivators. I'm merely acknowledging your pill refinement abilities. Gently pushing Xiaohua forward, Bei Shun complained without turning back. Stop shouting. It's so annoying. Xingtian gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and shouted, damn it. He doesn't appreciate my offer. He then turned abruptly to his dumbfounded henchman and scolded, what are you still standing there for? Kill him. The bald henchman pulled out long daggers and yelled, yes, sir. Surrounding Bei Shun and Xiaohua with their weapons raised, they roared, go to hell. Bei Shun, finally losing his patience, raised his hand to the sky and grumbled, what a nuisance. Simultaneously, a bright laser beam shot out from his hand, splitting into 4 fierce lightning bolts that struck the bald men. Unable to defend themselves, they were electrocuted, their bones exposed, left lying there screaming in agony. Quickly, they were burned to black. Char Xingtian, horrified and even more enraged, exclaimed, how is this possible? That was just a test. He then calmly declared, Act 2 is next. Immediately, 2 bodyguards in sunglasses standing beside him radiated red and blue magical energy and swiftly launched their attack. They rushed forward, suddenly crouching down and touching the ground, creating a cylindrical barrier around themselves. From both sides, a colossal ice mountain and a raging inferno simultaneously attacked Bei Shun and Xiaohua. Bei Shun quickly shielded Xiaohua and shouted, careful. He then summoned his brightly glowing thunder sword and reassured her, don't be afraid. Stepping in front of Xiaohua to protect her, he swung the sword in a powerful vertical slash, declaring, with me here, no one can hurt you. His slash unleashed a commanding sword aura that cleaved the massive ice mountain in two. The 2 bodyguards were shocked. Such powerful sword aura. What kind of sword aura is this? I've never seen anything like it. Before they could react, Bei Shun flashed behind them. One of them, stunned, turned around and yelled, oh no. Just as they managed to stand up, Bei Shun dashed forward and swiftly decapitated them. Xingtian, as if struck by lightning, was utterly shocked. Impossible. A Long and A who were the strongest bodyguards in my guild. How could they be dead? Bei Shun raised his sword, standing authoritatively as he reproached them. I didn't want to create any animosity with you, but you've pushed things too far. He slashed the air with his sword as he spoke, so don't blame me for being unkind. In the next instant, the stall owner and Xing Tian cried out in pain as their hands were severed, spraying blood. Bei Shun glared at them coldly, his eyes filled with killing intent. I'll spare your lives today, but if there's a next time, I won't show mercy. Xing Tian clutched his hand, trembling with rage. Damn it, who are you? Xiaohua looked at Bei Shun with a hint of awe. Student Yi truly has many secrets. He's not simple at all. He prompted, what are you still worried about? Let's go home. Together, they turned and left, returning to Xiaohua's ornate villa. As they reached the door, Bei Shun suddenly remarked, your father's illness is so rare. I'm truly curious about it. Xiaohua asked in surprise, could it be that you also know medicine? He humbly replied, I know a little. She then pushed open the door excitedly and called out, Dad, I'm home. She froze in shock at the sight of motionless bodies scattered across the floor. Bei Shun was startled. What happened here? Xiaohua rushed towards the bodies, crying out, Dad. She sobbed uncontrollably. Dad, where are you? Don't scare me. Bei Shun focused his energy, his eyes glowing with magical power. He examined the scattered bodies and detected faint, red, spectral auras. Bei Shun was taken aback. Strange. Why is there such pure spiritual energy here? He let his magical power fade and close his eyes. Something's not right. Behind a corner of the room, shrouded in the spectral aura, a lone man stood, suddenly turning around vigilantly. The man growled angrily, who's spying on me? Bei Shun was shocked and disbelieving. This can't be. He gritted his teeth in confusion. It's already 2,000 years later. How can someone like this still exist? Xiaohua asked anxiously, Student Yi, you have extraordinary abilities. Can you find my father? He replied seriously, I have a lead. She breathed a sigh of relief and smiled with joy. Really? Bei Shun said, follow me. They turned and headed for the door, facing a new challenge. Bei Shun scooped up Xiaohua and swiftly flew through the air. He landed gently in front of cave. We're here. Xiaohua looked around in bewilderment. Where is this? Is my father inside? He confirmed yes. The energy inside is identical to your living room. He must be here. Xiaohua said, let's go. Let's take a look. Without hesitation, they entered the cave. Deeper inside the shadowy cavern, they found a scene of carnage, with Xiaohua's father standing silently amidst the bloodshed. She cried out in alarm, Dad. Bei Shun sighed in relief. He's here, as I suspected. He turned to her and asked, Miss Jiang, does her father have any enemies? She replied sadly, my father has always valued peace. I don't think he has any enemies. He found this puzzling. That's strange. Then who would bring your father here? Xiaohua couldn't wait any longer and rushed towards her father. Let's put that aside for now. Saving him is more important. Bei Shun shouted urgently, Weit. At this moment, 4 arrows radiating red magical energy shot straight toward Xiaohua. Terrified, she froze, only able to watch. Immediately, Bei Shun created a shield, rushing forward to protect her. Careful, the arrows slammed into the shield, chipping it. He struggled to hold against the barrage, the shield cracking and nearing its limit. The strange man with long hair and black clothes watched, wary. This child, truly unusual. He decided patiently, I still need to probe further. Back in the cave, Bei Shun surveyed the surroundings, warning, the energy here is strange. Don't be rash. He extended his hand, creating a giant, sparking blue magical hand. Let me save him. Bei Shun reached towards the center of the syrup-like pool, trying to rescue Xiaohua's father. Suddenly, ripples spread across the surface. Grotesque, faceless figures in black emerged from the pool, attempting to block him. Bei Shun was stunned. Were these? Immediately after, a blast of red magical energy shot towards them. He quickly grabbed Xiaohua and dodged. Get back. Someone's watching us from behind. They tumbled to the ground, narrowly avoiding the attack as it slammed into the cave wall. Xiaohua was frightened. What were those monsters? Bei Shun, pushing himself up wearily, raised his voice. Damn it, I only came to save someone, not to make enemies. He drew his sword, lowering his stance. If you want to play, then, his voice rising, then I'll play with you to the end. With a swing of his sword, he conjured a ferocious, giant blue electric dragon. The dragon plunged into the syrup-like pool, sending red spray everywhere. It then surfaced, staring intently into the water. it immediately dove back down. The strange man's eyes widened in surprise. Having located its target, the electric dragon dove deep into the pool, attacking the man's hiding place. The man easily blocked the dragon's snout with one hand, chuckling. Interesting, you actually found me. Seizing the opportunity, Bei Shun pulled Xiaohua's father up. Miss Xiaohua, protect your father. The one who kidnapped him is no ordinary person. She rushed to support him. They propped him against the cave wall. Bei Shun said, take your father and leave. Xiaohua, worried for him, hesitated, but he cut her off firmly. No buts. Go. Worried but resigned, Xiaohua helped her father away. Be careful. I'll wait for you outside. Now he turned his full attention to the enemy behind him. His electric dragon had successfully flushed the man out of the syrup-like pool. Blocking the dragon with one hand, the man gathered a blinding magical energy in the other, snarling, beast. His hand grew enormous, and with a single blow, the dragon shattered into pieces. He glared furiously. Seize him. Bei Shun finally got a clear look at the man's face and gasped. This guy. Recognizing him, he shouted, it's him. The man manipulated the magical energy, riding the wine down to the ground. He laughed triumphantly. Kid, we finally meet. Bei Shun glared at him warily. Who are you? The strange man was enraged. You slaughtered so many of the Zhu Tuqi clan, and you ask who I am. Bei Shun, seemingly having forgotten, asked, are you from the Zhu Tuqi clan? The old man retorted angrily, I painstakingly established the Zhu Tuqi clan, only to have it destroyed at your hands. Tell me, should I not seek revenge for this? Bei Shun then realized the old man's intent as he pointed his sword at his throat. You kidnapped Xiaohua's father, that was this all aimed at me. The leader of the Zhu Tuqi clan sneered. Clever. But rest assured, I have no intention of seeking revenge yet. He reached out and grabbed Bei Shun's sword without hesitation, adding, I merely wish to uncover the secret you possess. Simultaneously, a ghastly red liquid began to drip down, enveloping the sword. Immediately afterward, 4 red, syrup-like arrows shot out from below, attacking Bei Shun, catching him off guard. Bei Shun retreated, dodging the incoming arrows. He gritted his teeth, despicable, attacking with such underhanded tactics. The old man in the pool warned, trying to escape. Not so easy. With that, a volley of arrows shot towards him. Bei Shun braced himself and retorted, who said I was running. Then, Bei Shun raised his hand, summoning a shield to block the arrows. With an incantation, he easily escaped the precarious situation. The old man in the pool stared in astonishment as Bei Shun's lightning sword suddenly appeared before him. Bei Shun yelled, running away has never been my style. The old man cried out in pain as he was struck by bolts of lightning from his sword. The lightning sword spun, sending the old man flying into the wall before returning to Bei Shun. He caught it effortlessly, his gaze fixed on the old man. Bei Shun questioned, the aura you possess that it doesn't belong to this era. Who are you? The old man struggled to his feet. Xian Wushun, pure skilled at you're from the Qinyan sect. Bei Shun asked, you know my cultivation technique. The old man stroked his hair and chuckled. Know it. More than that, he began to reminisce. Me and the Qinyan sect. He paused, then continued that have quite the history. Bei Shun was puzzled. What do you mean? The old man stood up straight. You and I are the same kind of people. It's just that the world sees us differently. With that, he lunged forward, youngster. Bei Shun gripped his sword, ready to fight. Unexpectedly, mid-leap, the old man teleported. Until we meet again. Bei Shun muttered to himself, he's gone. He was exasperated by the previous events. Is that guy crazy? Gave me a fright. Bei Shun grew suspicious, thinking to himself, wait a minute, that was he testing me this whole time? And what did he mean by those words? In a place where sunlight dappled the ground through the trees, Xiaohua approached her father. Dad, are you all right? Don't scare me. She checked his pulse and immediately panicked. No, his pulse has stopped. Xiaohua pulled out an acupuncture needle. There's no time to lose. She resolutely inserted the needle into his neck. Bei Shun arrived just then. Xiaohua, your father still hasn't woken up. Xiaohua turned, her voice filled with fear. My father, he's not doing well. Bei Shun sat down beside them to examine the situation. What happened? Xiaohua was distraught. I don't know. I just used acupuncture, but it didn't work. Bei Shun checked Xiaohua's father's condition. Only a sliver of life force remains. Even a god couldn't save him now. Hearing this, Xiaohua threw herself into her father's arms. Dad, don't leave me alone. I'm scared. Seeing such a heartbreaking scene, Bei Shun couldn't help but speak up. Xiaohua, I have a method we can try. It might be able to save your father. Xiaohua cried out, it's no use. My father's condition is no different from a corpse. Bei Shun held up a flower of some kind. Try this. Xiaohua looked doubtful. You intend to use this to save my father. Bei Shun said, I bought this at a high price. Place it near him. Perhaps it will have an effect. Xiaohua quickly stopped him. Wait a moment. She turned to scold Bei Shun. Are you crazy? This flower is bad luck. While they weren't paying attention, a petal fell from the flower. Xiaohua tried to snatch the flower back. You're using it on my father. It's a curse. Take it back. Suddenly, Xiaohua's father's body twitched. Xiaohua turned to look. Xiaohua's father suddenly opened his eyes. He called out, Xiaohua, and he looked up at his surroundings. Where is this? Why am I here? Seeing her father wake up, Xiaohua embraced him, sobbing. Dad, you're awake. Bei Shun quietly retrieved the flower, murmuring, this flower is truly miraculous. However, it seems like it loses a petal every time it saves someone. If it loses all its petals, does that mean it's completely useless? Bei Shun saw Xiaohua approaching him. She bowed low. Student Yi, I'm sorry. I misunderstood you just now. I apologize. Suddenly, Xiaohua moved closer and kissed Bei Shun on the cheek, making him blush. Sitting under a tree, Bei Shun thought, Miss Jiang is really something. He recalled the moment from that morning and felt embarrassed, caught a little off guard. Xiaohua had approached him unnoticed. Her voice called out from behind him, making Bei Shun blush. Student Yi, I scared you earlier, didn't I? Bei Shun stammered, huh? No, I wasn't. Xiaohua said shyly, don't mind it too much. Just now, I was just too happy. Bei Shun rubbed his head and chuckled awkwardly. Haha, I know. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind him. Bei Shun recognized him and turned around. Who's there? Old Jean clasped his hands. Master, it's me. I have something important to report. Xiaohua was startled. Master, Old Jean reported, I used your identification card to track down a secret location. It might be the Wanbao Lu. Bei Shun asked, really? Old Jean nodded in confirmation. He said triumphantly, excellent. Finally, some reliable information. Bei Shun said to Xiaohua, Miss Jiang, I have some important matters to attend to. I'll be going now. She happily agreed. You go ahead. As soon as Xiaohua finished speaking, Bei Shun and Old Jean flew up into the air. Let's go. She watched their figures disappear into the distance and sighed. Student Yi has so many secrets. 3 hours later, Bei Shun led the way. Is this the clue you were talking about? Old Jean followed behind. Yes. He said, Master, look closely. Doesn't this altar look exactly like the Longxing altar? Bei Shun moved closer to observe. Now that you mention it, it really does. Old Jean followed closely behind. If it investigated, the treasure orb you took earlier might be connected to the altar. Why don't you take it out and try? Bei Shun took out the orb. Oh, is that so? He lifted the orb, causing it to glow. Let me try. Immediately afterward, the treasure orb emitted a surge of power that harmonized with the altar. A column of blue energy appeared, causing the entire cave to tremble. Old Jean warned, Master, be careful. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the ground beneath Bei Shun's feet, like a swamp swallowing him whole. Afterward, only a small light remained. Old Jean and Bei Shun had vanished. A bird flew off a branch, cawing. It turned out the old man from the lake had been standing there for a while. Youngster, you have many secrets. Bei Shun and Old Jean fell from the sky onto the grounds of an estate. He landed lightly, while Old Jean fell unceremoniously. Bai Shen Stotop, where is this? He looked around. Where are we? They noticed two young men talking ahead. Have you heard? The elder has ordered us to stay inside. The other agreed. That's right. Something big is about to happen. Old Jean was puzzled. Master, what's going on? Bei Shun was cautious. Be careful. There's something strange about this place. A circle of some sort glowed in the night sky. The light around it gradually became distorted. Old Jean wondered, what is that? The circle of light shone brightly. Bei Shun yelled, not good. He quickly ordered, get down. Old Jean and Bei Shun covered their heads and lay on the ground. Old Jean asked, Master, what just happened? Bei Shun sat up. He looked at the estate, now in ruins. Strange. What just happened? Old Jean, clutching his ear, asked, Master, did we encounter a ghost? Bei Shun was exasperated. Don't talk nonsense. I suspect the scene we just saw was the remnants of an obsession. It was all an illusion. What we see now is real. Old Jean was excited. So that's it. Bei Shun was wary. Something's not right. Why do I feel like someone is watching us? Old Jean and Bei Shun were startled when they saw a giant wolf growling in front of them. Bei Shun immediately summoned his lightning sword, warning, careful. While old Jean was frozen in fear, the giant beast lunged with bared claws. It was met with a powerful sword strike from Bei Shun, cleaving it in two in an instant. It could only cry out in pain. Old Jean bowed his head in gratitude. "Thank you, master." But Bei Shun didn't even look back, replying seriously, "Don't waste your breath. There's something strange ahead. Let's go see." Suddenly, ahead, where fragrant cherry blossoms bloomed, gentle music played, surprising Bei Shun. Sitting under a tree in the distance was an old man playing a flute, creating melodious tunes. Each note seemed to form new monstrous creatures. Old Jean wondered in astonishment. Someone actually lives here. Bei Shun, regaining his composure, assessed the situation. No, his aura is illusory. He's not like a living person. At that moment, the brown wolf-like beast began to growl ferociously, facing them. Old Jean looked at them anxiously. "We're doomed." The wolves immediately charged. Old Jean was helpless. "These beasts are too strong. We can't stop them." Suddenly, terrifying bolts of lightning appeared in the overcast sky. The lightning struck down, hitting all of the monstrous creatures, leaving them writhing in pain. Old Jean stammered in surprise. What's happening?" Bei Shun, unconcerned, kept his attention fixed on the old man ahead. Although the man wasn't alive, he had saved them, and perhaps they could glean some clues from him. The old man, who had been disturbing them with his flute playing, finally noticed the two figures before him and asked, "What's this?" "There are still people alive." His face lit up with joy. "I knew it. There's still hope for humanity." In the blink of an eye, he darted to Bei Shun, startling him and putting him on guard. The old man peppered him with curious questions. "Young man, where do you come from? Which sect are you from?" Bei Shun bewildert, instinctively bucket ave, speculating. This person doesn't have the aura of a living being. However, his obsession is very strong. Could it be? Looking at the old man's appearance, Bei Shun ventured a guess. He's also formed from obsession. Having reached this conclusion, he asked, "Senior, what happened here? Why are there monstrous creatures here?" The strange old man stammered this. Then he suddenly clutched his head in distress and cried out, "Oh, my head. I can't remember anything." He collapsed to the ground, writhing in pain. However, he suddenly froze, his eyes fixed on something in front of him, his face filled with utter astonishment. It was the jade-green orb in Bei Shun's hand. The old man roared in sudden rage. "Why do you have that? Give it back. It's mine." He lunged at Bei Shun, trying to snatch the orb. But Bei Shun calmly dodged aside, evading him. The old man glared at him, his voice a low growl. "Damn it, since you won't give it back." The air around him suddenly shifted. His body swelled, muscles bulging. He raged, "Then don't blame me for being impolite." He leaped, furiously launching an attack. Old Jean cried out in alarm, "Master, be careful." Without hesitation, Bei Shun struck, severing the old man's head with a single slash. Red syrup sprayed as the head let out a final ah. The severed head rolled across the ground. Bei Shun's expression remained unchanged as he flicked his sword. Darkened obsession. It seemed something truly terrifying happened here. Suddenly, old Jean pointed upwards, his voice filled with awe. "Master, look, what's that?" A glowing key hovered in the gloomy sky. Bei Shun frowned. "A key." The key suddenly shot forward with incredible speed, embedding itself in a nearby brick wall. The strange key easily turned. The wall split in two, a glowing boundary appearing between the halves as they separated. Old Jean asked, "Master, what's going on?" A large, square entrance had opened in the wall. Bei Shun started filmly. Another space. He strode confidently towards the entrance. "Let's go. Let's see what's inside." A long, glowing staircase appeared within the dark, shadowy opening. They reached the steps. Old Jean asked curiously, what could be hidden in such a mysterious place? Bei Shun cautioned, "Stay alert." Old Jean replied, "Yes." The scene around them materialized, revealing a dimly lit, ancient room with strange patterns on the walls. Bei Shun was surprised. This place actually had memory inscriptions. Old Jean, not understanding, asked, "What are memory inscriptions?" He gestured towards the golden pattern characters on the pillars, explaining, "Memory inscriptions are what people use to record history, but what's recorded isn't text, but images. Old Jean was astonished. Something like that exists. Suddenly, a golden ray of light shot out from somewhere, striking Bei Shun directly between the eyebrows, leaving him stunned and unable to dodge. Frozen and unable to move, Bei Shun could only groan in pain. Ugh! Oh, my head! Bei Shun clutched his head, crying out in agony. The pain tore at his mind, pulling him into a strange dimension. Suddenly, a voice rang out beside his ear, Daoist friend, Daoist friend. He looked up towards the source of the sound. A youth with snow-white hair was intently observing him. Why are you still standing here? Why haven't you ascended? Bei Shun was taken aback. Ascend? What do you mean? He quickly looked around, his heart pounding at the sight before him. It was no longer the old, hidden chamber. Instead, it was a vast world with towering mountain ranges hidden amongst a sea of white clouds and magnificent castles shimmering under a jade-like light. Their curved roofs resembled the wings of cranes from the immortal realm. He turned to ask the youth what's going on. Wasn't I just attacked by the memory inscriptions? The youth frowned, his eyes filled with disdain. Today is the grand opportunity for ascension, a once-in-a-millennium event. Only nascent soul cultivators are qualified to enter the immortal realm. Could it be that you haven't even reached the nascent soul stage? Suddenly, he drew his sword and pointed it directly at Bei Shun, his voice full of killing intent. Foundation establishment trash, like you don't deserve to be here. As quick as lightning, Bei Shun punched the youth squarely in the chest, blocking his fatal sword strike and shouting, "Hey, don't go too far." But in the next moment, the youth vanished like smoke, leaving no trace. Bei Shun stood stunned, his mind filled with doubt. What was that? Suddenly, the earth trembled and a whirlwind appeared in the sky. From within the vortex, a giant egg fell. It cracked the ground upon impact, and white smoke billowed upwards. A fiery red, furry beast leaped out, its earth-shattering roar shaking everything. The immortals in the sky were thrown back. Damn it, the ascension is a trap. It's a trap. Fight them. The panicked crowd screamed and fled. Bei Shun zuden die Unterstot. Wait, I just touched the memory inscriptions. What I'm seeing now is probably the memory of a civilization. He looked up at the vast sky and murmured, could it be that I'm witnessing an event from 1,000 years ago? A sharp headache struck him, forcing a cry of pain. Damn it, my head hurts again. He clutched his head, and the world before him blurred. Master, are you all right? Old Jin's familiar voice rang out, pulling him back to reality. Rubbing his temples, Bei Shun replied, don't worry, I'm fine. Old Jin breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. I thought you were being controlled by some kind of power. He then presented a book. By the way, I found this inside just now. Bei Shun asked in surprise, what is this? He explained, this is the handbook of the 100 Treasures Pavilion's gatekeeper. It details how to open the door. Bei Shun asked with interest, how? Old Jin replied, it's the jade orb in your hand. As long as we gather enough jade orbs and obtain this place, the 100 Treasures Pavilion will naturally open its doors to welcome us. Bei Shun raised an eyebrow and asked, really? Old Jin nodded firmly, absolutely certain. A glint flashed in Bei Shun's eyes, I understand. It seems this place is guarded. Why is it protected? Could it be related to that incident? Old Jin softly reminded, Master, I keep feeling like someone is watching us. We should leave quickly. Bei Shun nodded, all right, but we must keep this location a secret. He stood up, Yes, Old Jin respectfully replied. After half an hour of silence within the hidden chamber, Bei Shun and Old Jin finally stepped out under the dim moonlight. The night enveloped them like a velvet curtain, only the rustling of leaves through the trees breaking the silence. From behind an ancient tree, a shadowy figure whispered, they're out. His eyes followed their every step, a smirk playing on his lips. It seems Bei Shun has gained quite a bit this time. As soon as the whisper faded, the figure vanished into thin air, leaving only a chilling breeze and the rustling of dry leaves. The stuffy afternoon class left everyone feeling sluggish. But for Bei Shun, the fatigue was multiplied tenfold after last night's excursion. He slumped over his desk, eyes closed, oblivious to the surrounding noise. Suddenly, Zhang Ziwen patted his shoulder, pulling him back from his slumber. On the podium, the teacher cheerfully announced a field trip after lunch, and the class erupted in excited chatter, dispelling the previous drowsiness. Only Bei Shun sighed, a wave of exhaustion washing over him. He was truly tired of these trips. The weather was quite pleasant today, with golden sunlight stretching across the roads, creating a rare, peaceful scene. The students excitedly lined up to board the bus, their laughter echoing. Bei Shun trudged along, eyes half closed, yawning with boredom. The bus started, cruising along the winding mountain road. While everyone continued to chatter excitedly about the trip, he leaned his head against the window, gradually drifting off to sleep. Crash! A soudaine explosion échouée. The road cracked, forming fissures like a giant spider web, and rocks and earth began to crumble. Not good. A landslide. The driver yelled in panic. Screams of terror filled the air as the bus lost control, skidding along the cliff face before plunging into the abyss. The bus rapidly descended, everyone inside screaming, "Help!" Suddenly, another crash resounded as the bus slammed into a tree, coming to a complete stop. The terrified passengers burst into tears. "Help! I don't want to see the king of hell. Someone save me." The teacher slowly stood up, bracing himself against a seat. Damn it, why did this happen? He looked at the cracked window and said, "We have to get everyone out of here quickly." Suddenly, he realized something and shouted, "Oh no, the door won't open." The teacher glanced at the driver, who had already passed away. He frowned, thinking to himself, "We're doomed. The bus is wrecked, the driver is dead. What am I supposed to do now?" Bei Shun stepped forward and offered, "Teacher, let me open the door." The teacher looked at him in surprise. "You." But then he shook his head in disappointment. "It's no use. Even I can't open it. You're too young. How could you?" Hearing this, he didn't hesitate to kick the door hard, causing it to fall off the bus, surprising the teacher. The teacher turned around and yelled, "Students, the door is open. Everyone, quickly get out and get some fresh air." Seeing this, everyone rushed out, exclaiming, "Great, we can get out." Wang Chong urged everyone, "Hurry up, hurry up." The girl with purple hair stepped off the bus and sighed. "That was terrifying. I was almost suffocated." After everyone got out, the teacher praised Bei Shun. "Bei Shun, it's fortunate you were here this time." He modestly replied, "It was nothing, just a flick of the wrist." He saw the injured people sitting under the tree and said, "Right, there's still a few injured people over there. We'll need you to take care of them, teacher." The teacher put his hand on Bei Shun's shoulder and commended him. "You've made a great contribution. After we get back, I'll tell the school to commend you." Bei Shun smiled and replied, "Thank you, teacher." The teacher immediately turned to the students who were standing and instructed, "Everyone, please bandage your classmates' wounds." Bei Shun looked up at the cliff face that caused the bus to lose control and thought to himself, "This accident happened so suddenly. It feels like something isn't right." Suddenly, large question marks appeared in his mind. There was a sound. Everyone heard it. Jiang Xiaoru looked up at the sky and shouted, "Look, everyone! What's that?" Large white cocoons were hanging from the trees. Bei Shun looked surprised. Suddenly, the cocoons flew high into the sky, escorted by people in ancient clothing. Someone, surprised, pointed at the cocoons and stammered. Bei Shun observed the cocoons and wondered, "I'm not seeing things, am I? Why are they here?" Wang Chong picked up a piece of wood, looked up at the cocoons, and said, "This thing is moving. Let me see what it is." Seeing this, Bei Shun shouted, trying to stop him, "Stop." Wang Chong turned to look at him and exclaimed, "Do you want to die? You scared me." Xiaoming came over and questioned, "Hey, are you scared yourself and not letting us investigate?" Wang Chong chimed in, "Yeah, it's just a cocoon. At worst, it's just a worm inside. There are so many of us. What's there to be afraid of?" Then he walked towards the cocoons with the piece of wood. "Don't mind him. Let me break this open." Just as the wood got close to a cocoon, a hand reached out from inside and grabbed it tightly. Wang Chong was surprised and asked this, "What is this?" Suddenly, a monster jumped out of the cocoon and attacked him. It bit Wang Chong hard on the shoulder, sending blood splattering. Immediately afterwards, other cocoons also burst open, revealing more monsters. They quickly attacked everyone, causing them to scream in fear. "Monsters, run!" Xiaoming asked in panic, "Oh my God, am I dreaming?" Xiaowang was equally terrified. Why are there monsters in this world? The monsters began to roar, making everyone even more afraid. The teacher suddenly shouted, "Xiaoming, Xiaowang, get out of the way." Unexpectedly, the monsters had been standing behind them without them noticing. Seeing Xiaoming and Xiaowang run, they started to chase after them. Xiaoming cried out, "Help!" Seeing this, one of the monsters sped up to catch up with them. Suddenly, Bei Shun appeared in front of the monster, stopping it from chasing Xiaowang and Xiaoming. He clenched his fist and punched the monster hard in the face. Xiaoming and Xiaowang, seeing this, turned their heads to look at him in disbelief. Bei-shin quickly dealt with the monsters in a flash, sending them flying. Seeing this, the two exclaimed Bei-shun. He lightly jumped down after finishing off the monsters. Bei-shun, looking annoyed, reproached them. I told you from the beginning not to touch these things. The girl with blue hair walked over, impressed. So Bei-shun is a martial arts expert. The girl with purple hair continued to exclaim, I don't think it's martial arts. It's more like cultivation. Xiaoming, realizing his mistake, said, so he knew about the monsters all along. Xiaowang also felt guilty. We looked down on him just now. We're so sorry. The cocoons on the tree began to move and make loud noises. Seeing this, Bei-shin exclaimed, not good. Seeing change, a group of monsters was now fiercely chasing the four of them. One of the monsters jumped up, trying to grab Xiaoming. His face darkened, and he cried out in fear, help. Ziwen ran past, worriedly saying, Bei-shun, you can't fight them alone. Run. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoru was looking at Bei-shin's back thoughtfully. This guy, he's not trying to show off, is he? Bei-shin summoned his sword with a cold and serious expression. Without a word, he rushed towards the monster like the wind, muttering, there are too many of them. If they scatter, everyone will die here. Immediately after, Bei-shun slashed the monster across its body with his sword, sending viscous fluid spraying everywhere. The other monsters, witnessing this scene, were incredibly surprised and confused. He placed his foot on the body of the now dead monster and growled, you beast. Your grandpa's here. If you have the guts, come at me. Witnessing the scene before him, the teacher's face paled as he muttered, Bei-shun, he wants to attract all the monsters to himself. Ziwen said admiringly, that's insane. Jiang Xiaoru stood motionless beside him, her face bewildered. In front of Bei-shun was a horde of aggressive and hungry monsters, yet he showed no fear. Bei-shun moved to the side to attract their attention, thinking to himself, it worked. The monsters immediately followed him. As long as I lead them away, the others will be safe. Ziwen said, let's go. Bei-shin's definitely not making it out of this alive. The teacher beside him was so worried his face had changed color. Call the police for help. If there's another wave, we're all going to meet our maker. Suddenly, four words appeared on his phone. No signal. He cried out in alarm, wait, there's no signal in this godforsaken place. Bei-shun slammed his heel into the ground, creating a cloud of white smoke. He stopped, to the astonishment of the monsters. Next, Bei-shun raised his sword. A blue light and electrical sparks emanated from it. He bent down and said resolutely, I can risk it all. His eyes revealed determination and confidence. He swung his sword towards them. The electrical sparks surrounding the blade spread out, controlling the monsters. Bei-shin yelled, Tanda Formation Unleash. His formation caused the beasts to experience intense pain and numbness throughout their bodies. A monster suddenly appeared in front of Bei-shun, grinning maliciously. He coldly swung his sword, slicing through it decisively. Viscous blood splattered across the ground. Bei-shun landed with a loud thud. He glanced at the charred corpses, wondering, what are these monsters? Why are they here? Suddenly, a reddish-black smoke emanated from the monster's body. Bei-shin was astonished. Not just from one, but from many, these dark plumes of smoke converged, forming a swirling vortex. A humanoid figure materialized from the smoke. Its eyes glowed red, and its teeth were sharp. It grinned wickedly, licking its lips as if in anticipation. This place, the scent of 2,000 years. Bei-shin raised his sword. Who are you? The man floated down towards him. With you, my grand scheme will be complete. Bei-shun swung his sword, thinking, what is this thing? But his attack was ineffective. The dark figure reached out to touch Bei-shun's head. Don't struggle. It will only prolong your suffering. Bei-shun, now enraged, thought, damn it. A whirlwind erupted from his face, sending the figure spiraling through the air. Get away from me, he shouted. The figure crashed into a nearby pillar, cracking it. Bei-shun charged forward furiously. Whatever you are, I will destroy you. Suddenly, the figure dispersed into the black smoke once more. It surrounded Bei-shun, suffocating him. You're brave, child, but unfortunately, your cultivation is no match for me. The voice choked him. Damn it, Bei-shun gasped. He struggled to break free, but the smoke held him fast. Suddenly, an old man appeared, holding a precious ruby. He held it before Bei-shun, and a blinding light erupted. Then, placing it on Bei-shun's head, he said, we meet again. Bei-shun felt relief wash over him. How are you here? Baishen Uskit. The old man smiled kindly, because his expression suddenly darkened, becoming sinister. I brought you all here. Of course, I'm here. Baishen's voice was cold. You mean all of this was orchestrated by you? The old man chuckled nervously. How should I explain this? The smoke coalesced into a swirling vortex. A booming voice echoed, damn it. Lowly ants dare to injure me. You must be tired of living. The old man stepped in front of Beishan, holding out the ruby. I'll explain later. Let's deal with this nuisance first. He brandished the gem. Back. Beams of light shot out from the ruby, transforming into a whirlwind that blasted the monster away. The monster roared in pain and fury. Damn it. Its eyes widened in disbelief as it stared at the old man, its voice trembling. You, how do you possess that? Beishan stared, wide-eyed, at the ruby in the old man's hand. What is that? The old man asked, his voice low and sharp as he glared at the monster. Get out of here now, before I'm forced to take action. It immediately flew into the air, turning back to taunt him. Fine, I won't let you get away with this. The monster gradually disappeared, but not before leaving a parting threat. We will meet again. The old man sighed. Finally, it's gone. From behind him, Beishan spoke. Why did you save me? The old man glanced at him, his voice low. Save you? No, I was saving myself. Beishan frowned, looking at him in confusion. What do you mean? The old man turned sharply, his voice serious. Don't you understand yet? He then recounted the recent events. I've been watching you. And the incident you just experienced was orchestrated by me. Hearing this, Beishan pointed his sword at the old man, his eyes wide with anger. His voice trembled. Why would you do that? If you want revenge, come after me. Why involve the people around me? The old man immediately explained, no, you misunderstand. He brushed aside Beishan's sword with his hand, his face serious. I'm not here for revenge. I want to form an alliance with you. Beishan stared at him, wondering what is this guy up to? The old man stepped closer, speaking decisively. I know you have many secrets, but so do I. Seeing Beishan listening silently, he continued, we're the same kind of people. Beishan looked at him, his gaze firm. You are indeed mysterious, but I'm not interested in finding out more. He frowned slightly. No, you must understand. Otherwise, sooner or later, we will both die. He pointed to the sky, his voice steely. At the hands of those above. Beishan asked in astonishment, who are those above? The old man leaned down slightly, his expression serious. I don't know who they are, but they do exist. He then recounted a story from ancient times. 2,000 years ago, a wave of ascensions swept through the cultivation world. During that wave, over 3,000 people successfully ascended. But just as the wave of ascension was about to end, he paused, his voice trembling with suppressed grief. A giant cocoon, unlike anything seen before, fell from the sky. And inside that giant cocoon were terrifying monsters that survived by absorbing vital essence. Many people died because of those monsters. Beishan was stunned, his eyes wide with surprise. Why have I never heard of this? The old man lowered his voice, speaking gently. This story has been washed away by the river of time. No one remembers it anymore. If you've never seen those monsters, you certainly wouldn't believe it. Beishan reminded skeptikai, but I still don't understand. Why are you looking for me? The old man pointed at him resolutely. Because only by joining forces with you do we have a chance to escape this new danger. Hearing this, Beishan looked uncertain and confused. Are you saying that the danger from 1,000 years ago will happen again? The old man nodded. Yes, the giant cocoon has reappeared. The new danger is not far off. Beishan crossed his arms, his face more serious than ever. How can we avoid it? He frowned slightly, his face pensive as if considering something. I don't know for certain, but I hope you can join forces with me. Together, we can investigate and uncover the truth. Back then, I established the Juchi Agency precisely for this truth. Beishan bowed slightly, his eyes thoughtful. This matter is too strange. I can't give you an answer right now. Finishing his words, the old man took out the luminous pearl and placed it before Beishan. It's all right. Sooner or later, you'll come looking for me. Beishan froze, his eyes widening in surprise. The precious pearl. Not letting him hesitate, the old man turned and flew into the air, not forgetting to bid farewell. Until we meet again. Beishan raised his hand towards the sky, his voice urgent. Wait, but the old man had already vanished without a trace. He looked around, bewildered, and could only utter, huh? Meanwhile, Everyone who was injured was being helped away for treatment. Zhang Zuan stood by the ancient tree, his gaze distant and filled with disbelief. Bei Shun is so righteous, daring to sacrifice his life to save us all. Jiang Xiaoru murmured sadly, her eyes filled with grief. Sigh, after we return, we must hold a grand memorial service for him. The teacher bowed his head, his expression heavy. Bei Shun has sacrificed himself, but we must continue to live. He then took out his phone, his face creasing in frustration. Damn it, still no signal. Suddenly, Bei Shun emerged from the forest, waving his hand. He smiled as if nothing had happened. Everyone, I'm back. The teacher turned, frozen for a few seconds. He widened his eyes in astonishment, stammering, Bei Shun. Zhang Ziwen ran over joyfully. Haha, that's great. He embraced Bei Shun, laughing heartily. You're not dead. The teacher stood stunned, unable to believe his eyes. He wondered to himself, who is this guy? How could he escape from the mouths of those monsters? Bei Shun stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Teacher. The teacher looked at him awkwardly. Bei Shun, I didn't save you just now. I was truly powerless, so... Bei Shun suddenly smiled brightly, his face full of confidence. I have a way to get everyone back. The teacher's eyes widened in surprise. What? Really? Bei Shun took Jiang Xiaoru's hand and pulled her up. Come on, be careful. But perhaps he pulled too hard, causing her to lose her balance and stumble forward. She cried out. Fortunately, the teacher reacted quickly and caught Jiang Xiaoru. Hey, be careful. Bei Shen mum ulit apologetically. Sorry, I used too much strength. Now that everyone was safe, the teacher said, Bei Shun, it's fortunate we had you this time. If it weren't for you, we would certainly have perished down there. Hearing this, Bei Shun smiled and replied, You're too kind, teacher. It was just what I should do. Suddenly, Xiaowang cried out in alarm. The teacher turned around in alarm and asked, Xiaowang, what's wrong? Xiaowang's face began to turn pale. It seems the wound on my chest has reopened. Xiaowang's chest was now soaked with a red liquid. It hurts so much. The teacher panicked. This is bad. There's no hospital nearby. If the bleeding continues like this, it will lead to exhaustion. It's very dangerous. Xiaowang gritted his teeth and groaned. What should I do? I don't want to die yet. Bei Shun approached him. Let me take a look. He said, I have a way to heal you. Xiaowang asked doubtfully, you. Zhang Zuwen quickly interjected, Hey, don't try to act tough. Although you're a good fighter, treating injuries like this isn't as simple as fighting. The teacher agreed, that's right. What if your treatment makes things worse? Wouldn't that indirectly cause someone's death? His face was now very tense. But Bei Shun calmly replied, Don't worry, I'll take responsibility if anything happens. Xiaowang looked at Bei Shun fearfully. Are you just messing around? He asked. Bei Shun replied, Don't be nervous, I'll be quick. He pulled out a sharp needle. He reassured Xiaowang, Just bear with it for a moment. With that, he stabbed the needle into Xiaowang's chest. Help! Xiaowang screamed in pain. Those around them who witnessed this were shocked. So cruel. Xiaowang's face turned pale with fear. A stab like that, if it doesn't kill him, will cripple him. Jiang Xiaoru couldn't believe her eyes. Too brutal. The teacher panicked and quickly intervened. Bei Shen, you can't just do whatever you want. Stop, he roared. Suddenly, Xiaowang said in surprise, Hey, I don't think it hurts anymore. Seeing Xiaowang's wound gradually healing, Zhang Ziwen exclaimed, Oh my God, his wound is closing. The teacher was half believing, half doubtful. No way. Did you really just heal him? Xiaowang stood up, cheering joyfully like a child. It's a miracle. I don't feel any pain at all. Bei Shun smiled and said, You're all right now. Go get some rest. Xiaowang replied, Thank you. You're truly my lifesaver. The teacher looked at Bei Shun apologetically. I didn't expect you to know so much. I really misunderstood you just now. Zhang Ziwen stammered, Me too. Bei Shun's expression remained calm. Teacher, since everything's all right now, let's head back. The teacher agreed. Oh, all right. 3 hours later, Bei Shun walked down the street while talking on the phone. Hello, Daiyu. Come see me. A while later, Lao Kim appeared from behind and called out, Master. Seeing him, Bei Shun quickly got to the point. I found the key to the 100 Treasures vault. He held out the key and said, Now I need you to do something more important. Lao Kim replied, Just give the order, Master. Bei Shun presented a large cocoon. Investigate this. I want to know where it came from. Lao Kim stayed in shock. Master, this thing appeared in City H nearby. He recalled, a few hours ago, the government received a report. Dot of a strange object falling on a lawn-high road in City H. The government tried to eliminate the monster, but failed. According to him, a humanoid monster with a tail, its entire body pitch black. Dot swooped down and attacked all the police officers trying to eliminate it. They screamed, it's a monster. Hearing this, Bei-shin stood up abruptly and asked, did you find out anything about the monster's origins? Lao Kim shook his head. No. Hearing this, Bei-shin still wasn't giving up. It's all right. I'll go check it out myself. Lao Kim, bewildered, thought he was joking. Master, City H is over 100 kilometers away. Are you going to walk there? Bei-shin laughed and scratched his head. Right? That does seem a bit far. He looked out at the street and then suggested excitedly, these modern cars aren't bad. How about we buy one too? Moments later, at the 4S car dealership, Bei-shin was excitedly bouncing around like a child. Wow, there's so many cars here. A sleek, black car suddenly caught his eye. He darted towards it, running his hand along its surface. This one is beautiful, he exclaimed. Suddenly, a shout from behind startled him. Hey, don't touch the cars. Bei-shin turned to face the owner of the voice. It was a woman with a voluptuous figure and flowing black hair. I want to buy a car, he said. Can I even touch it? She glared at him judgmentally. Judging by the way he's dressed, he's definitely a poor student, and he has the nerve to talk about buying a car. She stepped forward and shoved Bei-shin. Get out of here. This car isn't something you can afford. Being so openly looked down upon, Bei-shin couldn't help but feel annoyed. What makes you think I can't afford it? He retorted. The saleswoman became even more aggressive, her expression like she was chasing away a beggar. Look at you, a poor student, wanted to buy a limited edition sports car. Her face turned red with anger, her eyes wide and furious. Do you really think you're some big shot? Bei-shin, momentarily unsure how to deal with this kind of woman, remained silent. The saleswoman crossed her arms. I've already reserved this car for Mr. Lee, she declared haughtily. Finally, she snapped, just get out of the way and stop bothering me. Just then, a gruff voice called out from a distance, hey, sweetie. The newcomer was a burly man with a shaved head. He said rudely, who's trying to buy the car I have my eye on? The saleswoman's attitude immediately changed. She rushed over to him, her voice dripping with sweetness. Oh, Mr. Lee, you're here. She continued in a fawning tone. Don't mind this poor student. I've kept the car for you. Without further ado, the saleswoman opened the car door. Beaming, she invited him, would you like a test drive? At that moment, Bei-shin suddenly stepped forward. Hold on, he said coldly. He positioned himself in front of the car door, declaring boldly, I'm buying this car today. When Bei-shin was riled up, there was no stopping him. His eyes flashed with determination. Don't even think about touching it. The saleswoman, acting as if her business was being disrupted, yelled threateningly, Are you trying to cause a scene? I'll call security. Mr. Lee seized the opportunity to show off. He sneered, hey kid, this car costs $3 million. You can't afford it. He then added loudly, just get lost. The saleswoman chimed in, yeah, get out of here. Suddenly, an angry voice echoed from inside the dealership. Who's causing a commotion in my store? The person who emerged was a beautiful woman, simply dressed yet elegant. The saleswoman stammered, and Miss Jiang. Then, forcing an awkward smile, she tried to explain the situation smoothly. Putting on a distressed expression, she said, there's a poor student here claiming he wants to buy a sports car. Beads of sweat started to form on her forehead as she continued nervously, so I was trying to get rid of him to avoid disrupting business. Miss Jiang, now suspicious, looked around. Which poor student? The saleswoman didn't hesitate. Pointing directly at Bei-shin's face, it was him. Bei-shin didn't rush to explain. He politely greeted Miss Jiang. Miss Jiang was momentarily startled, then called out Bei-shin. Recognizing her, Bei-shin beamed, politely and familiarly asking, what are you doing here? Miss Jiang explained, this is one of my family's businesses, so of course I'm here. Their exchange left the saleswoman's face contorted in disbelief. Seeing the friendly atmosphere between them, the overwhelmed saleswoman thought, what? He's Miss Jiang's classmate. Regret came too late. She could only silently pray, I'm doomed. I think I messed with the wrong person. Bei-shin, on the other hand, didn't seem surprised. He casually said, your family's business. Then this is easy. Pulling out a powerful black card, he declared with the air of a domineering CEO, swipe the card. I'm buying the car. Miss Jiang, even more impressive, treated the 3 million yuan car like a bunch of vegetables, saying, "Swipe the card. I'll just give it to you." Beishan deliberately glanced at the saleswoman, pointedly saying, "I must swipe it to avoid certain people looking down on others." Miss Jiang didn't press the matter, saying softly, "Oh, all right then." She beckoned to a nearby saleswoman. "Ayun, please help my friend with the purchase procedures." Ayun politely replied, "Yes, Miss Jiang." Ayun led Beishan to the processing desk. "Sir, this way please." Beishan replied, "All right," leaving the saleswoman at a loss for what to do. Having lost a wealthy customer, she could only fume, damn it. Watching Beishan walk away, she lamented, "I misjudged him today." The more she thought about it, the more frustrated she became, her whole body trembling as she muttered, and someone else snatched him away. But the pain wasn't over. After the valued customer left, Miss Jiang curtly ordered, "You're fired." The saleswoman gaped, Her eyes filled with despair. "Oh no, I'm done for." She collapsed to the ground, helpless. Karma comes quickly, doesn't it? Tears welled up as she lamented, "I'm unemployed again." Mr. Li, completely abandoned, wondered in confusion, what about me? The stylish, top-of-the-line supercar displayed nearby was a sleek, all-black model. Ayun politely gestured towards the interior, saying, "Sir, all the purchase documents are already in the car." She gently handed him the keys. "Here are the car keys. Please hold on to them carefully." Beishan accepted the keys without hesitation, politely saying, "All right, thank you." Ayun, having finished her task, bid him farewell. "Have a safe drive, sir." Just as Beishan was about to drive off, Miss Jiang appeared from behind, asking doubtfully, "Beishan, do you know how to drive?" He didn't bother being modest, frankly admitting, "Of course I do." Recalling his nights of studying, he thought to himself, "I read a lot about modern knowledge back in the library." Confident in his driving abilities, he mused, "Although I've never driven before, it looks pretty simple." Miss Jiang took the opportunity to ask her old friend, "Where are you headed next?" Beishan had no intention of hiding anything, stating directly, "H City. There are some matters there that I'm interested in." His face lit up as he said, "Someone go check it out." Beishan continued to surprise Miss Jiang. She asked, astonished, "H City. Do you know the way?" Beishan calmly replied, "Yeah, I don't." This truly left Miss Jiang speechless. Decided to be a good person to the end, Miss Jiang patted the two men and said, "Don't worry, I'll guide you." Beishan started. Without another word, the supercar's engine roared to life like a warhorse. The car shot off down the main road, weaving and swerving like a seasoned stunt driver. This driving style was surely earning them colorful commentary from other drivers. Miss Jiang, sitting in the passenger seat, was drenched in sweat, clutching the seat belt in terror. "Be careful," Beishan calmly glanced over, causing Miss Jiang's soul to nearly leave her body as she screamed, "Don't crash." Beishan suddenly slammed on the brakes, bringing the car to a screeching halt. He gave a nonchalant smile and said, "Don't worry, I was just testing the car." He slammed on the accelerator. "Let's go." The car instantly rocketed forward at breakneck speed. The sky was picturesque. The wind whistled past, perfect for a road trip. In H City, the scene was bustling and crowded, skyscrapers packed tightly together. A security guard, looking grim, was diligently maintaining order. Suddenly noticing the sound of a revving engine and a wheelie, he turned and glared. He rushed forward to block the car, barking, "Stop." Beishan, not wanting any trouble, complied and stopped the car. He then decisively opened the car door to address the issue with the guard. Staring at the security guard, Beishan asked coldly, "What's going on up ahead?" Miss Jiang added, "Why are you stopping us?" The bald security guard said arrogantly, "There's an incident up ahead. You can't go through." Then in a condescending tone, he added, "Turn around." As soon as he finished speaking, two of his fellow guards were suddenly sent flying by some unseen force. In the distance, two monstrous, humanoid creatures were charging towards them like hungry tigers. They roared continuously, their mouths filled with grotesque fangs. Beishan started. He exclaimed in shock, "It's them." Jiang Xiaoru trembled and said, These are monsters." Mr. Li shielded her and Beishan, shouting, "Get out of the way. You'll be killed." The monsters were currently feasting on people in the street. Suddenly, one of them noticed Mr. Li. Realizing he'd been spotted, Mr. Li panicked. "I'm done for. I can't escape this time." Just then, two bald warriors descended from the sky like saviors, brandishing swords and yelling, "You beasts, surrender." The two warriors combined their sword attacks, slashing at the monsters. However, the agile monsters dodged their powerful blows. One of the monsters, having dodged, gathered energy in its mouth, preparing to attack. One of the bald warriors, seeing this, exclaimed, "Not good." He was then hit directly by the monster's energy beam. The remaining warrior, enraged, roared, "Damn it, I'll take you all on." He leaped into the air, unleashing powerful sword strikes at the monsters. Seeing the warriors struggling, Bei Shun spoke up, "Get out of the way. Let me handle them." Xiaowang immediately disagreed with his decision. "Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Even those martial artists weren't a match for the monsters. What would you do going there? The martial artist who had been boasting moments before was now being frantically chased by two monsters. Seeing this, Bei Shen couldn't help but intervene. "Get out of the way. It's too late." Xiaowang turned around, but didn't see Bei Shen anywhere. Surprised, he exclaimed, "Hey, what's going on? Where is he?" The two monsters caught up to the bald martial artist and leaped into the air, about to pounce on him. Terrified, he yelled, "Damn it, I don't want to die yet." Suddenly, Bei Shen appeared. He used a sword in his hand to block the monster's attack. The martial artist was even more frightened. Xiaowang was astonished. "Oh my god, is he really trying to get himself killed?" Bei Shun swung his sword powerfully, sending the monsters flying. "Get lost." The two monsters crashed into the surrounding walls. Xiaowang, seeing how awesome Bei Shun was, exclaimed in surprise, "Holy crap, he actually handled those monsters." Looking at Bei Shun's back, he continued, "Who is this guy? He's incredible." The two monsters emerged from the rubble unscathed. Seeing this, Bei Shun gathered lightning energy around his body and shouted, still not giving up. After gathering enough power, he slashed a wave of lightning sword energy towards them. Then go to hell. The monsters, hit by Bei Shun's attack, were electrocuted. Finally, they turned into two piles of black char, witnessing Bei Shun's strength. Xiaowang was both shocked and scared. "Holy shit, this guy is too strong. I underestimated him just now." The bald martial artist was equally astonished. Such a terrifying expert. Bei Shun approached them and asked, "Who are you? Why did you engage these monsters?" Xiaowang quickly apologized to Bei Shun. "Master, I'm so sorry. I misjudged you earlier." Ignoring Xiaowang's apology, Bei Shun went straight to the point. "Cut the crap. Answer my question." Xiaowang then revealed his identity. "We're from the government's special task force. Recently, strange incidents involving monsters have been occurring in major cities, so we're investigating." Hearing this, Bei Shun questioned Special Task Force. Jiang Xiaoru, beside him, asked curiously, "Bei Shun, you said you had something to deal with. Are you talking about these monsters?" He replied casually, "Yeah, I'm also investigating their origin." Overjoyed, Xiaowang made a suggestion. "Brother, you're so skilled and we have the same goal. Why don't you investigate with us?" Without hesitation, Bei Shun declined his offer. "No need. I'm used to working alone." Xiaowang persisted, "You don't understand. Our special task force has government resources. We can mobilize many teams for support and have access to more information. Joining us would be a huge advantage." Hearing this, Bei Shun became interested. "Mobilize resources. Now you've got my attention." Seeing Bei Shun's interest, Xiaowang was delighted and extended his hand. "Great. Welcome aboard." The two shook hands cordially. "You're too kind." Scene change. Now in a luxurious building, Xiaowang speaks up, saying, "Right, I'll take you to meet our deputy director. He's nearby." Inside a luxurious room, a man is sitting. It's the deputy director of the special task force, Zhao Long. Xiaowang has now led Bei Shun and Jiang Xiaoru to Zhao Long. Seeing Xiaowang return, he is surprised. "Xiaowang, why are you back already?" Xiaowang replies, "Deputy Director Zhao, the two monsters have been dealt with. I brought someone new for you to meet." Seeing Bei Shun and Jiang Xiaoru, Zhao Long asks, "You mean them?" Xiaowang points towards Bei Shun and says, "This one." Seeing Bei Shun's youthful face, Zhao Long raises his voice and scolds, "Xiaowang, what kind of people are you bringing to me? They're just students, aren't they?" Xiaowang tries to explain, No, although they're students, but..." Not letting him finish, Zhao Long shouts, "Don't waste your breath. I'm busy. Tell them to get out." Bei Shun leads Jiang Xiaoru away, leaving Zhao Long somewhat stunned. "Looks like we're not welcome here." Bei Shun, looking annoyed and unyielding, says, "Let's go. Don't be an eyesore." Xiaowang, flustered, calls after them, "Hey, don't go. I'll explain." Zhao Long frowns, looking at Xiaowang incomprehensibly, muttering, "He's really got problems with his head, even sucking up to poor students." Suddenly, another subordinate rushes in to report. "Deputy Director Zhao, we found a new clue related to the monsters." Bei Shun seems to sense something unusual and fixes his gaze on the subordinate. Seeing this, Jiang Xiaoru asks softly what's wrong. In response, he just shushes her. The subordinate reports to Zhao Long in a serious and urgent tone. "Deputy Director, there's a very strange bronze gate in the southwest." While reporting, he sweats nervously. "We suspect the monsters came from there." Zhao Long's expression wavers, and he asks, "Oh, are you sure?" The subordinate can only helplessly nod and reply, "Yes, absolutely sure." Zhao Long's deep voice immediately rings out, giving orders. "Tell the men to assemble." His brows furrow, showing his seriousness. "Let's go check it out." Understanding the situation, the subordinate quickly complies. "Yes." Bei Shun listens to the whole conversation and thinks silently. A bronze gate. What a coincidence. The corner of his mouth curves up slightly, showing his interest. "Interesting." He stands behind, watching Zhao Long and his subordinate leave in a hurry. "I'll follow them and see." At this moment, the straight road is deserted. Two black cars speed down the road at high speed. Inside the car, Zhao Long suddenly notices something. He looks straight ahead and unconsciously hums. The rearview mirror shows Bei Shun's car following behind. "Why are those two students following us?" The subordinate beside him quickly asks, "Deputy Director, should I stop them?" Zhao Long's face is expressionless, and he replies coldly, "No need." Slightly frowning with an indifferent expression, Zhao Long continued, "If they want to get themselves captured, it's not our concern." Bei Shun's car was still closely tailing them. Bei Shun sat in the car, his eyes fixed on the road ahead. "They're pretty fast. We need to speed up." After speaking, he slammed on the accelerator and added, "Miss Jiang, hold on tight." His car sped forward like an arrow. Suddenly, a large, hulking monster appeared in front of Zhao Long's car. It blocked their car and roared with strange sounds. Xiao Wang's face turned pale, and he yelled in fear. Not good. Without pausing, the monster lifted the car with its immense strength. Seeing this, Xiao Wang quickly steered the car in a different direction. Inside the car, Zhao Long and his subordinates' faces darkened as they became extremely wary. "It's here again, the monster." Outside, a wave of other subordinates began to charge forward. "Men, our chance to make a name for ourselves has arrived." One of them concentrated intensely, took a running start, and launched a fireball. "Time to hunt." Without hesitation, he hurled the attack directly at the ferocious monster. The monster's body was instantly engulfed in flames. Once finished, the subordinate landed gently on the ground. He and his comrades, filled with smug satisfaction, said, "Humph, just a small fry monster. Taken care of." Zhao Long was also pleased and laughed heartily. "Excellent." He chuckled with relief and continued to praise them. "The subordinates I've trained truly don't disappoint me. Well done." Suddenly, the monster's eyes flashed with angry sparks. With an earth-shattering roar, it blew away the flames surrounding its body. Then, it continued to roar with powerful, forceful sounds, throwing all the subordinates back. 3 subordinates, caught off guard, were sprawled on the ground. 2 of them then simultaneously spat out blood, groaning in pain. Zhao Long, now panicked and in disbelief, exclaimed what was going on. Facing the beast directly, the subordinate faltered. "Damn it, this monster's defense is too strong. We can't kill it." The monster continued to charge fiercely towards the subordinates. Xiao Wang, carefully observing the situation, shouted, "Deputy Director, watch out." The 3 subordinates, with all their might, charged forward to attack. "You beast!" In response, the monster, with a piercing roar, also surged forward to confront them. Unable to contain his anger, the subordinate roared, "Stop right there." The monster effortlessly defeated all 3 subordinates with a single blow. Then, it rushed towards where Zhao Long and his remaining subordinates were standing. The 3 of them, terrified, froze in place. Xiao Wang, his face extremely tense, gritted his teeth. "We're dead." Zhao Long began to sweat, his face ashen. "What do we do?" Xiao Wang could only stand still, watching the monster draw closer. "We're definitely done for." Suddenly, he remembered something and turned to look behind him. "Wait, it seems the expert is still here." He looked towards Bei Shun, his voice full of respect. Young master. As he spoke, he ran towards Bei Shun and pleaded desperately, please, save us. Xiao Long, with tears in his eyes, pleaded, only you can save us here. Zhao Long, furious and scornful, retorted, are you crazy? Asking a student to save us. He's probably scared stiff himself. Bei Shun remained completely silent, not uttering a word. The monster gathered strength in its legs, preparing to pounce. It leaped directly towards Zhao Long, terrified. He could only stand frozen, watching the monster hurtle towards him. His eyes widened, his mouth agape, speechless. At that moment, Bei Shun quickly ran forward. In an instant, he stood shielding Zhao Long. Then, Bei Shun's strong hand reached out. He braced himself, ready to counter the monster's attack. Zhao Long, utterly shocked, yelled, hey, why aren't you running? Aren't you afraid of dying? Suddenly, Zhao Long's eyes widened in disbelief. You, Bei Shun, with his bare hands, stopped the colossal monster. Bei Shun grabbed the monster's tail and swung it around 77 times in the air. When it stopped struggling, he threw it aside. It crashed to the ground, creating a tremor that sent debris flying. A cloud of dust quickly enveloped the surrounding area. Xiao Wang, watching from behind, was utterly astonished by Bei Shun's strength. He couldn't help but exclaim, so strong. Deputy Director Zhao was also stunned. His aged face creased with further wrinkles. He's a cultivator too, and a remarkable one at that. Bei Shun breathed lightly, as if the monster hadn't even made him exert himself. Looking around, he remarked, there really are monsters here. It seems I'll have to investigate thoroughly. He then asked Deputy Director Zhao, by the way, where are the bronze gate and the altar you mentioned? Hearing the question, Deputy Director Zhao flinched, his expression stiffening. He stammered, over there, hastily pointing towards the altar's location. As dusk approached, the setting sun cast long shadows, painting the sky in the hues of twilight. It was then that the group reached their destination. Deputy Director Zhao spoke sincerely, with a hint of deference and humility. Young man, I apologize for earlier. I underestimated you. The group stopped before a large house, and Deputy Director Zhao pleaded, please, sir, don't hold a grudge against me. Bei Shun replied calmly, don't worry, you're not worth holding a grudge against. Hearing Bei Shun's confirmation, Zhao Long finally relaxed, breathing a sigh of relief. That's good, that's good. Bei Shun looked around, his expression hardening, his eyes glinting with a hint of killing intent. He asked coldly, you mean this? Standing outside, Deputy Director Zhao pointed at the house. Yes, this is the place. Upon hearing his confirmation, Bei Shun powerfully kicked the door, instantly shattering it and causing the surrounding ground to tremble slightly. Both Deputy Director Zhao and Xiao Wang, standing behind, were stunned, their faces paling. Although they had witnessed Bei Shun's strength, they were still taken aback. They could only manage a few exclamations. Oh my God, such a powerful kick. Having kicked down the door, Bei Shun cheerfully turned to Miss Jiang. He said softly, Miss Jiang, stay close to me later and don't wander off. Miss Jiang nodded repeatedly, like an obedient wife. Okay. Xiao Wang hid behind the doorway, his head dripping with sweat, peering deep inside the house. He stammered, is that there's still a monster inside? Deputy Director Zhao, seeing his subordinate's fear and weakness, was displeased. He stepped in front of Xiao Wang, scolding him, move aside. Look at your cowardly behavior. He walked inside alone, stopping before another room. It was concealed by two large Ming Dynasty-era wooden doors. He peered inside curiously, then exclaimed in surprise, this is... Inside was a vast space, but with only a single structure resembling an altar in the center of the room. Seeing this, Bei Shun quickly rushed into the room, his expression serious. He pushed off the ground, effortlessly leaping onto the altar's platform. He looked around, then offered his assessment. This place is very similar to the Longxing Corporation's altar. From thin air, he produced an item, a gem emitting a strange blue light. Looking at the gem, he wondered aloud, so, will this work? He held the gem and raised his hand, the mysterious light illuminating the entire room. The world around them trembled, and then, in a blink of an eye, he vanished before their eyes, as if evaporating from existence. Miss Jiang, Xiao Wang, and Deputy Director Zhao were all stunned, exclaiming, where did he go? Bei Shun suddenly appeared in an old room, with nothing around but himself. He looked around, surprised, how did I get here? He then propped his chin on his hand, lost in thought. After piecing together the events, he calmly concluded, strange. Could it be that all the altars are different teleportation gates, and the location they teleport to is all this place? Suddenly, a strange stone appeared beneath his feet. It emitted a beautiful, blood-red glow, yet was also unsettling. He noticed the stone and bent down to pick it up, filled with curiosity. Observing the gem, he recalled an old man who also possessed a similar stone. Isn't this the mysterious stone of the guy who repelled the monster? Clutching the stone in his hand, he exclaimed with delight, "Good stuff. I'll take this." Then he threw the stone into his sword, and in moments, it vanished, merging with the blade. Sensing the change, he immediately brought his sword into a defensive stance. His entire body emitted a blue aura, similar to the sword's. Soon, he vanished once more, as if evaporating from the world, leaving no trace. He was transported back to the same room, but not to the altar, but rather outside the door. From outside, he heard cries for help from within, especially the voice of Miss Jiang Ah. Help! Hearing this, he frowned, suspicion filling his mind. Inside the room were dozens of monstrous creatures, tall and gigantic, ferocious, surrounding Miss Jiang, Xiaowang, and Deputy Director Zhao. The monsters' expressions were filled with bloodlust as they continuously pressed in on them. Deputy Director Zhao was furious, yet also suspicious. Damn it, where did these monsters come from? Xiaowang panicked, screamed, "Help, I don't want to die yet." The monsters began their attack, targeting Deputy Director Zhao first. One of the creatures approached him, deliberately trying to frighten him with its ferocious and bloodthirsty expression, attempting to break his spirit. But contrary to expectations, he wasn't afraid. He drew his sword, determined to fight the monster. "Get back," he roared. But the difference in strength was too great. Despite his best efforts, he was knocked down by the monster, which bit in his right arm. Blood gushed out uncontrollably. Feeling the excruciating pain, he could only cry out in agony. Seeing his plight, Miss Jiang, filled with rage, grabbed a broken stone and threw it at the monsters. "Damn it," she yelled furiously. "I'll fight you." She closed her eyes to hide her fear, forcefully throwing the stone towards the monster. It wasn't injured by her weak attack. Instead, it only enraged it further. Spotting Miss Jiang, it charged towards her. She closed her eyes, resigned to being torn apart by the monster. But suddenly, from behind, Bei Shun rushed forward, swinging his sword at the monster. Its head was split in two. The monster only had time to let out a final roar. His strong figure appeared in Miss Jiang's sight, his expression cold and determined, his powerful sword in hand. Overjoyed, Miss Jiang was speechless. Bei Shun, she finally managed your back. My video ends here. Above is the summary of the story. If you have any comments, please leave them below. Don't forget to leave a like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to receive more interesting videos. For now, goodbye and see you again. Bye-bye.